Welcome back, everybody, to the on-track action here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Pro Masters driver Frank Runco was involved in an incident at the conclusion of the Pro Master heat race number 1. He was quickly tended to by the on-site medical team. He was and is awake and alert. He is being transported to an off-site facility for further evaluation, and we are again sending him our best wishes to him at the end of that session. And again, a huge kudos to the entire Stars team for reacting quickly. And we are happy that all Stars officials as well are safe. But we are getting ready to go racing again, ready racing for the rest of the day. And on row number 1 in K100 Juniors, Nico Kwiatkowski and Tristan Murphy.
On row number 2 is Marco Samet and Darren Kidd. On row number 3, Isaac Payne and Benja Fernandez. And on row number 4, William Vitor and Kai Park.
Kellen Berghofer and Dominic Moskalenko on row number 5. Your top 10 starters: Dominic Gaddis, Homer Heeman. On row number 6 with Oscar Gus Wonderley and Valentino Santillan. On row number 7, Milo Gibaldi and Forrest Blair get ready to go green from row number 8.
And on row number 9 is Ben Gleberman and Lucas Debris. And on row number 10, Andres Salazar and...
Here, move on through the rest of the rows. Holden Myers, Jackson Elefante, Paxton Romero, Harrison Burklow, Riley Dobelier, Travis Van Horn, Alex Kutcher, Charlie Marone, Max Mitev, Jaden Lewis. 30 drivers getting ready to take the green flag here. But Nico Kwiatkowski was impressive on the Friday. He won the pole in OKNJ and he won the pole in KA100 Junior. Doubled up when it was all said and done. Tristan Murphy gets ready to take the fight to him. And this is one of the, again, classes that we all have our eyes on. One driver looking to rejoin that looked like Riley Dobelier there, Hunter, looking to rejoin the pack on her MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Green flag flies, and K100 Junior is underway.
And clean start through turns 1 and 2 for the front group as Kellen Berghofer and Darren Kidd go way off.
Way off the racetrack for 2. One of them, Darren Kidd, into the barriers on the exit of turn number 3. Everybody else working their way through. A good jump off the line there for Nico Kwiatkowski. Marco Samet slots in a second. Murphy back to 3rd. And then you go back to Isaac Payne, the driver of the Host Driver Development Machine, currently sitting in 4th. Benja Fernandez right behind him as they all work their way through. One of them off on the exit of turn 11. That was the 819 there. Milo Gibaldi off the racetrack into the grass, but already some moves for 3rd. There goes Isaac Payne getting clear on Tristan Murphy.
We also saw Benja Fernandez send it in on William Vitor in the back of that screen, and we now have 3 MPG drivers lined up in a line, and they're gonna go side by side between Dominic Gaddis and William Vitor. Side by side through 1, still side by side going through 2, and William Vitor is gonna keep up in that 5th spot.
And we're side by side here. Kai Park stuck in the middle of it all. Dominic Gaddis, Oscar Gus Wonderley, Vitor, and more just pushing each other through. That was a move there by the 863. Looked like Ben Gleberman there making a couple of moves of his own. And indeed, Ben right there on the Host DD machine as they're all going side by side into the S's. Quickly gonna have to decide who's gonna bleed, who's not. And there went by Holden Myers. Moskalenko's gonna take them all to the bottom.
Ooh, up on the rear bumper was Holden Myers, and he's gonna lose a couple spots out of that.
Yeah, Holden lost that little bit of momentum that he had, kind of rolling his way through. Gibaldi's still in there. He's on the LN cart. And there goes Gaddis looking for a move on a fellow Kart Republic of William Vitor. That was for 6th. He's gonna get that move done. And more moves. Moskalenko looking to go on Milo Gibaldi, who just goes wide on the exit of turn 2. And one of the Pantanos making moves in the middle of it all for Timmy Tech. And that was Paxton Romero there. As they continue, Valentino now stuck behind one of the SLAs. A lot of action to get this one kicked off, and we're stuck in the midfield because the leaders, there's been no change up there. Still Nico Kwiatkowski leading this race over Marco Samet and Isaac Payne. Tristan Murphy in line. as the moves for the back continue. Lucas Dryby there. Went by on Gibaldi. Now Santian looking to follow. Moskalenko. Or sorry, Jackson Elefante in that group as well. And now the leaders, bumper to bumper, nose to tail. Katowski with a little pressure from Marco Samet. Murphy in line, as well as Isaac Payne. They've left Benja Fernandez, who currently sits in no man's land here, Hunter. And that's really a hard feeling, right? When you got 4 drivers ahead of you, working together, pushing each other, gaining time, and you got no help to try and close down that gap.
And honestly, it's 4 karts in the front, 4 karts in the back, and the same gap. Benja just has no help right now, but it's a great run out of Isaac Payne. I don't think we've seen Isaac Payne this far up front in the KA Junior category all year, so he's having a great run today.
Yeah, great run thus far. There was a gap at the line, a second in between Benja Fernandez and Isaac Payne. And we'll see what these drivers decide to do. 3 minutes left in this race. We are just over the halfway point here in this first heat race. 2 laps as well added as soon as the conclusion of the time. And they will get the 2 sticks and the white flag to conclude this race. Nonetheless, very patient thus far by Marco Samet, and you see just very close to that cell that we were waiting for at the start of the day. And we have weather imminent here at the Country Club.
You're not wrong, Caleb. Very intimate weather coming our way. And the front 3, they're also starting to drop Isaac Payne. Isaac Payne's just losing that extra little bit, and you saw a little bit of dirt come up in the background from Benja Fernandez.
Yeah, this is really that stage of the race, right, where you can't afford to make a mistake, as Tristan Murphy thought about it going into turn number 13. He had to check up just a little bit. Marco Samet wasn't going to give it up, and he held right on to it. Fernandez, you see him asking for more. He made a little mistake on the exit of turn 11. That kind of hindered his run forward as this battle with Holden Myers, William Veeder continues. They're led, this group really led by Ben Gleberman and Dominic Gaddis. Then you go back to Moskalenko on the Rocket Racing Company machine, Paxton Romero, and now there's a pass up for 6th. Dominic Gaddis gets clear. And you see him emphatically pointing forward as now Myers wanted it. He's gonna take it into turn 7. Got it in the side of William Veeder. Moskalenko followed. Veeder really hurt from that. And he's now been fed into Kai Park. Big move there out of Holden Myers to try and get clear. They lost time in the process there, Hunter.
They did lose time, but it was a move Holden had to make. If you watch going down into turn 4, Vitor was blocking just a little bit, and they were losing time to the 2 in front of Gaddis and Gleberman.
Yeah, I got through. I'm sure that wasn't the way he wanted to get it done, but can't look back now. Only looking forward. Wanted to close down the gap on the 863 and the 857 of Gleberman and Gaddis, respectively. And up front, Katowski starting to turn it up here. He put about a tenth, on Marco Samet the last lap around. It's now opened up to about 3 car lengths, the gap in between the 2 leaders. And you see it there just in the background. Katowski's been able to open up immensely over Samet, Murphy, and Payne. Up front, it's been a little bit quieter, but in the midfield of this race, it has been there. And here's another look at it. Going on the inside. It looked like everybody was just kind of bound up, pushing each other through. Moskalenko right there. And I'm not even sure if Holden Myers really wanted to go or not.
It's hard to tell because he goes down a little bit low, but then it looks like he's trying to back out of it at the last second.
Yeah, hard one to call. Hard one to call for sure. Change for second, though. Tristan Murphy now is able to go by. Marco Samet is there in 3rd. So that's been the switch. But with 3 laps to go, this one is looking like a long shot for these 2 drivers here. They need to be perfect, and they need a mistake out of Nico Katowski, which we haven't seen yet this weekend. He has been really good. He was good yesterday in qualifying. Played it out perfectly. The yellow lights are flashing as they work their way into turn number 12. No passes here, and that was why Riley Dobelier, the MPG Motorsports machine, is off the racetrack. just off of turn number 12, headed in at 13.
It's not what you want to see after running up to the grid late. Or not saying grid, but come to the lines late. She was one of the last go-karts into the tram line, so it's not how you want to end your first heat race.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Riley, and the white flag did fly this time by. It was given by the Stars officials. So this will be the final lap of the race, and Nico Kwiatkowski, through it all, has just been better on speed. And the fight for second helped him, but Tristan Murphy responding here late at 58.904 gives him the fastest lap of the race. He does go purple. And you see it just get closer, but he's gonna end up running out of time here, Hunter.
I feel like if they got that one more to go like our streamers projected, they might have been able to get there with the last corner, but with the white flag thrown this last time by, it's gonna be Nico's race.
Yeah, long shot here for Tristan Murphy. Kwiatkowski, pull, and it was green to checkered pretty much that he led. Samet, last ditch effort, not gonna find it. Checkered flag will fly. Green to checkered. Kwiatkowski goes uncontested in heat race number 1 in K100 Junior.
That's step 1 of the sweep right there. He's already got 2 poles and he got 1 heat race win. Now he's got to finish it off.
Yeah, it's not easy, especially at this place where you can pass in a variety of different places. They'll work their way through. Murphy finishes second. Marco Samet across the line in third. Isaac Payne and Benja Fernandez, your top 5.
Ben Gleberman in the P6 spot with Dominic Gaddis in P7. Moskalenko in P8. Holden Myers in P10 and William Vitor in P10.
Yeah, Lucas Drivey, Kai Park, Paxton Romero, Forrest Blair, and Oscar Gus Wonderlay close off that race inside of the top 15. But Nico Kwiatkowski, a busy, busy day for the 892. Back and forth in between OKNJ and K100 Junior. We'll see him for his first moto later on in the day. We're ready racing. Stick with us. Swift Stars getting ready to go out for their first heat race of the day. But let's take you through the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, presented by Kart Class. Just under a mile, the length of this track with various different passing opportunities. 13 corners, 16 if you want to count all the kinks whenever you work your way out of what we have as turn number 12. One of the biggest passing zones, turn number 1. And it's a long and fast run down to turn number 2 with a lot of moves as the drivers work their way into turn number 4. Then you go back to turn number 5, that infield hairpin. You've seen a lot of crossovers, the S's, turn number 9 or 11 as we call it as well sometimes. We see a lot of passes through there, but at this place, anything can happen. And again, we are ready to see what these Swift Stars give us as they're getting ready to take the green flag here in a couple of moments. Yesterday, at the end of qualifying, Brody Stoffel was better than everybody else. He's getting ready to start this race on the inside on pole position. Camila Canache is going to start alongside him. She's on that Paralyn machine in the 126. As they get ready to take the green flag here. And you go back to Dalton Sears, who's getting ready to kick off from row number 2. Hudson Howard, it was emotionally an up and down qualifying, found himself in the grass, looking to avoid some action in turn number 1. And when it was all said and done, he still put himself in 4th. He's starting on the outside, getting ready to kick this one off. Little pickup here for Darren Kidd and Valentino Santien, 2 drivers who unfortunately weren't able to close out this race. But the kid out of Houston, Texas, gets ready to lead the field to green. Camila Canache as well. This is one of her best qualifying results of the year. And she's getting ready to share row number 1 here with Stoffel.
The one driver I do want to look out for in this heat race is her teammate, Aiden Go, starting tail end of the field. Didn't make a lap in qualifying. So it'd be interesting what he can do coming through the field. He's obviously had luck here in the past. He swept the weekend last year here in the Micro Swift class of the SCUSA Pro Tour. He had great pace here a month ago at SCUSA Pro Tour, so it's going to be great to see what he can do coming through the field.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on a lot of these drivers. The Swift Stars have given us some of the best moments on the year. Dutch Westbrook, another one to keep an eye on here. He's getting ready to start off alongside Liam Astalis. The 2 of them are a little bit further back, especially for Westbrook in comparison to where we used to see them more often than not, and that's closer and closer to the front. Playing races of his own, Tyler Blackwood is, again, teammate starting right behind him. Westbrook starting 10th. Tyler Blackwood getting ready to start this one off in 11th. Marcelo Flores, another one of the drivers who, again, had an incident in turn number 1 during the qualifying session. He's going to have some work to do if he wants to get himself up to the front of this field. But there's a lot of them here. 24 drivers total getting ready to take the green flag, and it might be 22, my apologies, 22. Here's Jackson Reynolds and the 157, Austin Taylor. As well, a lot of the MPG Kart Republics for these youngsters that are getting ready to kick this one off. These races are going to go back-to-back, but here's a look at what we have left on the day. KA Stars will go out in a couple of moments here to start off their first heat race. They will be split in 2 groups. Swift Stars here coming up in a couple of moments. They hit the track at 12:03, then KA Stars. Heat 1A and Heat 1B, and then it's time to head into the Pro Show. OKNJ, OKN Stars, and the Pro Stars, where we'll see Jay Irwin and Martin Kremers go head-to-head from row number 1 here at MCC. That will be at approximately 1:41 p.m. Times are subject to change. And then we restart with KA Masters ready racing for the rest of the day. To start off the second heat races, we do have to get through pre-finals as well today. So very, very busy day of action for all of us. For those of you at home, you won't want to miss any of it. It will be almost rapid fire as these races go on today. But we mentioned it, 22 drivers total getting ready to take the green flag here. At Aiden Go, we got our eyes on the 197 starting from the rear. A year ago, he went back-to-back in Micro Swift at SCUSA Pro Tour, won on Saturday, and he also won on Sunday. Only one main event here this weekend, and a lot of recovery in both of the heat races. We'll see what that kid can do as he looks to race his way up to the front. It's where we've been so used to seeing him this year in 2026. But Brody Stoffel getting ready to lead this field to the green flag. And here's a look at the starting grid order for heat race number 1. Brody Stoffel, Camila Canache, Dalton Sears, and Hudson Howard on row number 2. Slade Harrell and Samuel Chavarri on row number 3.
Liam Francisco and Leonardo
Tavares on row number 4.
On row number 4. Liam Astalis and Dutch Westbrook on row number 5.
Tyler Blackwood, George Zeminski, Marcelo Flores, Thomas Patel, Jackson Reynolds, Ishan Jivadeepan on row number 8. Austin Taylor, Spencer Hyde on row number 9 with Simon Ellick. Reagan Ford Barros on row number 10 for the Mike Doty Racing Team. And only 2 more left, and that's going to be Aiden Go, Grayson Knifick, I believe not here with us this weekend. Kyle Cameron as well wasn't able to put down a lap in qualifying. Stoffel won here a month ago in mixed conditions on the Sunday whenever the Mini Swift race was plagued by rain on the Sunday of the SCUSA Pro Tour. And all these kids looking for championships. This is another one of the battles that looks oh so close here, Hunter. But we're moments away. 22 drivers total in Swift Stars, gridded up, getting ready to head into the tram line. Stoffel on the inside, Camila Canache on the parallel on the outside. And we wait for the green flag. We got it! Swift Stars is underway from MCC.
And then we see a little bit of contact in the back with Liam Francisco and one other driver, and Liam gets the worst end out of that one.
Yeah, Liam's gonna get swallowed by this pack, but already up front, Dalton Sears is gonna put himself up and into the front, Camila Canache as well. She just got passed by Slade Harrell. Stoffel's gonna slide in line, is now on the inside. Westbrook locked up the brakes there, and you saw how busy his hands were as he was looking to go by on Samuel Chavarie, who was just able to cross him up and hold on to fifth. But for now, we have all of them continuing and working their way up to turn number 12. Canache is going to block low. And that's going to cost her going into turn 13. Is now on the inside. Brody Stoffel. He's going to get a little help there from Slade Harrell to get by. Harrell's going to get passed by Chavarie. Now Canache. Here come three more. Tyler Blackwood's going to push. Dutch Westbrook. Hudson Howard goes by. And Canache from the outside, from off pole. She is now outside of the top 5. As Stoffel was looking to hold them all up, going to the bottom of the racetrack, headed into turn number 2. Chavarie now through for second.
And one person you just saw on the back of the screen already, Aiden Go up 9 spots on the first lap as we're blocking for the lead with Brody Stoffel.
Yeah, Brody Stoffel, knowing that everybody else wanted to pass early, not feeling safe in the lead of this race. Not a lot of nitro karts behind him. Now Chavarie looking to rip the high side, looking to set up a crossover. He's not going to get it. Stoffel's going to hold the bottom of the racetrack. And now one of them goes off. Hudson Howard just had 2 tires in the grass. Found himself going around. Hudson Howard is in the grass on the exit of turn number 7.
I feel like we've seen a lot of the MPGs. It's Camila Canache with a hand raise going up the hill.
Yeah, Camila Canache, hand in the air. She's got some sort of issue as now Chavarie is going to go by on Brody Stoffel. They're 3 wide almost, headed into turn number 13. And Samuel Chavarie, through it all, is going to get a huge gap as they work their way into turn number 1. And Stoffel still defending, going to the bottom into turn number 1 as Westbrook looks to go by him. And now it might cost him. Slade Harrell's on the inside. Marcelo Flores looking to follow. And Stoffel's getting swallowed by the pack here, Hunter.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see. When you start blocking this early on, everyone wants to get by you. They know you're not comfortable right now. Your car's not in it yet. It's not there, maybe a little bit too low on tire pressures, and Brody knows that, and he blocked trying to keep everyone behind him, and it just didn't work out in his favor.
Yeah, and it's really, I think more than anything, benefited the 106 of Samuel Chavarie to pull away from this field. Marcelo Flores now the driver in second. And we'll see what the drivers second on back decide to do. If it's going to be a lot like what we saw at the start of this race, or are we finally going to get a chance to breathe? Are we finally going to get a sense that they're going to want to work together? But look at Aiden Go here, Hunter, already fighting to get himself inside of the top 5 from dead last. He's now behind Brody Stoffel. He's going side by side with Slade Harrell at the moment. Harrell's going to push Stoffel. But what an opening 2 minutes by Aiden Go to put himself in this position right here, looking to go on Stoffel. He's looking to go on Slade Harrell as well. He's not going to go by. But man, oh man, what a drive out of the 197 to start this one off.
This is the drive he needs in order to get a good starting spot for the pre-final, so he has a chance to win on Sunday in the final.
Yeah, he's already 15 spots up from where he started this race off. Great drive out of the 197. He's now got Slade Harrell ahead of him. Dalton Sears is the one in the Kart Republic. That's leading this second group. Marcelo Flores, Dutch Westbrook, the two of them traded spots. And here's another look at that incident. Oh, look, Canache was just getting out of line, and that hit Hudson Howard. Canache was looking to go for a move there, and yeah, just kind of moved Hudson Howard off the racetrack.
Just wasn't enough space to be 3 wide right there, and she tried to make that work.
Almost 3 wide there on the exit. Hudson, yeah, unfortunately, just a sitting duck there, passenger in it all. As now Liam Estall is looking to make a move of his own. He's going to get by on one of the parallels. Now side by side, Slade Harrell, Dalton Sears. They're looking to trade position, and Harrell's going to respond into turn number 4. Slade Harrell's through. For now, Dalton Sears got a good exit, and now up for the lead. Dutch Westbrook's going to go by on Samuel Chavaret, and Marcelo Flores looks to cross them both up as they work their way into the S's. Still side by side. Westbrook not giving an inch. Marcelo Flores not giving one either. And Westbrook's going to hold on. Chavaret's looking to cross up Flores.
And here
And
comes
they made it through somehow, some way.
And here comes Aiden Go. It only took that little bit battling, and now he's in the top 4. He's right there with them.
And Marcelo Flores all the way to the bottom curb there, muscled his way by on Dutch Westbrook, and now Aiden Go, like you said, up and into 4th with a shot at a heat race victory here, Hunter.
From dead last on the grid, he is absolutely flying right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he went purple. He didn't go purple. That goes to Marcelo Flores.
Yeah, Marcelo Flores, he was 2 tires on the curb, 2 tires almost in the grass. A fearless, gutsy move out of Marcelo Flores to put himself into the lead, and now goes Chavaret on Dutch Westbrook with the help from Aiden Go. Chavaret's going to get clear. Unfortunately for Aiden, he's not going to be able to. But with all the fighting that we're seeing here, Marcelo Flores still in the middle of the racetrack, and there is a lap breakdown for Aiden Go. Lap number 1, we saw a 107, a 105, a 104, a 103, then a 103.1. Continuously improving, but he's had people around him. He's had to make moves lap after lap here, Hunter. It hasn't been without a fight. And now Chavaret goes high into turn number 12, looking to go low to go on the inside of turn number 13. Not going to happen for him. For Dutch Westbrook, it might. Into turn 14, Dutch Westbrook is clear.
There's one thing to know out of that parallel intent. 2 drivers. Marcelo Flores up 12 spots right now in the P1 spot, and then you have Aiden Go up 17 in P4.
Yeah, 2 drivers with suboptimal qualifying sessions have carved through this field like nothing. And now Aiden Go puts himself through for 3rd. He helped Chavaret a couple laps ago to get through for 2nd. And now he's going to take 3rd for himself on Sam. And now looking for 2nd here. Looking to go on Dutch Westbrook inside for Aiden Go. And he's clear. And now both of the Paralins work their way through, and now Dutch Westbrook not looking to give space to Chavaret. They're still side by side. Dutch Westbrook's going to have to make way.
Dutch Westbrook make way for the Samuel Chavaret, and here comes the rest of the crew as Marcelo Flores blocking from Aiden Go now, and Aiden Go going to go on the inside and take the lead going into turn 13.
Aiden Go from last to 1st in this first heat race of the day. He puts himself in the lead, coming to the white flag. It's going to fly this time by, and now further back, Dutch Westbrook with some company. Chavaret's behind him. Dalton Sears, Blackwood, Harrell, all brought right back into play, as well as Brody Stoffel, who's at the back of that pack. He currently sits in 8th. But the 2 Paralins, just keep going, boys. Keep pushing. This is, again, 11 spots gained for Marcelo Flores and 20 spots gained for Aiden Go. Stellar drives out of both of these Paralin drivers. And I'm sure the team is going to be happy about that one. Taking advantage of a race that fell right into their lap. We'll see if anybody else wants to change, if anybody else wants to shuffle for position here as they're coming to the checkered flag. Westbrook looking to hold on here. And Aiden Go comes across turn number 14. And this time by they will come to the white.
Into turn 4. Aiden Go still on the low side. Marcelo trying the high side once again. Trying to get a crossover going over to turn 5. Just doesn't look like he's going to have it there. Aiden Go still leading this race.
Yeah, Aiden Go, Marcelo Flores, now they're going to fight for the first heat race on the day. Marcelo Flores sets up the crossover, headed into the S's, down into turn 11. Marcelo Flores, Aiden Go goes right back on him. Flores wasn't expecting it, thought he was through as soon as they got out of the S's. Now Aiden Go with about 4 car lengths of a gap in between himself and Marcelo Flores is going to give the victory to Aiden Go. Turn 11, caught his teammate by surprise, but last to 1st What a drive for Aiden Go to win heat number 1 in Swift Stars.
What a drive out of Aiden Go right there. Last to first. Same thing with his teammate Marcelo Flores, up 11 spots to P2. Dutch Westbrook finishes off the podium in P3 for this heat race.
Yeah, what a drive, what an end. Aiden Go, the 197 on top. And heat race number 1, Marcelo Flores and Dutch Westbrook second and third. Same with Chavarri, Slate Harrell. Dalton Sears, the pole sitter. Brody Stoffel fell back to 7th. Blackwood, Leo Tavares, Liam Francisco, your top 10. And then Thomas Pertelt, Liam Estalis, Austin Taylor, George Zeminski, and Jackson Reynolds is how they closed that one off. That was the top 15 when it was all said and done. But coming up next, KA Stars when we return.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
KA Stars, Heat 1B, getting ready to go green. Isaac Malquit going to lead this field to the green flag. Colin Lloyd going to start alongside him. Daniel Perez, Chris Harrower on row number 2 with Aiden Lorenko and Anthony Rivera on row number 3.
On row number 4 is Ian Quinn and Jared Clark. On row number 5, Landon Boer and Andrew Hamhill. And on row number 6, Quinn Angeli and Drew James.
You go back to Blade Fountain, Teddy Blum on row number 7, Ryan Moore, Maggie Webster from McLear Racing, row number 8, Matt Landers, Riker Ekholm on row number 9 with Joseph Nastasi and Ethan Gonzalez getting ready to start on row number 10. Cole Wilson, Nick Mercer, and Spencer Danke. 23 drivers total getting ready to take the green flag here. Danke had issues in the qualifying session, wasn't even able to put in a lap. But this one getting ready to go green. Isaac Malquit on the Mike Doty Racing Machine on the inside. Colin Lloyd, his first weekend on the Hoots Driver Development OTK, getting ready to go green from the outside. Perez and Harrower looking to take the fight to him on row number 2. We got the green, we're underway in KA Stars.
Pretty clean start. Colin Lloyd's going to get the worst out of it. Maybe Chris Harrower actually dropping 2 tires off to the end.
Yeah, Chris Harrower just got shoved into the grass, and Isaac Malquit spun around, facing the wrong way. Danke's going to get into the side of him there. But Isaac Malquit spun around in turn number 4. Daniel Perez is in the lead.
Aiden Lorenko's now up to P2, and Colin Lloyd's back up to P3, but the best person out of them all, Ian Quinn, up to P4 from P10.
Yeah, good start there for Ian Quinn. He actually started there in 7th. Ian Quinn in the 979 already making moves. 3 spots gained to get himself up into the 4th spot. And now Daniel Perez is going to lead this race, a driver who has won on the grassroots level the Stars Championship Series, Feeder Series, the Apex Karting Championships. Now he finds himself. Here's a look at the replay.
Just a little bit of contact in the middle from Daniel Perez into Isaac Malquit, and just caused Isaac's rear bumper to lift up and just kind of spin him around.
And it seems like he just hit him on the left-hand side of that rear bumper that sent Isaac Malquit facing the wrong way. And now battling back for 3rd, Colin Lloyd, Landon Boer on the GFC. Is there making moves? Ian Quinn in the middle of it all, with right behind him Quentin Angeli starting to join the party. Chris Harrower, but up front, Aiden Lorenko, Daniel Perez, the 2 of them have started this way, and I think the way that both of them perfect pretty much for Perez specifically. And we'll see if, again, that little moment there with Isaac Malquit caused Perez any form of pushback. And speaking on that, Chris Harrower just gets into the rear bumper of Ian Quinn. No harm, no foul, all of them able to go through. But a change for the lead. Aiden Lorenko now going to lead this race.
I think this is the first time we've seen Aiden Lorenko lead a race in the Stars Championship Series all year. He's been having a good run since he's moved over to the BGR crew under the KA100 package that they have, and he's been spectacular since then.
Yeah, definitely one of the best weekends that we've seen out of Aiden Lorenko and K100 Senior. Perez, though, he responds there in a turn 4. Didn't waste any time to go back by on the 939 of Lorenko. Perez back into the lead on the X-Spree. And now a little bit of separation between the top 2 is going to fall and benefit Colin Lloyd here just a bit to close down his gap and make a case of his own to try and pick up a heat race victory. Now there goes Harrower on Landon Boer. The same for Anthony Rivera. It looked like they're going by on Quentin Angeli, and indeed he did. So Rivera slots in a 7th. He's now behind Landon Boer. This one, just under 4 minutes to go. A long, long way. This first heat race in KA Stars.
It's a long heat race, and you got to play it smart. You can't get into any accidents early on in this race. You got to stay smart. It's a long weekend before we get to that final, as Anthony Rivera is going to send it up on the inside, just not enough to make a move on Landon Boer.
Yeah, he thought about it there for sure, and again, just went to the low side in turn number 4, got on the brakes, knew he wasn't going to make it. There's a look at Jared Clark. He's in 9th. He's another one of the drivers who's had to make up some positions. He actually hasn't really moved. He's only down 1 spot from where he started. He started in 8th. He's only down in 9th. So still some work to do for Jared Clark. And now Rivera is going to get by on Landon Boer. Tried it earlier on the lap. And at the end of the lap, he's finally going to get through as they work their way onto the front stretch here. Daniel Perez to Aiden Lorenko to Colin Lloyd, who's going to push Lorenko up and into the 982. That's in the lead of this race. Lorenko a little wide there on the exit of 2. Allowed Colin Lloyd to just get a nose down low and allowed him to get a run into turn number 4. Goes to the inside on Aiden Lorenko. It's not going to work.
I think this is going to hurt Colin, though. Here comes Ian Quinn. Ooh, deep send out of Colin Lloyd to get past Lorenko, and Ian Quinn's going to follow him through.
Yeah, and Colin Lloyd finally got that last little push. We're going to go side by side here. Lorenko's going to make way for his teammate and Chris Harrower, who's going to work his way by for 4th. So now Harrower is through. And you go back to Anthony Rivera, who's still picking him off one by one. He gained another spot that last lap as Quinn looking to take 2nd for himself after helping Colin Lloyd get through. So now Ian Quinn is clear, but all this fighting, 2nd on back here, Hunter. How many times have we seen this in KA Stars racing? Right, you kind of want to make moves, you want to reposition yourself, you want to think about your race, and you almost forget about the leader and allow him to pull away, just like Daniel Perez has.
It happens way too often, I have to say. I almost want to say it happens every single race where we get a little bit too aggressive for P2 and the guy in P1 pulls away, and then at the later half of the race, the whole time we're working back up to catch up to the leader.
It's almost the name of the game, right? Pass or be pass, second on back. You can't afford it too much here. Now it's time to push and try and get up to Danny Perez. Quinn is up 5 spots since the start of this one. Now Harrower looking to go by on Colin Lloyd. He was looking to turn into the corner. And his, he had the inside filled with Chris Harrower, who was able to go by for third. And there's a look at Daniel Perez's race here so far on his own.
He's been staying pretty consistent with lap times wise, and he stays consistent once again with another 58.9, as Anthony Rivera with a late move on Aiden Lorenko, just not enough space.
Yeah, there's a look at now a comparison to Ian Quinn, who is just running that little bit better than Anthony Rivera. It was 58.9s, 59 flats for Rivera, and in comparison, Ian Quinn has had just that little bit more. 59.3, 58.6 was his personal best for Ian Quinn, so he was 0.3 of a second better than the driver in the lead of this race. This one far from over, with just over 20 seconds, I should say, left on the clock. As we look back further in this field, Jared Clark there in 7th, Blade Fountain right behind him, Landon Boer, and Andrew Hamill. They're on the edge of your top 10 here. Clark in 7th, and then all the way back with a couple of more right behind him. Drew James, as well, he's sitting there in 14th, Teddy Blum. And we look back in with our leaders. Ian Quinn still charging forward, still closing in here. Fastest lap last time around to Chris Harrower. And Quinn was 0.2 of a second better than Ian Quinn, which has brought down the gap to about 2 car lengths here, Hunter.
The gap is closing, but the gap for Chris Harrower is also closing. He is rolling this weekend. I think this is the best we've seen him run all year long at any race.
Yeah, Chris Harrower has come to life this year in 2026. He was, again, fighting for top 10 finishes all last year in 2025, and now this year kind of breaking out as one of the new stars under the BJR camp. We'll see his teammate James Overbeck lead the field to green at the conclusion of this one. But it'll be an exciting last 2 laps as Daniel Perez is going to take us to the 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go in KA Stars Heat 1B. And it's the first opportunity for Ian Quinn. He's going to take it into turn number 2. Ian Quinn to the lead.
What a good move out of Ian Quinn to take that lead. First shot he had to get up there, and Chris Howard's now going to look at the inside on Danny Perez. Wasn't quite there. And Colin Lloyd and the rest of the crew is now closed in, and we got a 6-car battle for the lead.
Yeah, you have Anthony Rivera joining the party. Aiden Lorenko's right there. Colin Lloyd, Chris Harrower, Perez, and Quinn who leads. And it's a matter of when Perez can go back by. You see how aggressive Colin Lloyd is into turn 11, all over the curb there on the inside. And Perez looking on the inside of Ian Quinn. He gets into the side of him. Quinn is spun around in turn number 12. Perez looked to go by. And now Chris Harrower has taken himself to the lead of the race. Side by side for third, Aiden Lorenko. Colin Lloyd are going to fight for it, but Chris Harrower is leading coming to the white flag.
And Daniel Perez back on the inside on Chris Harrower. They're going to go side by side. Chris Harrower driving down and blocking.
Chris Harrower closes the door into turn number 2. He's going to have to do it again as they work their way up and into turn number 4. Colin Lloyd, first driver to opt to go to the outside. Harrower holds on. And here comes Anthony Rivera closing on in. Harrower defends low again as they work their way up and into the S's.
No move made going through the S's down into the downhill of turn number 11. Chris Howard just blocking, and Colin Lloyd super aggressive on the curb again, getting up into P3.
Yeah, good move there out of Colin Lloyd. You saw he's been able to go lower than everybody else into turn 11. Perez now looking to set up a crossover. He's going to get the inside on Chris Harrower. Perez takes the lead as they work their way into turn 14. And it's going to be a long run onto the front stretch and to the line. Perez leads Chris Harrower. Coming to the checkered flag. Could there be a last-ditch effort for Harrower? There will be. Not enough. Daniel Perez is going to take the provisional win at the end of KA Stars Heat Race number 1. Harrower to line in second. Colin Lloyd, your top 3.
Aiden Lorenko in the P4 spot, with Anthony Rivera able to take that P5 spot, as we have a replay of the move with Ian Quinn and Daniel Perez.
Yeah, there's a look at the replay. Daniel Perez looking on the inside into turn number 12. Gets on the curb, which just feeds him right into the side of Ian Quinn. That leaves Quinn beached on the curb. He looked to hop off of it. And I think he was able to close this one out. Indeed he was. He did cross the line, but it was down in 21st after being in the lead. Isaac Malquit didn't complete this one. Neither did Spencer Danke. But Daniel Perez provisionally takes the win in heat race number 1. Well, it's time to do it again. KA Stars Heat 1A gets ready to go green with James Overbeck leading Henry Wheeler to the green flag. Alan Isambar, Austin Olds, Finnegan Bailiff, Connor Ferris. You saw there with Edgar Rodriguez. He's getting ready to kick this one off in 7th. Sam Tutwiler in 8th. Sam Avrutsky, Tyler Coleshorn. And you go back as well to a couple of more as they get ready to go green here in this one. James Overbeck gets ready to lead this field to green alongside Henry Wheeler and Alan Isambard. And Austin Olds, the king of the castle, on row number 2. The 2 winners in 2026 in Stars competition. Alan Isambard won at the Queen City Gambit. They're going to share that second row. Finnegan Bailiff, hometown kid, on row number 3 with Connor Ferris.
On row number 4 is Edgar Rodriguez and Sam Tutwiler. And on row number 5, Sam Arutzi and Tyler Coleshorn.
Christopher McKeithen currently sits second in the championship behind Alan Isambard. He rolls off from 11th on row number 6 with Jacob Kappel. Alongside him, Victor Dallencar, Jordan Klein on row number 7, Oliver Nybert, Alexander Savage, Surgener, Lewis Atkins, Isabella Simpson. And your last 2 rows, Lucas Zabo, Alex Zacuzilo, Oscar Antonsen, and Aiden Urbans. 24 drivers that are getting ready to take the green flag here. It's James Overbeck on the BJR LN kart on the inside. Henry Wheeler on the outside for Mike Doty Racing. Green flag flies. Heat 1A is underway.
clean start through 1, 2, and 3 with James Overbeck taking the early lead, Henry Wheeler slotting into second, and Austin Olds into P3.
Yeah, good move there out of Austin Olds to get by on Alan Isambard. And now it's James Overbeck who leads. Connor Ferris already feeling the pressure. He's going to put himself to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 7. But James Overbeck, nice and clean start to get himself through. Finnegan Bailiff already making moves. He went by, or tried to at least. He was on the inside. He's going to get crossed up by Connor Ferris as they work their way up and into turn 12. And he lost the spot in the process to Sam Tutwiler, who's on the Mike Doty Racing LN kart there.
New livery for the Mike Doty Racing crew, we have to say. As we have a move for the lead, Henry Wheeler up the inside in turn 1 on James Overbeck.
Yeah, they're sporting the Lando Norris inspired livery from one of his newer iterations of his helmets. And now Austin Olds is going to go by for a second on James Overbeck, who's going to lose 2 spots in this lap. Turn 1, it was Henry Wheeler, and then up and into turn 4, Austin Olds able to go by. And now they're still fighting here in this second group. Connor Ferris, Tutwiler, Edgar Rodriguez looking to take advantage of it all. He was side by side with Finnegan Bailiff. He's going to get clear out of the S's.
No move was made though. Sam Tyler still in that P6 spot, and Connor Ferris got a little bit of gap out of that mess per se coming on the exit of turn 7.
Sam Avrutsky well in line there on the AEM OTK. McKeithen has gained 1 spot so far in this race, but it hasn't been as easy, and it hasn't been up at the front like we have been used to seeing him, especially at the first 2 rounds at the Queen City Gambit and over at Newcastle Motorsports Park for the King of the Castle, Henry Wheeler, though. This might help as he goes by on the inside on Austin Olds. Overbeck looking to follow. Doesn't make it easy on Olds. Or I should say Olds doesn't make it easy on Overbeck. He goes on the inside. Isambard's going to go through for 3rd. And James Overbeck falls back to 4th as Henry Wheeler took the lead. Overbeck just looked to follow there with Henry, and Austin held his ground. Now it might cost him. Isambard on the inside, Overbeck on the inside as well.
And now we got our weather coming up. It looks like the storm's going to miss us, Caleb. We might actually get dry racing today.
Might have just missed us. Still more cells right behind that one that just passed us there, Hunter. But a little change for second throughout that lap as they were working their way onto the front stretch. James Overbeck into second, fastest lap of the race, belongs to Edgar Rodriguez, 58.833 for Edgar. The 911 finds himself up and into 6th, looking to join and maybe provide a little bit of help to his teammate and James Overbeck. He's got Connor Ferris ahead of him, and Ferris still a little bit more, I should say, narrower than everybody else in that running into turn number 7, that hairpin. It seems like Ferris has defended there for a couple of laps running. Doesn't feel safe.
I don't know if he feels like he's not getting a good exit coming out of turn 4, or if he just is turning in a little bit early because his kart likes to be down low sooner and run out wider.
Yeah, it'll be something to see here. And again, that's really the only struggle spot, if you will, there for Connor Ferris, where he's not able to make it up in the S's. Overbeck, he's going to go by on Henry Wheeler as they work their way into turn number 1 this race. Just under 3 minutes left, plus 2 laps. And James Overbeck, fastest lap of the race, and rightfully so, goes for the lead, knowing he's got good pace at hand. Now Austin Olds, he's under fire. Connor Ferris right behind him.
Isambard's gone.
Yeah, Alan Isambard. Where did he go? He's back here with Christopher McKeithen. Something happened to Alan Isambard throughout that lap that put him behind that group.
That's a long couple spots back there. He fell back 4 or 5 spots to get all the way back to Christian McKeithen.
And it must have been in turn number 2, as now Ferris looked for a move on Austin Olds. Just got into the his left rear tire. You see Olds with a long look back over his shoulder as they work their way onto the front stretch. Bailiff there in line, all looking over. And now Isambard looking to make up some spots in between 2 of the championship points leaders. Isambard goes by on McKeithen, Avrutsky goes by, and Tutwiler crosses up Isambard as Isambard was looking to make a move of his own on Christopher McKeithen. Tutwiler takes advantage as Ferris continues behind Austin Olds, and they're all just kind of looking over the shoulder, right? Just trying to see what their competitors are going to do, almost sizing each other up here, Hunter.
It's a lot of looking back between Austin Olds and Connor Ferris. And here goes Edgar Rodriguez in turn number 11.
Yeah, it almost looks like Edgar wants no part of it. He's going to get past here, though. As through goes Connor Ferris, who's going to get shoved off and into the wayside. Finnegan Bailiff going to go by. Ferris is now looking to find somewhere to slot in the line. It's going to be ahead of McKeithen and ahead of Sam Avrutsky. Just very, very awkward moments here for some of these drivers.
Very awkward. And Connor Ferris just, it doesn't look like he has the pace. He's been blocking almost every single corner. He feels the pressure from someone behind, and he can't make it up.
Yeah, he really hasn't been able to, even when he's behind somebody else. It was here specifically. But here's a look at the speed that Austin Olds has had so far this race here, Hunter.
Yeah, he's had some good pace. He has a 58.5 with him, but also being in the back, he's had some slower laps battling through traffic and getting past himself, which has caused the front two to be able to pull away from Austin Olds in P3.
Yeah, it's almost more often than not that he's kind of been locked in a battle with somebody who's behind him looking to go by. But you see how big this gap has grown as they've just fought for third on pack. They fought for scraps here pretty much. And they've allowed James Overbeck and Henry Wheeler to really pull away from this field. It was 2.5 seconds. Now it's almost at 3 seconds here. The difference in between the drivers in first and second. And our most recent main event race winner in Stars competition in Austin Olds.
Alan Isambard starting to work his way back through the field. He's back up to Edgar Rodriguez and Finnegan Bailiff. He got back by Sam Tutwiler. So he's making his moves back forward, getting a couple more points in Chris McKeithen in his first heat race, which he needs to do in order to lock the championship.
Yeah, it's really been a struggle for McKeithen to try and kind of break through the group that he's in. Haven't been used to seeing McKeithen even down in the outside of the top 5 really this year, Hunter, here at Stars. More often than not, we've seen him fighting up there for podiums. That just hasn't been the case so far. To start off the second to last race weekend left on the Stars Championship, especially when he sits second in the championship, headed into it with a year best finish of third back at Newcastle.
We haven't seen Chris McKeithen outside the top 5 in a single race, except for the first heat race at the King of the Castle, where he finished 15th. Besides that, he's been in the top 5 battling for the podium spot in every single race.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to want to be looking for a little bit more. Try and help the 919 get himself up and into the front of this field. That being said, though, James Overbeck, Henry Wheeler, the two of them, now 3.5 seconds clear of this field. Coming to the white flag, this time by. And Austin Olds is going to have company. Finnegan Bailiff starting to reel him in as they work their way onto the front stretch. Wheeler, a car length in between himself and Overbeck. And we'll see if Wheeler wants to try it on Overbeck. Isambard now, he's going to try it himself in a turn number 2 on Finnegan Bailiff. Alan Isambard is clear for 4th.
Alan's got a little bit of gap now to close back up to Austin Olds after the little bit of battling between him and Finnegan. But one thing to note, James Overbeck, fastest lap last time by. Got himself a little bit of gap between him and Henry Wheeler, and that could be the difference of Henry being able to make a move or James just walking away with this win.
And again, if you remember back yesterday to when James spoke with Grace, he pretty much told her that he felt like he still had more left in it, especially felt like he was getting faster lap after lap after lap in that qualifying session. Like he'd go even better. And in this heat race, he's definitely shown that. Continuing to improve. Coming to the checker, James Overbeck. Lost the lead for a little bit, but he gained it right on back. He's going to take the win in K Stars Heat 1A. Henry Wheeler is going to finish second. Austin Olds is going to round up the top 3. Isambard found himself shuffled early. Regains in 4th in your top 5. Rounded up by the kid racing in his backyard. Finnegan Bailiff inside of the top 5.
Edward Rodriguez in the P6 position with Sam Tutwiler in P7, Christian McKeithen in P8, Connor Ferris P9, and Jordan Klein rounding out your top 10.
There you go. McKeithen made 2 spots there on that final lap. Pavritsky, Koshorn, Nybert, Capel, and Alexander Savage, your top 15 to close off Heat 1A. But it's time to head into the Pro Show OKNJ in a couple of moments.
Henry Wheeler taken away with a P2 in that heat, and first thing I'm noticing is these graphics here, Henry Wheeler Racing. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so kind of doing it, me and guy out of Ohio, Eric Smallwood, and Ian Quinn as well racing with us, and it's just us 3 running our little team, all working on our own stuff, and just doing stars, but so far it's been going pretty good.
And we missed you at the last round, but you're here and you got some pace, but what do you think it is that you're missing that you need to get for the next one?
James is good. I don't know. I mean, I need a little bit more speed. I gain time when I don't mess up the corners, but I tend to do that a lot. So I think we can work a little bit on the go-kart as well, but I think pace is pretty good.
Well, good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
There you go. Time from Henry Wheeler in Smallwood Motorsports. A small operation for Henry this weekend. My apologies there. Just himself, Ian Quinn, and Mr. Smallwood himself. But quick break in the action, 15 minutes to feed the hardworking Stars staff. And we'll be back at 1 p.m. to kick off the Pro Show. Welcome back to the on-track coverage, and while we stepped aside for only 15 minutes, it has turned into a wet racetrack. We are getting ready to go racing with flashes of what we saw here a month ago for the SCUSA Pro Tour. OKNJ Moto 1 getting ready to go green, 11 minutes plus 2 laps. Nico Kwiatkowski and Tristan Murphy getting ready to lead this field to green with Parker Ives and Achilles Sapirko on row number 2.
On row number 3, Maxwell Mancha on the inside and Grayson Walcott on the outside. And on row number 4, Cameron Johnson and William Vitor.
8 drivers total taking the green flag here in OKNJ. And Nico Kwiatkowski took the pole yesterday, struggled a little bit this morning in the morning warm-up with the mixed conditions as Tristan Murphy looks to rejoin. And they're gonna send it green regardless. Nico Kwiatkowski is gonna lead this field away going into turn number 2.
We're all on the outside lane, single file off the start with Nico getting the early jump, Tristan able to stay in P2, and Parker Ives in P3.
Tristan Murphy, a little bit of a higher line for him as they work their way out of turn number 4. But so far, so good up front for Nico Kwiatkowski, and it's just learned this racetrack. It's completely changed, boys, in comparison to what you saw a little bit earlier for those of them that were running in K100 Junior. For those of them hitting the racetrack for the first time today, do something new to experience. Is now Tristan Murphy going to go to the low side in turn number 12. And Kwiatkowski going to cross him up. We'll see a lot of that, especially throughout this section right here, Hunter. A lot of over-unders. Who can get on the gas first? Who can get the traction down first? And it was Nico Kwiatkowski.
And you have to think, it's 2 RPMs against 1 Nico Kwiatkowski. One of them. He's got Murphy and Parker Ives, and their teammates, they're going to work together to try to get around Nico and pull away on their own. And Tris Murphy's finding every single gap he can to try to get around, and he got the first one moved.
Yeah, there you go. Tristan Murphy, as Nico just washed out wide to the edge of the racetrack, went in deep into turn number 3. And Murphy went wide, took the outside line into 3, which and set up a crossover for him. That gave him enough momentum to get himself up and into the lead of this race over Nico Kwiatkowski. Parker Ives, he was right on the coattails of these two as Murphy goes all the way to the bottom and onto the rumble strips. Now Parker Ives looking to the bottom, and there goes Kwiatkowski going to the curb, trying to get over it to get to get around the corner, and he will. He'll do it again there at turn 13. But Murphy again goes by, and Parker Ives, he looks to follow his teammate. You see him put the hand up in the air, apologizes there to Nico Kwiatkowski. He's going to let him back by.
Just a little bit of contact made on the edge. Just kind of got on the power, and the rear end kicked out in the wet conditions, and respectable driving between the two. Parker just kind of let him go back by, didn't want to make a move that way.
Yeah, smart there by Parker to let Nico back by. But Kwiatkowski changing his the way his approach really on this racetrack. First couple laps, you saw him go to the outside like he is here in turn number 7. But throughout that back section, goes aggressive down into turn 12, gets up and over the curbs. And it's characteristic, right, to driving in the rain. You'll see a lot of that.
You will see a lot of it, but the one thing to note is getting down on the curves where it's painted, that's even slicker than being on the racing rubber. So you gotta be careful with how much curb you take and how you hit the curb.
That's a very good point there, Hunter. Again, these curbs do definitely, it's almost like driving on ice whenever you get down on the curbs, and when they are, and when it is, I should say, as wet as it is right now, something tricky to navigate. As now off the racetrack goes Achilles Sapirko, pushing into turn number 1. Just pushed a little bit past the limit. He finds himself in the grass.
And Nico's going to do the same thing, just a little bit too wide, dropped a tire into the dirt, and Parker Ives makes a clean move that time.
Yeah, drove in deep into the corner for Nico Katowski, couldn't get it turned, and now he's going to go to the low side, turn 7. Parker Ives is going to cross him up. Goes back by on Katowski for second.
But Nico's just able to stay on Parker's bumper the whole time. Even when he makes mistakes, he's able to make a move the next corner, or try to attempt a move, I should say. The last one obviously didn't stick, but he was able to do the same thing last time Parker did something like that.
He's just trying something different, right? You get past, how do you respond, and how do you find a solution quickly? Fortunately, that one wasn't it for Nico Katowski. He's going to stay in third. Here's a look down the field. Grayson Wolcott finds himself in 8th on the Nash Motorsports machine. A lot of separation in between this field. And again, if you remember, when this flag, when this race started and when they threw the green flag, Maxwell Macha and Grayson Wolcott were the 2 drivers missing in the tram lines. And this race started pretty much without them there. They were late to grid. I guess they were laid off. And they threw the green, which has now left Maxwell Macha having to sit around in 7th. The same for Grayson Wolcott, 23 seconds back. Those are 2 drivers that fight for top 10s in National Racing Series week in, week out. Not like them.
One thing to note, Caleb, is Stars throws green first time by no matter what. They want to stay on their time schedule, and then they'll assess penalties from there. So Tristan Murphy, with joining the tram line super late, we could see a penalty for him after the post-race.
Yeah, anything can happen here for the results of this race, right? How it ends, we don't know. We still have 5 minutes until that's concluded. But yeah, Tristan Murphy, another one of the drivers that was late to getting there, and he just, he was in the middle of the tram lines by the time they threw the green flag there, Hunter. So just, again, we'll see. We'll see. I'm glad I'm not in that position, right? But yeah, this race, and you see a lot of this whenever you have rain racing, the amount of separation that you have, this is quite characteristic. Myself and yourself both race in the rain, but this is exactly what you expect to see, right? At whatever racetrack that you go, whatever place that you go, you'll see a lot of this. The amount that you change, you can talk about gear. I think specifically more so in the OK and J class.
Gear's a big one, especially with, like, per se, rev limiters. Something we're used to running the Briggs, the OKN package has like a rev limiter, something that you really don't have in the KA. But it's also based on tires. What a big theory that me and my dad use is we measure the tires, get a difference, and then we'll change the gear based on the tire difference and also how much it is raining.
Yeah, this is again something to note for a lot of these drivers. I mean, you would want to go out there on I would say a sticker set of rain tires. Wouldn't want to mince around with anything else, especially with how wet this place is. Katowski made a little mistake there on the exit of 2, just going a little bit too wide, but I mean, good point there. You have nothing really, no option than to go out there on a set of sticker wet tires, and you can also adjust the rear a little bit. Also can't go too narrow, or you will get a penalty for that as well. It's always a matter, especially when we were only given 15 minutes of a break, and then halfway to start the break, it realistically turned into 10 minutes, 7 minutes max. What these drivers were given to change, what these drivers, mechanics, and teams were given to adjust. And it was whether a matter of, Tristan Murphy just being able to change that a little bit more. He's also a driver with a little bit bigger stature than the 2 drivers behind him, right? Able to move and muscle the kart the way that he would want.
Especially compared to Parker Ives. Parker Ives is a much smaller kid than Tristan Murphy, or even for Nico's sake, he's a small kid, which is harder to get more rotation with chassis. You see a lot in the rain, drivers really lean on the seat to try to help the kart rotate, and Parker just doesn't have that height to be able to do that.
Yeah, to kind of mitigate with that as well, a lot of teams, I've seen it where they loosen up the seat just a little bit to try and allow the seat to kind of move around and for drivers to kind of muscle the kart around as well throughout some of these corners. But again, you only have a little bit of time. You only have 7 minutes realistically what these drivers were given. They were sent out at 1, and Murphy's going to put a foot wrong. out of the S's, going into turn 11. He's going to drop 2 tires. And here's a look at what he's looked like so far in this race, Hunter.
He's been pretty consistent. He ran 2 109.3s back-to-back, and Parker Ives just set the fastest, though. But Tristan Murphy just made that mistake, and now Parker Ives is closing back into his teammate.
Yeah, Parker with the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 109.329. 2/10 better than his teammate ahead of him. And again, Murphy just got to keep it on the asphalt here, Tristan. Only a minute and a half away from provisionally taking the heat race victory. And the championship as well gets close at the top here. Parker Ives started off this year in the best way possible, winning over at the Queen City Gambit, his first race in junior. And you saw how much it meant to him as well. But it is indeed Tristan Murphy who leads as they work their way into the weekend with a great performance, a 4th place at the Queen City Gambit, and then finished off in 2nd, runner-up over at the King of the Castle.
Yeah, great run for Tristan Murphy, but his teammate, the person sitting in 2nd, is also 2nd in the championship. So it's a battle between the 2 teammates, but also you have to think Katowski's starting to close back in himself onto Parker Ives.
Yeah, and for Nico, these the heat races, again, have gone pretty much his way with a couple of wins, a couple of podium finishes throughout the heats, but the main events, they have been disastrous for Nico Katowski, a 10th and an 11th place finish. It was all said and done, and you look back to the King of the Castle as well, just unfortunate way to end off the weekend. The Queen City Gambit as well, contact with Travis Pettit put him out of contention. And now Parker Ives took advantage there, and with another top 10 finish at the King of the Castle, puts himself 2nd in the championship, looking for his 1st in the junior ranks. But he's also just continuously improved lap after lap here. And there's a look down as to what's coming up. It's a set of scrub tires for Eric Doan. Those could be the ones from the warm-up there. They do look heavily worn in comparison to what you might expect to run.
Yeah, I wasn't going to expect that much, per se, tear on a set of scrub tires that you take out in a condition like this. The track is completely damp still. I honestly think new tires could be a move, but also I think scrub could also be a move.
And we're only going to find out until Eric Doan hits the racetrack. He is starting from the back of the field, so again, there's nothing to lose realistically. You just got to go forward, just got to get yourself through this field. But it'd be interesting to see what everybody else is doing, right? What a Diego Ramos is doing certain third in comparison to a Pauly or a John Antonino. And there's my answer. Scrub set of tires for Diego Ramos as well. And Blake Nash, yeah, it looks like mostly everybody.
I do know Blake went out on new tires for the warm-up, so that could very well be the same set.
Yeah, that could be, again, the same set that was out there on a drying racetrack. And you have Davin Roberts here that looks like just a slightly scrubbed in set. If I'm not mistaken there, Hunter.
I think you are correct. I don't see any signs of it being brand new.
So mixed, I guess, conditions for these drivers, and mixed. What do you want to call it? Decisions.
Mixed wear on the tires as well.
Mixed wear on the tires as well as to what we're going to expect to see for the OKN Stars division when they go out. But Tristan Murphy, he has only put one foot wrong that we have seen as we followed him along. He has, again, been just that little bit better over Parker Ives and Nico Katowski, and all results will be provisional at the end of this race, considering what the officials deem of Murphy joining this grid late. That being said, the gap, while it was closing by Parker Ives, and while it did close after Tristan Murphy dropped the tire going into turn 11, it is now opened up to just about 2 seconds here, Hunter.
And Tristan Murphy really has not put a foot wrong since he's gotten to the lead, except for that one mistake we saw, but it wasn't anything major. It was just 2 wheels off and then get back on track and then put your head back down and refocus and just try not to put a foot wrong. It was right here, just probably got a little bit too much curb and the cart pushed after being on the wet, slick paint and just couldn't get the cart to rotate in time.
Something to just wake you up a little bit, right? Something to just light a fire under your seat. You can't get too comfortable. Tristan Murphy's done just that. But the last 2 corners, Murphy has weathered the storm perfectly. He's going to work his way onto the front stretch, and he's going to take away Moto #1 in OKNJ, your provisional winner at the end of it. Parker Ives across the line in second. Nico Katowski, William Veter to Cameron Johnson, your top 5. Maxwell Macha, Grayson Walcott, and Achilles Superco, the only DNF here in this one. He spun, and you're not able to get refired here, so unfortunately for the 108, you see Macha across the line, not happy. That's it for Moto #1 to close off OKNJ. OKN Stars coming up next.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
The K.
OKN Stars moments away from going green, and you see Wrigley Keys chase Gassi at Lee. are ready to get this one underway. With Davin Roberts, the only one with issues here, getting fired off. Can't blame him, right? It's hard to get traction when the asphalt's as wet as it is. But this weather has been crazy. Race Overbeck, what do you got for us?
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. I would say it's definitely raining still. Even as I'm just sitting out here and as we were waiting for these drivers to go out on track, I would say the rain has been coming down a little bit harder, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for these guys to stay on the wets. I mean, actually, as I'm talking, it's coming down a little bit harder now. So, and you can see the spray coming off the karts out on track, but we actually only have 2 drivers out there right now that are on completely new wet tires, and that is Chase Gassiet Lee and Wrigley Keys. So, you know, I'm not a professional on tires, but it's pretty wet out there, so we'll see what happens out there. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. And this one is gonna go, not gonna go green. I don't blame them. Nobody was ready for that. Eric Doan found himself spun around. He's gonna be out of this race, spun on the exit of turn number 4, and you see it there. The weather is coming through here in Batavia, Ohio, and I think more is on its way. I don't blame Grace. It's confusing with the way that the weather acts here, but yeah, Eric Doan, Moto 1 over before it even gets going.
He just can't catch a break. He didn't get a lap in or he got a couple laps in qualifying, or no, he didn't get a single lap in qualifying, and then first moto, another, not a single lap made.
Yeah, it was a chain issue for Eric Doan in turn number 1. You see his teammate Diego Ramos looking over at his rookie teammate, who's not going to take the green flag here today. Here's the weather. 75 degrees. It's dropped a little bit. 76 if you want to call it realistically. And again, humidity for the track temp now down to 86 degrees Fahrenheit. This is again a day that's given us a whole lot here, Hunter. A little bit of dry racing. And by the rest of the day, it looks like it's going to be wet weather racing. You definitely don't want to find yourself in the grass or what was once dirt, now turned into mud. But OKN Stars Moto number 1 getting ready to go green. Blake Nash on the inside and Paulie Massimino on the outside. OKN Stars is green from Cincinnati.
And what a jump out of Paulie Massimino up into the lead, and Diego Ramos almost hit Paulie on the exit of turn number 2, and Blake Nash with a okay start in the beginning, just didn't get a good exit out of 1, falls back to P3, and here goes Diego Ramos up the inside on Paulie Massimino.
Diego aggressive down on the bottom, Blake Nash off the racetrack on the exit of turn number 4, and again starting on the inside almost really hurt Blake Nash. Paulie on the gas and just really quick to cross up Blake. Didn't look back as now Paulie puts himself in a second with Ramos there leading. And when you look back to when we were here a month ago, Paulie said that Diego and Joe were just that little bit better than him in the rain. And he was good at the start as Roberts looks for a move into turn 12. That did not work at all. Got right into the side of Paulie Massimino. Roberts is going to lose a good number of spots. Max Weiland off in the runoff into turn number 2 as they fight all behind Diego Ramos, who's in the lead of this race. Massimino back to second after having to avoid Davin Roberts getting into the side of him. And he really didn't, as now the 2 rookies are fighting here for third, Hunter.
Yeah, the 2 teammates between Max Christia as we go to the replay.
Yeah, Davin Roberts here on the inside and just completely gets into Paulie.
Kind of just overshot it and just didn't get a rotation, just went straight into Paulie, and Paulie had nowhere to go. And then Paulie just kind of stayed on the outside and just didn't let Davin back on. Just a little payback in a way.
Yeah, you see Paulie obviously not happy with him. And again, not allowing him to get back on the racetrack there. But nonetheless, the 2 rookies, a little bit of discussion here in between the 2 of them as they continue to go back and forth. John Antonino, Max Christia can't decide who's going to be in third to try and chase down Paulie Massimino. But one move right there in turn number 12, open up the gap in between Diego Ramos and Paulie Massimino. Paulie looked really good in that opening lap. And then Ramos just aggressive to the bottom of the racetrack. And really kind of been characteristic of Diego, right? Whenever we saw him race last year in wet conditions at Newcastle, throughout the pre-finals, and then even more so today. You saw it on Nico Katowski as well. He was going all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. I'm sure Diego was telling him, right, how to go around this place. They had a whole main event under conditions worse than this.
And as we see, Max Christian, Buddy Antonino going back at it once again. Max Christian able to get the spot, but one thing to note, that last lap, Paulie Massimino, clean track, a second faster than our leader, Diego Ramos.
Yeah, you see Paulie's definitely pushing here. He's got a lot of time at hand. That's the good part. Just under 8 minutes to go. But for Max Christian, John Antonino, the two of them still going back and forth and fighting. It's lost, really, maybe a little bit of the opportunity they had to try and close in on Paulie. We'll see if they can't make up the time. As Roberts, he fell a little bit further back. He's now able to get through on Chase Cassidy at least, so Roberts finds himself up and into 5th. Nash still going, but it's down in 7th. He struggled a lot, if you remember back to a month ago. He struggled a lot, and it looks like he's struggling here again.
He's actually up to 6. He's already got by Chase Cassidy. Actually, Chase Cassidy is way back. I don't even know if he's still on track anymore.
He is. He's just now crossing the line now. He's behind Luna in the 17, so the 31 fell back to 10th in this race. And that was all in that, just all a lap ago pretty much when that happened. But yeah, Blake, I mean, you see all the other guys, right? They look very comfortable going around this place. I really didn't get that out of Blake Nash. When we were here a month ago, he struggled a lot in turn number 2. And you see him just really tiptoeing, right? Where you see maybe some of the other guys able to push, able to drive deep into the corners, get on the gas, feel comfortable about it. I don't get that out of the way that Blake Nash is driving right now.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like he's really pushing it. It's more of a conservative run, trying to make sure he stays on track, gets a good points. That way he has a good starting spot for going into the final. Because like you said, he didn't have a great run. We were watching it down in the scale line area a month ago, and we saw him go off multiple times in turn 2, exit of 3, exit of 4, multiple times, just pushing a little bit too hard and running off track.
And he talked a lot about that yesterday as well, right? Just needing to dial things back in, and that might be the answer, right? Just, all right, the start of the race didn't go your way. How do you limit the damage? How do you just, make do with what you got? Paulie Massimino, again, another heater out of him. And there's a look at the improvement out of Paulie, lap after lap.
Yeah, Paulie's just getting faster and faster as the race goes on. And Diego Ramos, it's back and forth. He'll do like a 110.6, a 110.8, back to a 110.6. It's back and forth.
Yeah, but he's in the low 110s, right? His best was the last time around, it was a 110.2. And like you mentioned, right, Diego doesn't 110.8, 110.6. It's back and forth, which has allowed Paulie to reel him in. And it's allowed really, or Max Christie, I should say, has allowed himself to pull away from John Antonino here, showing he's just a little bit better than his teammate in the 93. And there's a direct comparison. You saw Paulie's times, these are Diego's.
Yeah, Diego really didn't fire off too fast. He's kind of just ranging between the 110.6, 110.7 range, and Paulie Massimino Paulie fell off a little bit that lap. He did a 110.7 as well, so Diego didn't really lose anything that lap.
Yeah, he didn't lose much. As long as you see Eric Doan there giving signals to Diego Ramos, showing him the gap is a lot closer than what it was a lap ago. And you heard from Diego, he had spotters all around the racetrack here at the SCUSA Pro Tour for the Sunday main event. And he's got another one in the infield there for him.
A little bit extra help with the early exit of Eric Doan, being able to give more hand signals to our leader, Diego Ramos.
Definitely be useful there as the two leaders go by here in a turn number 12, and it's just a game of inches. You see Diego there up on the curve at turn number 12, or sorry, turn 13. Paulie tried to copy it, and he didn't get a good exit, washed out a little bit wide. So now the gap opens up again. And they're going to be trading blows in lap time, back and forth, back and forth. It's just a matter of whether or not which one of these two can break through. A couple of them are off. Pazer is not with us anymore. The 27 off. It looked like we lost Theo Corelli as well. That time around, he was off there in turn number 2. You saw the Maranello. They're just in the background. Look at how deep Diego goes into there, Hunter.
Really getting in there, getting right on that white line next to the grass, using all the track he can, taking good amount of curb right there, same as Pauly, and then he's really carrying good speed through there as well.
And now they're really even. Diego's starting to kind of find that comfort zone. You see him go low as well there in turn number 12. Pauly going with a wider arc. And you get this a lot, right? It's quite easy when the two of them are fighting for the lead of the race here, where Pauly's trying something different. Diego's still experimenting with the different lines out there. But the benefit really falls in hand here with Pauly. He knows exactly what his competitor is doing. And if maybe it's not in Moto 1, you look at Moto 2, if it's in conditions similar to this, what can you do better? How can you go better? You know what Diego's doing already.
See, Pauly's in a perfect spot right now. He's able to watch what Diego is doing, trying new lines, and Pauly's using the same lines he's used all race. So now Pauly's going to know, all right, this spot right here, this line's better. This spot, my line is better. So he's in a perfect spot, but Davin Roberts, fastest on track last time by.
Yeah, he's been better than everybody else, a 110.041. Max Christia, 110.3 is his best, and last time around it was a 110.5, so it was about half a second what Davin Roberts was better than Max Christia. As they're working their way out of turn 11, Roberts is going to look to try and apply the pressure here to Christia, who I'm sure got a lot of experience racing conditions like this overseas when he kicked off his year over in Europe. But Roberts as well got a lot of experience racing here only a month ago. We'll see what he learned. We'll see how he can apply it. As they work their way on the front stretch, Davin Roberts definitely looking a lot closer than what he did a lap ago here, Hunter.
A lot closer, but Davin Roberts also slowed the pace down. He went all the way down to he slowed down a half a second, reeling in Max Christia this last lap.
And Christia with a little moment there. You saw him busy on the wheel. A little bit of correction. He's going to drive it off the racetrack. And while Roberts was working hard for it, the pass came quite easy.
Just a little bit too wide. Dropped the tire when he got on power, and just nothing he could really do to save.
And it looked like he was almost on the outside there. Just hit the paint, sent him off the racetrack. One-way ticket into the grass. Luckily able to get out of it. He's now behind John Antonino once again. Buddy running in fourth. And there's another look. We've lost another one. There's the 89 of Austin Driggers, who's off in turn number 1, it looks like.
We've lost a good amount of drivers over this race, Caleb. The field's kind of falling apart just a little bit, but Diego and Pauly, they've been staying at this like half-second gap between them the whole entire race since Pauly picked it up.
Yeah, and it's just margins really here. It's half a second in between the two of them. Pauly just took the fastest lap of the race, and the gap at the line a lap ago was just over half a second. Now it's closed down to just under that. But still a long shot if Pauly Massimino wants to make a move before the end of this one, and they're actually fighting now in the infield. They were side by side there. And at turn number 7, Pauly Massimino was on the low side. Ramos able to rip the high side there. But it kept Diego Ramos alert, I'm sure.
I think Diego was shocked for a moment. Diego was kind of just chilling out front, didn't really see anything coming, and then Pauly just tried to make a move earlier on in this race, and it didn't really work out in his favor. He's lost a good amount of ground, but he's making it back up in this infield section right here.
Yeah, it's just a direct result to the benefit that you were talking about that Pauly Massimino has, right? Being behind Diego Ramos. She's been sizing him up for a while, learning a little bit, seeing what's different. And with 2 laps to go, how do you apply it? Be the driver of the number 8. He's starting to reel Diego back in.
He's kind of in like a weird spot, just being like that half a second back. But he was a half a second back to start the lap last time, and he was able to try to send it up the inside going in this turn right here. Just a little bit too far back this time by, I feel like. Or he's going to try it once more. He's getting sideways, and Paulie's around.
Paulie loops it around, and that engine's going to stall on him. Tried it again on the inside of turn 7. Let's have another look at it.
He just gets in, goes down low, knows he's kind of getting sideways, and just kind of doesn't want to hit and go into Diego, and kind of gets on the brake and just locks it up and half spins it around.
Yeah, you see there, drives deep into the corner already, correcting it before even going through and on the curb. And just no saving it there for Paulie Massimino. That's going to end his race early, unfortunately, there for the number 8. But Diego Ramos, he was challenged, and he's going to have one more lap to take the victory here in Moto 1. You see him looking at the fence line. But this race has, or these conditions, I should say, have been no match for Diego. He's been able to do it, and you see Eric Doan showing him the size of the gap. Little nod on the head there by Diego.
Diego's going to realize when he comes around this corner and sees Paulie Massimino, Paulie's out of this race.
Yeah, he's just sitting there. Unfortunate end to Paulie's race. And a good result as well for Davin Roberts. Just has to make it in the last half of the racetrack to close this one off. Antonino in third. He's been able to keep Max Christia at bay after Christia had his own little moment in turn number 4. No reason to push now for Diego Ramos. Just has to make it through. You have two sides to every story. Paulie tried it. Fortunately, it didn't work. And now Diego Ramos out of the last corner. He's going to take the win in Moto 1 to start off the day on the right foot here, Hunter.
Yeah, starting off on a really good foot. Same with Davin Roberts. Able to take that P2 spot, and then Buddy Antonino falling all the way, getting into third. I want to say falling back. He actually went forward in this heat race, and Max Christian in fourth, and Blake Nash, really good conservative run after falling way back in fifth.
Yeah, Blake just had to tiptoe his way around this racetrack to get it done, and he did so. Finished fifth, 6 for Wrigley Keys, and only 7 drivers finished. Chase Gassi lead, the last one across the line at 7th. Paulie Massimino out. Austin Driggers out. Sebastian Luna out. Theo Corelli out. Owen Pazer out. Max Weiland out as well. Eric Doan couldn't even get started. We lost almost half the field in that race, Hunter.
Yeah, lots of DNFs out of that race. Not what you wanted to see, but that's what comes with this package. You have the 100cc, just a little tap of the button to restart your motor. This, you're out, you're out.
Very fine line with the margin of error. It's almost like you can't afford to make a mistake. Got to keep the thing running. That being said, Diego Ramos, be excited to hear from him because, again, just backing up the pace that he had a month ago. He's going to take the win in Moto number 1. Through it all, weathered the storm perfectly.
Diego Ramos, P1 during that first moto. It's debriefing with his driver coach. So I will give him a minute. But we only finished that race with only 7 drivers out on track out of the 14 that started this race. So definitely a challenge for these drivers out here to have even crossed the finish line during that race. Diego, when you're ready. Tell me about those conditions out there. I mean, when we started that race, it was almost pouring down rain, but now it's not raining at all. And as you can see behind you, about only 7 drivers finished. So would you say that was a challenge for you out there?
I mean, always driving the rain is a bit more hard than the dry for sure, but I really like the condition. Unfortunately, Paulie did a mistake there. We probably gonna have a good fight, but I knew that he was a bit quicker than me when we had more water. Then after the middle of the race, I started doing like a more aggressive line inside to difficult him to overtake me. And then actually works, and then he tried to pass me, and then he locked the brake, and unfortunately did a mistake. But yeah, we take that home, and he's still one more to go, and tomorrow the final.
And I'm just assuming here that we're not going to be seeing the same conditions for our next moto later today. So what's your plan for that, expecting something entirely different?
I mean, seeing right now, I think we'll be dry for sure. Yeah, just keep doing what we were doing before, make some changes in the car, because yesterday in quali we missed a bit. But yeah, we see, unfortunately, Paulie going to start in the back now, but yeah.
Well, thank you. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well, there you guys out for Diego Ramos. He wanted to win that one, but with a fight from Paulie Massimino, who unfortunately wasn't able to finish. An interesting point there as well, Hunter. If you, again, just kind of replay it in your head, right? Diego talked a lot about the middle stage of the race. When there was a lot of water, Paulie was that little bit better, but as soon as it was drying up, you felt like he was just that little bit better towards the end of the race, taking a little bit more aggressive line. Why do you think that is?
You know, track was starting to dry, and it's trying a little bit different lines. You know, you got to test the track out, see what works for you, see what doesn't work for you. And for Diego, going down to the bottom, he actually picked up speed getting up on the curves.
We'll be back. Pro Stars coming up next.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Well, Pro Stars getting ready to go green with Jay Irwin leading this field over Marian Kremers. But again, still very, very wet conditions. We'll head down to Grace Overbeck for more.
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. I mean, after the last report, I had to go put my rain jacket back on, but right now I'm about ready to take it off because, well, it stopped raining. But still looks pretty wet out there on the track, and I actually only noticed that 3 drivers out there have used reins on their carts today during this race. And that would be Annie Rule, Ashton Henkel, and Osley Cheek III. So it's going to be interesting to see how these intermediate tires and these new rain tires challenge each other on the racetrack today. But I have another question for you guys up in the booth because I'm very curious. Following that OKN race and this current shifter race, they both require these radiators. And there's different ways to allow more air to pass through them. Some drivers use tape that they rip off, and others have sliders where they can pull up and down on the radiator. But I'm wondering, how does the water from the rain and the cooler conditions, how does that affect the driver's ability to like strategize how they're going to use this radiator? Up to you guys.
Thank you, Grace, and a very good question. We'll answer that as soon as this one gets started. But yeah, only 3 opting to go on a used set of tires. The rest of the field on news. Jay Irwin on the inside, Marian Kremers on the outside. He took the lead in the main event of the SKUSA Pro Tour from that position right there. We look for the flag. We got it. Pro Stars is underway. And the whole shot, I was going to say you'd give it to Jay Irwin, but Marian Kremers are on the outside to the lead.
A great start out of Marian Kremers. He ripped the high side, get to the point as the 202 of David Carmody up to P3 with good jump off the start.
Yeah, good jump there out of David Carmody, and everybody else going to the low side. Annie Rule there in the middle of it all, as well as Mateo Pappas, who's just ahead of her right now. But Kremers wasted no time. Vincenzo Saracino was right there. He actually went for a spin on the opening lap of this race. And now Pappas in the midfield, stuck with Rule. Ashton Henkel right behind him. And another one of the Carlos racing machines is just in the middle. That's David Carmody.
And Pappas is going to block from Annie. The one thing to note, the Brels, they're running the low side. Annie's on the high side, and Annie keeps getting to him at the weird point in the corners, and it's just, she just can't make a move around them on the outside.
Yeah, Annie's never really been too fond of racing in the rain. That being said, they're going back to Grace's point because she does pose a really good question as Rule's going to go on the inside here on Ashton Henkel. There's a lot of differences, right, as to what you can run to block that radiator, and it's a matter of getting the engine revved up at higher temperatures, right? So you have the normal plastic flaps that a lot of people opt to use, or the tear-offs as well. That is more so depending on where you want the air to go into, right? With Annie Rule, it's the air is going into the top of the radiator, and she has the bottom blocked off, and with the amount of air that goes through that radiator, if it's blocked off, if it's, you know, taped up, the engine heats up a little bit quicker, a little bit sooner. But if you have it open, it cools off that little bit sooner. So whether if you run tapes, whether if you run the flap really covers the whole thing. The tapes, you have the option of tearing them off. So it's just a matter of what you want to do, what do you want to strategize. For the engine builders as well, how hot do you want to run this engine, or what do you need to have it performing in that optimal window? I think in the rain and conditions, you know, it could matter a little bit, but for the majority, for the most part, a lot of these drivers opt to have the radiators completely covered off here, Hunter.
Yeah, and the one thing good about the flaps is mid-race, if you're like starting to cool the motor down, not running as hard, it's easy to just pull the flap right back up just that tiny little bit. As we have a change for lead, Jay Irwin back to the point, and Marian Kremers back to P2.
Well, there you go, Jay Irwin able to go by on Marian Kremers for the lead of the race, and it was due to a mistake out of Marian Kremers, uncharacteristic for the 294, especially in a condition that he loves oh so much.
You see a lot of curb uses out of these shifter carts going through there, and same thing through there with Marian. That's what we were noticing with the Burrells that Annie Rule is battling. They're taking that inside curb. Jay Irwin, he's still going outside as Jay Irwin completely misses it way off into the grass.
Jay Irwin off the racetrack, missed his mark, and he's off. He can't get it unstuck. He's got to keep it running. He's going to look to get it refired. I think he will. But a big mistake out of the 206 of Jay Irwin. Two of the drivers that are highly ranked in the globe with mistakes on the same lap. Jay Irwin, unfortunately, it cost him the lead. Ashton Hankel as well went for a spin on the exit of 14. It shows you it's not easy to go around at this place in the wet, especially when you're in a water-cooled 125cc 6-speed machine. And now Jay's just having to recover. Let's take another look at it here, Hunter.
You know, he's started to try to make the turn, but he was just going too fast and couldn't get the car slowed down enough, low sideways, and the car just went straight. He couldn't get the car to rotate.
Yeah, it seemed like he really just missed his mark completely there and allowed Kremers to, again, take advantage. That's pretty much going to hand it to him if Vincenzo Saraceno can't find an answer. But look, Marian Kremers, I've seen him race in conditions like this and worse than this. He's not a fan of when the racetrack is drying or when it's that intermediate drying racetrack.
I feel like Marian's going to be just fine this race. It's not. I
I
don't see the track drying out this race. I feel like it's going to be more towards after KA Masters and probably even after we see our shifter master drivers go out.
Yeah, there's really, you know, seeing that 294 go around this year and in conditions like this, I don't see an opportunity maybe for anybody, and I really hope that they prove me wrong. But that time around, Marian put another really second there on Vincenzo Saraceno, a second and then a little bit more, 107.747 for Kremers. It was at 4 seconds. It's now opened up to 5 seconds, over 5.5 seconds, I should say. As Irwin got by Mitchell Lowry, he's up to 6th. If he can close down the gap even more so, it would be David Carmody that's next in the 202, and then Annie Rule, who's currently running in 4th, right behind Mateo Pappas.
Marian Kremers is just having a good, clean race. He got enough practice here when we were here a month ago, but that was also in the conditions he didn't really enjoy. It was the drying track conditions in the later half of the race. He was able to still keep it up front and take away P2. Mateus Morgado was able to take the win at that round, but Marian Kremers always fast in the wet. He's one guy that wants it to rain, I feel like.
Yeah, always. He's always calling for it, and he's definitely gotten it so far. He put another 2 seconds here, Hunter. And there's a look at the lap times out of Jay Irwin, with the big one being lap number 3 with a mistake.
The lap times, he's still 3/4 off of our leader, Marian Kremers. So even if Jay didn't make that mistake, I feel like Marian Kremers still would have probably found a way around. If not, Jay would have been blocking for it.
Oh, here you go. Jay Irwin is starting to reel in David Carmody. You see the difference here. Carmody going on the outside, being a little bit conservative, and Jay Irwin all the way to the bottom. Starting to get aggressive with the way that he's going about this racetrack. You see it there, Carmody, turn 11. He's going to go on by. Jay just seemed to get that Barella Art rotated a little bit sooner. He was already facing turn number 12 by even before he got on the gas and one driver off. That's a 222 of Sebastian Rist, as now Irwin goes by on Carmody, who's not going to give it up without a fight. He's going to have to make way.
For Sebastian Rist, that's a huge mistake. This could have been a race for him to potentially go up in the points. He's sitting P3 right behind Jay Irwin, and our points are AJ Myers. Not racing this weekend. He's actually working on Annie Rule's go-kart. So this could have been a good test for Sebastian Rist to try to get some more points on Jay Irwin.
Yeah, and Sebastian Rist, that podium finish over at the King of the Castle, that really allowed for him to make a charge for the championship here at the Stars Championship Series. Unfortunately, the biggest benefactor from that DNF out of Sebastian Rist, it's going to be Vincenzo Saraceno, who's running in 2nd at the moment. Vincenzo sits in 5th in the championship, and with, again, good points finishes throughout both of the motos, should allow him to jump up a couple of positions, because Cooper Becklin not with us here this weekend. He's a driver that sits in 4th. And then Rist with that DNF. That could open the door for Vincenzo to jump up a couple of spots before the end of the weekend. Here's a look at Mateo Pappas, who started to get reeled in by Jay Irwin, who already got by Annie Rule, who already is now closing in on fellow Burl Art here in Mateo.
Yeah, he's closing in fast, Mateo. He was thinking about trying to go to the inside there, but Mateo went down low himself, so that meant Jay go to the high side. Jay's just going to stay on the high side. Mateo's going to stay on the low side, and Jay's going to have to rip the high side to get around it.
So these are the live standings. Vincenzo Saraceno would ultimately jump Cooper Becklin, who would fall now even further under Ashton Henkel. This is as they stand, as Pappas and Jay Irwin continue to fight, but it would also change over who sits on the top of this championship fight, and it would be Jay Irwin with, again, Martin Kremers. This is the first shifter race that he starts here at Stars competition. Now Irwin, over-under out of turn 11. He's going to get by.
We saw kind of a small mistake out of Mateo right there. Something with the rain racing is where rubber is laid down when we're dry racing, that kind of turns into ice when we get to the wet racing. There's no grip down there. If you want grip, you kind of have to go where there's been no grip all day. That's the high side where the marbles are. It's kind of similar to the paint. Sometimes the curbs will help you get around a corner. Sometimes it's like ice.
And you're seeing that they're out of Mateo, right? Just one moment allowed Jay Irwin to get through, who was actually, it wasn't as easy for him as it was with everybody else. Now it's a big ask for Jay to try and close on into Vincenzo. Jay's times, his best is a 107.7. It's about a second quicker than Vincenzo Saraceno's. And we'll see, it's time definitely not in favor of Jay Irwin at the moment. A minute to go. But a third place finish, that would be ultimately a good result for him if he wants to continue this championship run that he's hoping to have this year in 2026 after coming close last year and follow along with Vincenzo.
We've seen some really promising pace out of Saraceno in the past. He's always been fast here at the Stars Championship Series, and this is the one series it seems he excels in. He doesn't really excel that much in the Pro Tour per se, but Stars Championship, he's always up front.
You got to look back. Again, it was a struggle couple of rounds last year for Vincenzo, and this year he has put himself really inside of the top 10 more often than not at the SCUSA Pro Tour Hunter. He, again, has really come to life with the Red Army over at PSO Karting, putting down some of the best that we've seen him in quite some time, right? It seemed like more often than not it was always bad luck after bad luck, week after week, and it seemed like this year the switch over to something different helped him out a whole lot and again, pretty much propelled him all the way to the front. And this weekend you're seeing him running second. He went on with a little bit of a drought since getting on the podium. He broke that last year, and this year he's put himself in positions where he's led races at one point or another. And now, again, you got to ask yourself, right, what can he do if we do have dry racing later on in the day? How can you take the fight to Jay Irwin? How can you take the fight to Martin Kremers? But I wouldn't count him out. Maybe the conditions aren't favoring him right now, but I do think Vincenzo could give us a surprise in the two that, on paper, are favorites to win. And there's Jay with a response, fastest lap of the race for him a lap ago.
The biggest thing I could think that is really helping Saraceno with the switch is he really never had any teammates back on the Croc promotion. He was kind of just by himself, being the lead guy in the Croc promotion program that he was in. Now he's got Jay Irwin. He could have had Mateus Morgado, but Mateus went over to Sodi, but now he's got Jay, a guy that's always fast everywhere he's gone.
It's also good to have a marker as well, right, for Jay as well to see what's working for others, what's maybe not working for you, to try different things, multiple things for the team as well, right, to put different things in you know, what someone likes, what somebody else doesn't like. So it not only helps the team, but it helps drivers as well try and better each other. And they both talk about that a lot. For Jay, it hasn't been the easiest of motos here. For Martin Kremers, it was one mistake, really, all that he made. But he has been flawless ever since. White flag for Martin Kremers. 1 lap to go for the 294.
And Martin's just kind of in a cruise mode right now. He's running in 110.4s, while Jay and Saraceno, Jay's still running 107s. Now Martin, just in cruise mode, just cruising, getting home safe, make sure he gets a good result.
No need to push, right? The closest guy behind him was 14 seconds back. And there's a look at how fast Martin Kremers has been, and a visible look at how much he has slowed down since going purple on lap number 10, a 106.846, faster than everybody else. But you see the drastic change, right? As to just kind of holding back, holding up a little bit, right? Lap 11, it was a 1:10, almost a 4-second difference, 4.5-second difference almost. And it shows you, no need to push, bring it on home, nurse it on home, and that's exactly what he's done. Turn number 12 was given to him, but he held on to it. He's 14 seconds clear of the field. Marian Kremers wins Moto number 1.
Great run out of Marian, made that one mistake, but he got it back with the mistake out of Jay Irwin.
Vincenzo Saracino, Jay Irwin working their way to the line. It's going to be Vincenzo Saracino that comes across in second. Jay starting to close on in. It's going to be third. And there are your top three. Matteo Pappas in fourth with David Carmody. Your driver in fifth, Andy Rule, going to bring it across in sixth. Ashton Henkel went around. Number 14 struggled here. Unfortunately for the 280 of Ashton Henkel. Close this one off, that's going to be a seventh. And Mitchell Lowry comes across the line in eighth.
You know, we only lost one driver, Sebastian Rist. That's better than what we saw the race before.
I think we might have lost Osley Cheek there as well, Hunter. Unfortunately, he was getting reeled in by Marian Kremers, it looked like. He might be crossing here in a couple of moments. But that being said, Marian Kremers, flawless start to the day. He wins heat race number 1, and it's time to go back to the top of the order. KA Masters for their second heat race on the day. They're getting ready to go green here in a couple of moments. Ready Racing, they're all coming back to back to back. All the way until KA starts for both of their pre-finals. Marian Kremers brings it on home. And again, no problem for him here in this one.
Marian, first time out on track today, and it's first time we've had you on Kart Chaser since the last time you were here. Similar conditions, wet tires, but I think it was a little bit wetter last time. Can you tell me about that race and how that affected your ability to perform here today?
Yeah, first time out on track today. It's a little weird to be this late, but went well. Got a good start, and then leading into turn 1 on start of lap 2, I guess. I overshot the corner a little bit, broke too late, and went off track. It's hard leading in these conditions. You don't know exactly where to brake yet, and you saw it a couple laps later with Jay as well. He just broke a little bit too late, I think, locked up and went straight on as well. So same mistake, different corner. But yeah, I'm happy. The package is strong. These conditions I like. I mean, the rain, I'm fast, I know that, and it didn't dry as quickly as it did last time out here. So I'm happy with it. It's a good start of the day.
And I kind of asked Diego a similar question, but the likely chance that it's going to be very different dry later today, how do you think that's going to be for you? We know you're good at this track in the rain, but what about the dry?
I was actually looking forward to it being dry. We had some things we wanted to try out before schools are coming up, so that's the only reason I'm here. And yeah, we need the track to be dry for that. So luckily we have good competition with Jay. It won't be easy to beat him, but I'm sure we can put up a good fight for him, and hopefully make it a little bit entertaining for you guys as well.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Always great to hear there from Marian Kremers. Again, just wanting to learn a little bit more in dry conditions, but he needs it to be dry for that to happen. Anyway, KA Masters is coming up next.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Here's a look at the starting grid. Again, same as it was the first time around. But the conditions definitely are not. It was almost a dry racetrack in that race on slick tires. Now it's a little bit more damp than what it was when they were out in the morning, and it's on wet tires as we have one off. And I think that might be Scott Falcone there. If my eyes serve me right, no, it's not Scott, but it is one of the OTKs that is off. Regardless, Anthony Stifler gets ready to lead Brent Estes to the line for their second heat race of the day. KA 100 Masters into the tram lines. Green flag flies. Masters is underway.
Kind of back on the point you said, kind of similar track conditions. The first race, they were running the dry line, drying the track more. Now they're creating the dry line with the wet tires. So it's a little bit different conditions. They're still gonna be running pretty close to the same lines they were running in the first race, just they're creating the dry line this time.
Yeah, they are, and you see the rooster tails as well, still just flying for all these Masters drivers. They all look to tiptoe their way through. He's opening a couple of laps. Good start from Brent Estes. Not so much for Anthony Stifler. He's back and forth as the rest of the pack works their way through. One of the best karts there looked like Byron Daly or another one of them, Paul Montopoli potentially there. They were going side by side on turn number 7. Regardless, Falcone's still out there in the rain. It looks like it's still falling, Hunter.
It looks like it, but at the same time, I have to disagree. I don't think it's raining anymore.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll wait to hear from Grace Overbeck. She's out there outside, not us.
Well, I just got word from our producer. It is raining.
Yeah, regardless, one of them is off. There's Anna Kozak. That goes off the racetrack, and yeah, you see it, no doubt about it. Rain is falling here at MCC as they work their way through turn number 1. Paul LaFonte now, the driver up and into the lead. One of the taller drivers in this Masters division. This will benefit him here. Brent Estes there in second, Stifler in third, Kutcher, Andy Kutcher that is, Chris Kutcher now with a handful of John Bonanno, who's been able to work his way by in a Falcone, Galonia, Heat 1 race winner, last lap pass in dry conditions, and it almost felt like we had all 10 of them in that in frame pretty much. That's not the case this time around. Paul LaFonte, Brent Estes have been able to separate themselves from the field.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a gap now, but one thing, John Bonanno, he can see Stifler now. He knows he was only one spot behind him in that first heat race. He knows he needs to beat him in this heat race. So John Bonanno, you know he's pushing. He's got to get in front of Stifler. And the Kutcher brother, he's right there on Stifler. I almost think he's trying to find a way around him. He's kind of tiptoeing, going a little bit lower, got up on that curb, and just got a little bit too loose on the exit that time.
Yeah, not quite there for Andy Kutcher just yet, but he's all over Stifler this time by as they work their way through and onto the front stretch. Had another thought about it there. In the back of your screen is 2 leaders, Brent Estes and Paul LaFonte. Find themselves nose to tail. Go down to Grace here with a little bit more. Grace?
Yeah, it's raining. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot there, Grace. That was very, very helpful. We appreciate that, Grace. And yeah, it's raining. Not much more to say. It's definitely coming down here, Hunter.
Yeah, you can see it now on our cameras.
Oh yeah,
it's definitely raining now, and look at that weather. We're gonna get rained on for a little bit.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of, you know, is it going to stay like this for the entirety of the day? That is a pretty big storm that is just now rolling through. We'll see. I think all of us have been notorious for not being the best weatherman and weather girls, if you will.
I have to say, you were probably the worst of it when we were here a month ago.
Well, Grace is right. It is raining, so give her the benefit of it out there. I was pretty bad. Nonetheless, though, David Galonia has shown us how it's done out there on the racetrack, making some good moves there at turn 14. Able to get by on Scott Falcone. And here's a look up at the front. Stifler still has Kutcher right behind him, and it's coming down a lot harder than what it was.
And you just saw a big mistake out of John Bonanno right there. The whole entire front of the car was up in the air. Just the rears got a little bit sideways and lost a little bit of ground to the two in front.
Yeah, he lost a good bit there. Andy Kutcher to Stifler, and then these two up front just kind of making do with what they got. But this track continues to change, right? It was almost damp when they went out. The shifters did a good job of clearing some of that, you know, water out, maybe creating some of the dry line, and then quickly it just turned around. Martin Kremers even talked about it, right? Sort of get a little bit drier, but not so much. When they started, we were maybe expecting to see a turnaround point halfway through the Heat 2 sessions, but now it's coming down, and that's going to be pushed back another 30 minutes, maybe even another hour. So when we get to the bottom of the run order with potentially K Stars, I don't know. Well, we'll have to wait and see when and if we do have any dry racing for the rest of the day, because it was giving us a lot of great racing throughout the dry, and the wet, it's almost, you know, characteristic for separating this field more than it brings it together.
You got a really good point there, but we're also seeing some people stick together, like Alfonte and Brant Estes. They are staying. Estes is keeping up right with Alfonte right now, and then it's just kind of groups of twos right now. You have another group of two of Stifler and Kutcher. Bonanno's kind of on his own, and then you have, it's just kind of hit and miss going back and forth between groups of two and groups of one.
Yeah, here we go. There's Galonia looking on Bonanno. He's going to get through turn number 7. And you see the spray starting to pick up even more so than when it was earlier on. And the traction not the same in turn number 10 throughout the S's. Up and over the hill. Down into turn number 12. This is, you know, just glad I'm not out there. And this is, you know, huge kudos to the Stars officials, to our hardworking camera crew, keeping all the drivers out there safe and bringing you all the angles at home. And I'm sure they'd probably rather be in the positions that everybody else is. Here's a quick look at the live standings in the championship, or sorry, in the heat points, my apologies. And it would be Elefante leading the way here at the moment. Estes in second, Stifler, Bonanno, and Kutcher.
You know,
it's pretty much as they stand here, Hunter.
You were talking about you'd hate to be out there. I'd hate to be in Scott Falcone's shoe right now. He's got no rain suit on. He is getting every drop of water in that suit and on his body right now. I can't imagine it's too warm out there.
Yeah, definitely not, especially when you're going as fast as they are at the moment. But again, the two championship contenders were John Bonanno, or are, I should say, John Bonanno and Anthony Stifler. They came into the weekend separated by just over 10 points. And this would be really points going in favor of Stifler, with him running in third and Bonanno running down in 6th. But Alfonte, as it stands, leads the way to trying to punch his ticket to the pole position for the pre-final, before it all gets changed again, depending on the results after the checker flag flies in that pre-final later on today. 2-6 in the air nonetheless, 2 laps to go in KA Masters as everybody watches on. These kiddos are going to be on track here in a couple of moments, and I don't know, I wouldn't be excited if I was them.
You know, as a kid their age, I feel like they're going out there and they're just going to try to have fun. To them, this is probably going to be the most fun they have all weekend, racing in the rain. But the older you get, the more you really don't like it.
Yeah. And that's for sure here, Hunter. Lap and a half to go now. Elefante, Estes, and then back to Stifler as Galonia has another look, looking to regain a position there on Andy Kutcher. Didn't work. He's now back to 5th. And this could be potentially a good opportunity here for Bonanno if he can close in before the end of this race.
You know, the other point is Alfonte and Estes. Estes has been behind Alfonte the whole entire race, and we're coming to the white flag. You think he's already got a spot in mind where he wants to make a move? Because he's been able to follow him the whole entire race. I think by now, I would know where I want to try to make my move.
I mean, you can want to know where you can try it, right? Whether it can work or not is a different story, especially with Brent Estes making a little bit of a mistake on the exit of 14. Watched out a little wide, and Elefante had a little bit better traction, and now you see that gap open up this much. Estes needs a monster lap this last time around. Needs to lap the, again, as fast as Miguel Mears was. Mears got the fastest lap of the race, the Orson Racing Texas machine that currently sits in 11th.
And that's a pretty good lap compared to the leaders. The leaders' best, 114.0s, 114.1s. Miguel Mir, a 113.4.
And he's been stuck around everybody else, right? Can't find a way forward, can't find, hasn't really gone backwards, but it's, you know, it's just tough to try and make moves, to try and make them stick with how easy it is to cross somebody up in conditions like this. As Elefante, what happened? Estes is there as well. And in the lead is Anthony Stifler. What on earth? Paul Elefante to second as they were on the backstretch. Now on the inside, they're all stacked up here, Hunter. But it's Anthony Stifler, one way or another. The championship points leader finds a way to get out in front. He's gonna win heat race number 2. Stifler takes it over Elefante, who from the lead just had to keep it on the racetrack. Comes across in second with David Galonia as well. That could be good enough for Galonia after a victory in the first heat race. And a third place in the second one to start potentially at the front of the field in the pre-final later on today. It's not over till it's over. Anthony Stifler proved that. He wins heat race number 2.
Andy Kutcher in that P4 spot. John Bonanno able to gain a couple of spots at the end with all the chaos that we saw. Up to P5. Brant Estes fell back to P6 after being in second the whole race.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6.
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Micro Swift hits the racetrack for their second heat race of the day. Dusty Strayer looking for a much better really heat race #2 in comparison to what he had in heat 1 with a DNF. For Dusty, he kicks off on row #1 alongside Tristan Francisco, Katowski, and Bo Wyatt on row #2. And you see the wind has definitely picked up here. The flags are waving, and there's a lot of leaves getting pushed onto the racetrack here, Hunter.
Yeah. The wind has definitely picked up, just adding a little bit more debris onto the track for the drivers to navigate through, per se. Not really, it's leaves, just run straight over them. But nice and slow down, and Dusty Strayer is going to lead us to the green flag here with Nico Katowski behind him and the Francisco brother on the outside.
Yeah, Jack Katowski there right behind Dusty Strayer. And Tristan Francisco on the outside. Bo Wyatt, row #2. And this one just getting ready to get started here. Dusty Strayer has them all at a crawl. And again, Katowski, end of the weekend, is your championship points leader. Put himself with a couple of good results already on the day. Got shuffled back a little bit in that first heat race. Looking for a better result here for heat race #2. Nonetheless, got a lot of them. Getting ready to take the green flag. The rain continues to fall here at MCC. So these kids locked and loaded, ready to go. Ready to head into the tram lines at a crawl. Dusty Strayer has them all lined up on the inside. Tristan Francisco, black helmet on the outside. Green flag will fly. Micro Swift Heat 2 is underway.
Tristan Francisco ripping the high side, able to get P1 away from Dusty Strayer, as Dusty Strayer's going to send it right back into it in turn 3, back to the point for Dusty Strayer.
And now Bo Wyatt looking for a move of his own as they work their way into turn 4. They're going to go side by side here. Francisco just on the edge of the racetrack there, drops a little bit of a tire. And Katowski able to go by as well. That being said, Strayer, good start for him. He's in the lead as Kip Knaus on the inside there. Turn number 7. Look to make a move there on Shiflett, it looked like. That pack is a little bit further back. Nonetheless, there's Shiflett, sorry. And the 47, he's up to 4th. Trey Sanders right behind him as they all work their way through. Pushing and shoving. Francisco's going to get by on Jack Katowski for 3rd.
Yeah, kind of just a little love tap, I'd say. Just kind of able to get under him, and then Nico right back in the tight stuff. A little nice, clean over-under, get right back to it, into P3, and Tristan's going to go right back into it in turn 1.
And now they all work their way through, but Wyatt had to kind of get out of line just to get a view as to where they were on the racetrack, as now they're going by on turn number 2. Francisco leads the second group with Katowski, and the 2 leaders with a good start for them. It's almost like the second pack has closed on in as Bo Wyatt's going to have ascended to turn number 4. And as quickly as that, Dusty Strayer is going to cross him up. Caught us by surprise there, Bo Wyatt. But again, for Dusty, you get a lot of that, right? You can try the inside, but better hope that you get enough running and you have enough momentum by the time you have to exit the corner there, Hunter.
Yeah, and that's one thing you'll see a lot is the crossovers in the rain. It's really easy to make a clean crossover as Bo Wyatt's going to try the inside going into turn 12. Another clean crossover out Dusty Strayer, and another crossover right back to Bo Wyatt.
That was a double crossover. Might be 3 now as Strayer's looking for it. Bo Wyatt's going to just get it into the side of Dusty Strayer there as they work their way out of the final corner and work their way onto the front stretch. 2 of them right there with each other. You see a lot of drivers looking out of line, emerging from the spray. It is on this front stretch at MCC. That's Shiflett now with Katowski ahead of him. And it makes it that much harder to make a move, right? Whenever it's so easy to get crossed over to, you know, go back on somebody, it makes it that much harder to try and go by, to try and make up positions as well.
And here goes Shiflett on Katowski. Tristan Francisco kind of pulled away, and Shiflett noticed that, and he's like, I need to make a move, try to get back up to Tristan and get up to the leaders, but Nico wants to send it right back in. Shiflett's going to ride the outside and hold on to it.
Yeah, Jack kind of tried to take a page out of his brother's book, Nico, that we saw out of him in OKNJ, right? Making moves throughout that corner, going a little bit low, responding, getting on the curb. Just couldn't get quite low enough for him. A lot of these kiddos, this Micro Swift division, opted to go with the higher line. Not yet really seeing anybody go low and aggressive on those curbs.
I feel like we're not really going to see any of these younger kids go onto the curbs. It upsets the smaller go-karts just that little bit more than the seniors, and it will really hurt them in the end on exit. So you don't really see these younger categories get up on the curbs.
Yeah, it's a very good point there, Hunter. Right, for especially smaller karts. Very good point on the curbs, right? You see it even upset some of the larger sized karts that we have. A couple of drivers hitting the curbs, you know, getting into each other, and especially in wet conditions like this. And like you mentioned, right, the outside of the racetrack turning into paint there a little bit. Bo Wyatt going a little wide. Dusty Strayer taking advantage and going for the lead. That was, again, heads-up move, heads-up driving out of the 22 to go by and put himself up and into the point. Now Francisco in 3rd, with Shiflett still right behind him. Looks like they're making a little bit of headway.
I say Shiflett's making headway at least.
Yeah.
He's pulled away from Katowski, and Katowski's lost another one to Trey Sanders.
Yeah, Trey Sanders, one of the younger drivers in this field, is up and into 5th there. And Katowski's back in 6th with Liam Compatiello right behind him. And they're going back and forth. But here's a look at these two. It was the fastest lap of the race a lap ago by Braxton Shiflett. Looks like they are improving and they are closing in. It looks visibly closer. We'll see what the time says. It was just over a second. It's now just under it. In between the drivers in 3rd and 4th, comparison to our 2 leaders. And there's, again, another fastest lap of the race by Braxton Shiflett. 1:16.510 for the 47.
Yeah, Shiflett's on a move. He is a half a second faster than Bo Wyatt. Our man sitting in P2 right now. And Shiflett, I feel like he saw how Francisco was able to pull away from Katowski. I feel like he's probably going to try to work with him to get up to the leaders, and then they'll have a four-way battle for the lead. Something that you don't really see that often in the rain, and it'll bring a little bit more entertainment to us and for all the fans watching at home.
Yeah, there was a little look at the live standings for the heat points. Bo Wyatt would make a great argument for himself if it ends this way to start the pre-final on the pole, as now they're going to go side by side. Looking in at turn number 12, Bo Wyatt's around. Bo Wyatt's in the grass on the exit of turn number 12. Just looking to make a move for the lead on Dusty Strayer. Bo Wyatt, a little too deep, spins himself around looking to rejoin the racetrack, but up front, Dusty Strayer is now going to have nobody behind him outside of the driver in third. And here's another look at it, Hunter.
Yeah, Bo got down low, got on the brakes, kind of just locked it up and got sideways, and there's nothing he could do to save that at that point.
Yeah, he just looped it, turning in, and the rear just really never planted on him, and it just spun.
We also missed something with Shiflett. Shiflett fell all the way down to 7th this last lap. He must have had an incident in the turns 13 and 14 that we missed, focusing on Bo Wyatt.
Yeah, something happened to Braxton Shiflett there. He, again, fastest driver on the racetrack, and again, he found himself going around there as well. We can only assume, right, that he, again, another incident for him in 13 and 14 that now released Tristan Francisco, that also released Dusty Strayer, and that gave Trey Sanders in the 33 the third spot. Compatiello's right behind him. And you go back to Katowski, Schiavo, Shiflett, Akers, Canals, and Barnett. That's your top 10 as they stand.
Yeah, just a little bit of mistake from after Bo Wyatt's crash. He made a small mistake, spun himself out. But, you know, our youngest competitor, Trey Sanders, in third right now with his teammate right on his tail.
Yeah, one of the younger drivers. We saw Trey Sanders a lot last year throughout the latter half of the year, and this year as well, with a couple of wins to his name. He's got Compatiello right behind him as Francisco starts to pick up the pace here a little bit. He was about 7/10 better than Dusty Strayer a lap ago to close down the gap for the lead and for the race win. And you see them just going on by. And here's a look at these two that are also all over each other.
Trey Sanders kind of having a good run here. He's up 3 spots himself. Same with Compatiello, up another 3 spots for both of them. Jack Katowski is our biggest loser pretty much out of this whole entire field, besides for the benefit of Bo Wyatt.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bo Wyatt, lost 11 spots in the process, which is currently, it has him down in 15 for for Katowski's case. It's been up and down, right, so far in this one, where he just hasn't been able to find a way to work his way forward as around goes the 48 of Compatiello, looking to make a move on Trey Sanders. He is able to get back going and is still inside of the top 10, but that allowed Katowski to get by. Schiavo looked like he got by as well, indeed. So now that puts Compatiello down in the 6th spot. If he was able to keep Braxton Shiflett at bay, and he was.
And we're on our last lap now with our 2 leaders as we go back to look at the replay.
Yeah, look at that, just making a move and the same thing, right? Charges in that little bit too deep, gets on the brake, and the rear just steps out. And luckily for him, he, again, was on the brakes, locked him up, he stopped, allowed his competitors to go through, and as soon as there was an open gap, he got back on the gas and continued to hold on to 6th. So great recovery for him nonetheless. But up front, Dusty Strayer, he, again, is looking to recover after a first heat race that didn't treat him too nicely. Coming to the checkered, this time by. Just 2 corners to go to take the win away. And Francisco still late surge in pace from him. He's been half a second better a lap ago. He's looking to reel in the 22. Not going to be enough, unfortunately. Dusty Strayer recovers perfectly in heat race number 2 to take the win.
Great recovery out of Dusty Strayer. Get at least 1 good heat race in. Tristan Francisco able to stay in that 2nd spot, and Trace, my apologies, not Trey Sanders. It had me confused for a second, showing Luke Sanders on our screen. But Trey Sanders able to get that P3 spot, and Nico Katowski able to recover just a little bit into P4.
Yeah, Jack Katowski, good finish there for him to finish fourth. Franco Schiavo, Liam Capatiello, Braxton Shiflett, TJ Akers, Kip Knaus inside of the top 10. Chase Zolman is going to round it up. Bryson Barnett, Roman Machin, Dylan Merchandani, Hartford Ellis, Bo Wyatt comes across the line in 15 to close that one off. Well, what a race, what an end to it. Dusty Strayer recovers in the perfect way possible, even at his fastest lap of the race on the final lap. A little bit of pressure from Tristan Francisco, but that was it for Micro Swift. In a couple of moments, it's time to go racing in Masters.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
The K1.
Second heat race for the KZ Masters, getting ready to go green. The Pro Masters, if you will, and Super Masters, Jordan Muster, Matt Machiko are still going to share that front row. It'll be in the exact same way they started the first one. It's been all about Jordan Muster in 2026. Swept the first 2 weekends, and up to this point, qualifying on the pole in 1 heat race, number 1, looking to make it 3 weekends in a row. But Machiko did look a lot better in heat race number 1. Had some pace towards the end of it. And Jordan Muster didn't get away with it without a fight. Turn 11, Machiko even tried to move of his own. Couldn't get it done. Well, we'll see what we get this time around. New conditions, the great equalizer. We'll see if that's the case here. And the outside still favored Deer Hunter, especially, I think, even more so in conditions like this. Our drivers are able to rip the high side and make moves. We'll see if they can do just that. Muster on the barrel art on the inside as the back of the pack joins the grid. But it's time to go. It's time to get this one underway. Pro Masters is green.
And like you called it, the high side, got the whole shot with Matt Machiko ripping the high side. Scott Presti almost got the second as Cole Matthewson was looking for a move going into 3.
Yeah, Cole Matthewson thought about it there on the inside of Scott Presti to turn number 3. Couldn't quite get through. And now up front, Jordan Musser already trying something different, going a little bit narrower in comparison to Matt Machiko. As Matthewson now tries it again, deep into the corner. Now Martinelli is going to close in on him.
Almost made a move out of Martinelli right there. They were going 3 wide going into the S's. Backed out. Presti was able to keep into the 3rd spot for now. Matthewson in 4th and Martinelli into the 4th. But you never know in the rain. And Cole Matthewson kind of getting lower and just getting the kart a little bit more sideways under power in the bowl of 12, I would call it. Just no move there. And Cole Matthewson's trying that very bottom on the X's of all these corners.
Got to try something, right? As now Jordan Musser, as I say that, goes up and onto the curb into turn number 1, looking still on the inside into 2. Not quite there for Jordan Musser. Machiko holds on, and you see him on the gas early. A little sliding as he was working his way into turn number 3. Machiko not making it easy for Jordan Musser as now Matthewson going by for 3rd. Presti there. Rene Martinelli, the battle for 3rd, continues to heat up, but it now belongs to Cole Matthewson for Rocket Racing Company, who puts himself in 3rd overall.
Yeah, and one thing to note is everyone's kind of getting more lower on these exit, and one thing Matt Machiko's doing, he's getting low on entries and going up to the high side, kind of to block Jordan Musser from being able to get down low and kind of throw a slide job at him on an exit to make a move.
Yeah, it's a great point, and again, just trying, right, any way to keep Jordan Musser behind him. And this one, it's just elbows out racing out there. Because they know, right, how easy it is to set up a crossover, how easy it is to be able to make moves the way that they have. How do you prevent that? How do you avoid that? And Machiko has found a way. We do have one of them off. That is indeed the 632 of Hernando Sanchez that finds himself off the racetrack. Was running in 12th. That's not going to change, and the lead might just change as well. Jordan Musser looked on the inside, and for almost the 3rd time that he's tried it, not going to work. Machiko, just a lot more on the outside. He's able to hold on, but the 2 of them with tiny, tiny moments there.
I think we might have a good race on our hands between these 2 right here. Machiko doesn't want to give the lead up, and Jordan Musser's trying everything to try to get around Machiko right now.
They're just trying to get on the gas before one another. And now Presti looking to the bottom as they work their way into turn number 12. Check back in with the 2 leaders. Is Musser going to go all the way down to the curb? Not going to find a way by. This might be it here, though, if Musser can get down on the gas soon enough. Out of the corner, much better exit out of turn 14. Now Machiko going to go to the high side. Musser looking low. Machiko closes the door. Now was the exit there. It was Musser, and it closes on again. Great drive thus far to the number 3. Just keeping the number 1 behind him. And he's going to go now hit low himself. And Musser's going to rip the high side. Looking around the outside. He's going to get clear. Machiko trying to defend. Gave it to Jordan Musser. Gave him the traction on the outside that Machiko had for 2 laps running.
See, that's one thing that you see different right there on exit. Jordan Musser gets all the way down to the curb on exit and just gets a little bit better as Machiko takes a little bit too much curb and gets sideways on exit.
Yeah, big moment there for Matt Machiko. Good that he was able to keep it on the racetrack, but yeah, up and over the curb. How to correct it as Jordan Musser does a little bit of a half spin. It was close. It wanted to loop around on him, and he just saved it. Just saved it, but now Machiko's all over him again. And even Machiko struggled to get out of turn 14.
These 2 are showing the amount of control they have over their go-karts right now early on in this race.
Both of them with moments. Machiko into turn 11. And then shortly after, Jordan Musser into turn 12. And both of them able to save it and hold on. Yellow flags still fly. In a turn number 2 here, Hunter, with another one off, and that's one of the Croc promotions.
The 627.
And that was Caruso.
as we have lost a good amount of the drivers already in this race, at least 2 in the Pro KZ class.
Yeah, the
Pro
Pro
KZ
Super
Masters.
Masters and Pro Masters here. A couple as one of them goes around as well. There goes the 673 of Esteban Unigaro, who was running in 5th in the Masters division, running 5th overall actually. But there is a little bit of a change further back. Osley Cheek the third is the driver who leads the Pro Super Masters division. The 577 on the factory kart is currently leading over Max Pappas, who has started to show his pace here in the rain. John Crow, driver who's been really good so far this year, finds himself in 3rd. He won out at the King of the Castle. He won as well back at Queen City Gambit. So John Crow in 3rd. And you see him there just going by in 3rd, and then right behind him, Tim Hannon in the 533 looking to close on in. But this change and these conditions have definitely favored Osley Cheek.
One thing we can't count out is Max Pappas. He showed great pace this morning in morning warm-up under wet conditions. I want to say it was this wet, but he showed really good pace under wet conditions. And he's showing it right now in P2.
Yeah, it's like he, they might have the pushbacks on that, and that bumper does look a little loose there as you see him going through the S's. As one of them is stuck, that's the 500 of Hugh Templeman, it looks like, and indeed, Hugh Templeman looking to push him back onto the racetrack, and they will. But you see the amount of wheel spin on there. That one didn't want to get out of there.
No, grass is wet and thick now. I don't see any go-karts getting out of there on their own now.
Yeah, definitely not without a push, that's for sure. As now we look back in here with Scott Presti, the number 2 plate, with Rene Martinelli right ahead of him. The two of them fighting for 4th at the moment. Matthewson has left both of them by about 2 seconds. And then the likes of Jordan Musser and Matt Machiko, their gap has started to open up here.
Scott Presti, the number 2 plate, he's been getting some good exits out of the corners, just not enough to make a move going on the entry of another corner per se. And Martinelli's been doing a good job blocking the low side as well. You see how much curb he took down there in turn 11. You don't see a lot of curb taken in the rain, and he's taken a lot in that bottom section.
Yeah, Martinelli down and just right at the curve, and you see him just very, very busy on that steering wheel, because he's got Scott Presti all over his rearview mirrors as one of them off on the wayside. One of the Tony karts was off, but white flag flies, final time around, as Jordan Musser is working his way up and into turn number 4. And there's a look at the pace by the number 1.
Great pace out of him. Stayed really consistent between lap 5 and 6. And then he really didn't fall off that much on lap 7. He knows he has a good sized gap. I don't see him pushing too hard. Just kind of make it home and get another win under his belt today.
Yeah, and he's on the way for another victory here in heat race number 2. Really only one scare for him. And it was right here, turn number 12, where that Burlard wanted to go around on him. And Jordan Musser didn't let it. Kept it on the racetrack for the entirety of it. And he's going to come home to take the win in Pro Masters.
And Matt Machiko's going to stay in the P2 position with Cole Matthewson rounding out your top 3 for the Pro KZ Masters.
There goes everybody across the line. Rene Martinelli, Scott Presti, Esteban Unigaro, Caruso, Osley Cheek crosses, Max Pappas, and then Super Masters. That does go the way of Osley Cheek. Not all about John Crow here in heat race number 2. He came across the line in 3rd in their respective class. Max Pappas came across in 2nd out of the Super Masters. A good end for Osley Cheek and a good end as well for Jordan Musser, who gets another win
to his name. We'll step aside here for a moment. More racing action on the other side of this break.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
KA100 Junior ready to go green for their second heat race of the day. And Nico Katowski was really good. And the first one, they're going to go back-to-back here. Qualified on the pole. Took it in the first one, and he's looking to get it once again here in the second one. Into the tram lines they go. Katowski on the inside, Murphy on the outside. K100 Junior is green.
And so far, a better start for Darren Kidd this time. Still in P3 with Marco Samet in fourth. Now Nico's going to rip the low side, try to make a potential move. Wasn't there. Darren still stays in third.
Yeah, Darren holds on. Marco Samet there looks to get in line in fourth. Not going to happen. As Isaac Payne looking to go by. Here side by side for fourth. Marco Samet just gets through, but Katowski opening lap. Again, starting on the inside. Showing to be a struggle for a lot of the pole sitters. He is now in second. Murphy, driver started off pole on the outside, takes himself to the lead.
Great start for Tristan Murphy, as Nico's going to try the low side again, and they're going to make contact in the middle of it, but Tristan stays up front for now, as they're going to go almost three wide, and Nico's going to take the lead.
Yeah, Nico Katowski with a much better exit there, and the two of them got on the gas really quickly, and that's how we look at the moment, right in the middle of the storm pretty much, with a whole lot of wind blowing through here at the country club. And visibly darker and darker outside by the minute, with almost all of these drivers with clear visors, and rightfully so. But Katowski and Darren Kidd, the two of them, and Tristan Murphy, they fought for the lead of this race, and it went the way of Katowski. Now Darren Kidd, the first chance that we're really getting able to see what he's got in racing conditions, is now side by side, William Veeder, Marco Samet. Veeder goes by, Samet dropping a tire in the mud, but he's able to continue.
That one's hard to tell who's at fault there. It looked like there was a little bit of contact on exit, which caused Samet to drop the tire, but like you say, we're not race directors. We don't make the call. That's up to them, as Darren Kidd was looking for a move on Nico Katowski.
Yeah, there goes Darren Kidd looking on the inside on Katowski, not going to get it. Katowski going to hold on. And he even gained a little bit of time in the process. But fourth on back, William Veeder. Gonna get challenged by Marco Samet, it looked like, and Samet just back in line. Thought better of it this time around. A lot of drivers have kind of moved around up and down this field. 4 spots gained further back for Andres Salazar and a couple of more. But here goes Katowski passing for the lead on Darren Kidd. They're gonna go side by side on exit. Kidd's gonna cross him up. And these drivers been moving up and down. The leaders have been going back and forth. The weather has been going back and forth, dry and wet, dry and wet. Grace Overbeck, what can you tell us?
Yeah, thanks, Caleb. Me and Will are sitting here, and as you can see right behind me, these clouds are looking pretty dark and ominous, so I think it's pretty safe to say that it's going right. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Grace. We appreciate that. And yeah, look, the clouds, I think, say it all, right? It's going to rain. Like Grace said, still a little more. It already came through, and I think we're going to have even more so headed our way here shortly. You see it there on the radar.
You know, I'm going to hope for the opposite here. When we were here a month ago, you said it wasn't going to rain, and then it rained. So maybe with Grace saying it's going to rain, we're going to get clear sunshine now as Nico's going back for the lead.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the radar tells us all that we need to know. Is now on the inside, Darren Kidd looking to hold on over Nico Katowski. Over, under in between both of them. And the outside line, that's going to favor Katowski. Darren Kidd knows it, just got back in the line. There's a little gap in between himself and Tristan Murphy, and he took it. Now Veter, some of the best that we've seen out of William here in K100 Junior. Really able to show his speed in the 100cc class. Comparison OKNJ, where he's really just, it's been up and down for him. Hasn't really been able to show his hand, but he's showing it now.
And I gotta say the same for Isaac Payne sitting back in 6th right now. He's really showing his speed that he has in the K100 package this weekend that we really haven't seen out of him all year.
Yeah, he's just kind of been creeping his way right into the top 10 week after week, and you know, just on the edge of it more often than not, but now showing what he can do. And Darren Kidd trying different lines. Kidd as well, right? He's been one of those drivers that's had some good results. Pole positions as well in the past, but this weekend, heat race number 1, it was, again, one to forget, and that's turn number 3. But a lot like Dusty Strayer, right? When you have something not go your way with a DNF for one, I mean, quite clear, right? He cut through to get there.
Yeah, that's obviously he's going to be scored as last in the end. He's going to come across the line. He's going to jump up to first, but unless he gives the spots back that he should, he's going to be given last.
Yeah, just cut through there, that little gap that was in the barriers. So he's, again, still out there on the racetrack. But that being said, you know, Katowski to Darren Kidd to Tristan Murphy with William Veter. That's how the top 4 currently sit. Yellow flags are waving. That's for one of the Arcane Motorsports machines, the 848, out of this race early.
And kind of got the front 3 kind of pulled away from Vitor, Samet, and Payne now. It's kind of just like a Katowski, Kidd, and Murphy show to end out the KA Junior Heat 2 in the rain.
And here's a look at the temperature that continues to drop, the track temperature as well, and the rain picking up. We're right in the middle of it here, Hunter. Wind picking up, everything else as well going out of the window. The progression the track was making is now going backwards again. This is going to be a long, long day of racing in the rain. Very gloomy, if you will, when you look out of the window here, our production trailer.
Very gloomy.
This has been a day that gave us really good races in the dry, and even in the wet, it's still giving us some races, but it's almost been harder to have as many as we had in the picture earlier on today, right? Where it was anybody's game. You thought, you know, it was a toss-up as to who could win. And now it's kind of point blank, and Nico Katowski has an upper hand on everybody else. And if this result stands, it will be good enough for him to take the win away. Benja Fernandez off the racetrack, and you see him not happy. Frustration for Benja.
Yeah, Benja just made a small mistake, I'm going to guess, and ended off where could have been some contact that caused that, but either way, off the track, race ended early.
Yeah, unfortunate way for the driver on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. That's going to end his day early, but the fight for the lead with a lap and a half to go is still in the cards. Marco Samet, Isaac Payne, and more still working their way through. This is, again, tough conditions. And through it all, they're all just trying to keep it on the race. You see how much the rear is sliding here on Moskalenko's machine. The 888 just going out there on the gas. The rear wants to kick out, holding on to it. White flag flies, last lap, final time around, with Katowski still in the front.
Katowski's got a decent-sized gap back to Darren Kidd as well. He's got about 6/10 on Darren Kidd going on to this last lap as we still follow around Isaac Payne and Marco Samet.
Yeah, rain or shine, Katowski in K100 Junior has been the driver to beat. Should be good enough for Nico to come away with it here. The same for Darren Kidd. Just has to hold on, right? What could be putting him starting right in the midfield for the pre-final later on today. Whether that one will be dry or wet, who knows? Right now it looks like it's probably going to be wet for their 9-minute plus 2-lap pre-final at the end of the day. Nonetheless, though, Nico Katowski, a lot like what we saw in heat race number 1, he has been the class of this KA100 junior field. He's going to come across to take the win in heat race number 2.
Darren Kidd in the P2 spot, and Tristan Murphy in P4 with William Vitor with a solid run in P4, and Marco Samet able to stay in that P5 spot over Isaac Payne.
Yeah, good drive there out of Marco Samet, William Vitor as well, finishing inside of the top 4 as the rest of the field comes across the line. But Nico Katowski is going to take the win at the end of it. Great drive out of him. Coming up next, the Swift Stars get ready to hit the racetrack.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Mozo equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
The K.
Time to go racing in Swift Stars. Brody Stoffel gonna lead this field to green once again with Camila Canache starting to his outside. Dalton Sears, Hudson Howard, Slade Harrell, Samuel Chavarie, Liam Francisco, Leonardo Tavares on row number 4, Liam Estals, and Dutch Westbrook. Your top 5 starters to get this one underway. And Aiden Go, last to first. He's not even on this page. He's all the way back one more, but there's a look at how the midfield will start. And then at the rear, you'll saw Marcelo Flores work his way up from 13th up to 2nd before the end of that main event. And how about the Heat 1 race winner? Just barely going around turn number 11 while the leaders are already working their way through and close to the front stretch here. Brody Stoffel not wasting any time to try and get this one going. In wet conditions like this favored him on slick tires a little bit ago at the SCUSA Pro Tour. He's now gonna slow it down and allow the back of the field to catch right on up. While we wait for the green flag, we're gonna get it. Swift Stars is underway.
And Brody Stoffel off with the P1 to start, and Camila Canache slots into P2. Your front row, well, they stay at the front row.
Yeah, we're about to find out. Hudson Howard looking on the inside there with Slade Harrell, fellow MPG machine. And no moves in between the two of them, but the rest of the field works their way by. Look, it was very easy for Aiden Go to work his way the way that he did in heat race number 1. But again, different conditions. It won't be as easy. He's going to have to work a whole lot more for some of the moves that he's going to have to make. And now Canache around the outside into the S's. She goes through a little wide on the exit of 11. And Brody Stoffel retakes the lead on the backstretch. Slade Harrell looking on the inside. Canache went for it. Didn't work ultimately. And now Hudson Howard looking on the inside for second on the two of them. He can't get through either, but Brody Stoffel through it all holds on the lead.
If we keep seeing racing like that, we could very well see Aiden Go back up here in the front again.
Yeah, that was a gutsy move there out of Camila. Out of turn number 10, she just was able to get alongside Brody Stoffel, go on the inside in a turn 11. And Brody just able to cross her up as they work their way onto the backstretch. She's going to try it again in a turn 4. Looking on the inside of Slade Harrell, and Slade Harrell's into the mud. Slade Harrell slowed right on down. That incident between himself and Camila Canache in a turn 4. That cost him.
It did cost him a good amount of spots, but we really haven't talked about too much this weekend. Dutch Westbrook. He is in 6th place right now, and we haven't really seen him battling for the lead that much this weekend like we normally do.
Yeah, Dutch Westbrook, again, it hasn't been the smoothest of weekends, right? More often than not, it's been bad luck for this kid, and he's looking again a little bit going his way now. He's going to go side by side with Liam Estales for 5th. Westbrook is cleared. And now Harrell, they're looking to regain some positions. We'll see if he's able to do so. He's going to go side by side there with Liam. And he is around the outside. Liam Estales is, Slade Harrell is clear.
Aiden Go, he's already up to 12. Not as many spots as he was in Heat 1, but he's still moving forward, and he's up a good amount already. He's up 9.
Yeah, we said it right. It's not going to be as easy as it was earlier on today. He currently sits ahead of Ishan Jeevadeepan in 12th. So some work to do for Aiden Go to get back to the top step like he was in heat race number 1 here, Hunter. As we look on here with Dutch Westbrook starting to reel in. Camila Canache.
Yeah, Camila Canache is just running a little bit wider of a line going down to this downhill turn 11, where Dutch Westbrook's getting all the way down to the curb, and it looks like he's getting better runs through there and able to make a move as cleanly as you can.
Yeah, that time able to get through before turn number 12. Nice and clean. Not going to take a look back. Camilla's going to get into the back of him. Westbrook still holds on, but he's able to continue in front of her. And now the battle for the lead. Hudson Howard, Brody Stoffel getting a little bit closer than when it was a lap ago. A 10th difference in between the two drivers that currently sit first and second. And Westbrook, like you mentioned, right, it had been a quieter day for him, but in the wet, certainly coming to life here. The 133 is starting to move here.
Yeah, he is certainly starting to move, but one driver who's really moving, Hudson Howard. He is purple on track right now, and he was 2/10 faster than your race leader last time by.
Yeah, he's starting to make up some time. That's for sure. That's his best time there, 1:15.7 for Hudson Howard and 1:15.9. That's the best both of them have run. A lap ago, it was a 10th better for Brody Stoffel. So we'll see how this one plays out. 2 minutes to go.
I think we missed a mistake out of Hudson Howard. There's another one.
Wow. Hudson Howard, he's going to get passed by Westbrook. He's going to get passed by Canache. He's going to get passed by Slade Harrell. He's going to look to go back on both of them. Not going to work on either of them. And this has allowed Brody Stoffel to open up his gap here. There goes Howard. Looking to go by on Camilla, who's going to cross him up. But yeah, Hudson Howard, a moment for him.
I didn't see anything that happened. I just looked up, and the next thing I know, Dutch Westbrook sending it in around Hudson Howard.
Yeah, something for sure there for the 149. That being said, they're all working their way through, and Camila Canache is going to go by, as well as Slade Harrell. And you see them all coming out of the corner. Rooster tails flying. Liam Estales given an opportunity now to close down the gap to the 3 drivers ahead of him. We'll see what the Kiddix USA machine can do.
We haven't really seen what Liam Estales can really do yet. We haven't really seen him battling up front at this weekend, at least. We've seen him battle up front throughout the year, just not here this weekend, but in the rain, he's starting to come to life.
And granted, there has been so much battling ahead of him that has even helped him that little bit more. Marcelo Flores is now right behind him. Slade Harrell looking to go on the inside of turn 12. He's going to wash out wide. Canache is going to cross him up, and here comes Hudson Howard looking on the inside, gets into the side of his teammate. Bumper-to-bumper contact in between Hudson Howard and Slade Harrell, door to door. Howard's going to continue, so will Slade Harrell.
And you look in the background right there, you see Aiden Go closing into this group right here. He is now up to P8, closing into the group that we're watching on screen.
Yeah, Aiden Go. Again, it would be another finish inside of the top 10 in this heat race, just to get him to start a little bit further up whenever we get into the pre-final. Now, Canache a little too wide there on the exit of turn 3, allowed Hudson Howard to have a look on the inside of 4. Canache holds onto it around the outside. And up front, the gap still at 3.5 seconds between Stoffel and Westbrook. But time has expired. Should be 2 laps to go this next time around, Hunter.
Should be 2 laps next time by, and our fastest driver is Aiden Go. He is 5/10 faster, or 4/10 faster than anybody else on the track right now. And he's going to get to this group, and you know he's going to try to get through him as fast as he can as you watch Marcelo Flores go up the inside of Liam Estales going into this turn right here, and Camila Canache also going up the inside of Hudson Howard.
Yeah, Camilla there. She's going to go through. Hudson looking to set up a crossover. He's just going to get clear. Now Slade Harrell, he's setting something up. It's going to be good enough to get by on Camila Canache as they get onto the front stretch. So move Hudson Howard up to third, move Slade Harrell up to fourth. 2 sticks fly, 2 laps to go. And now Liam Astalis is going to look to have a look of his own on Camilla, not going to be there. But Flores and Aiden Go have now found each other. The 2 drivers who finished first and second on the racetrack in heat race number 1 find themselves once again here. The second heat race of the day. And now Camilla going to go wide. Astalis going to go by. Marcelo looks. And the door just shuts closed.
Camilla's trying to find a way around Liam Astalis right now. They're losing ground to Hudson Howard and Slate Harrell at the front. It's 3 Paralympians against 3 Kart Republics as Liam Astalis drops a wheel and he's going to collide with Camila Canache, and they're going to go 3 wide up the hill.
3 wide up the hill and on the exit of turn 11. And it's Marcelo Flores and Aiden Go that are going to push their way past the group. Well, really, Marcelo Flores, Canache was able to recover and get ahead of Aiden. But white flag flies this time by for Brody Stoffel and for Dutch Westbrook. It's still Stoffel in the lead of it on the Ryan Perry Nitro Kart. And for everybody else, there goes Howard, there goes Harrell, there goes Flores. And we still follow along with Aiden as he continues to try and make moves. He's gonna look for one into turn number 2. Side by side with Camilla on the exit. Astalis is there. Camilla a little wide. And Aiden Go. Just gonna get clear. Astalis looking on the inside. And around the outside, Camilla just able to charge deep enough into the corner to not allow Aiden to set up a crossover.
Yeah, Aiden just kind of had to back out the gas right there, or he was going to get bumped off track a little bit as we go up to our leader, Brody Stoffel. 3.5 seconds, clear the field, going down the back straight into the final sector of this track.
Yeah, Brody Stoffel really comes to life at MCC when it starts to rain. He won here on a slick set of tires in conditions just like this to close off the Mini Swift main event a month ago. Now we return this weekend in the first race under full wet conditions. He's gonna do it again. Brody Stoffel to the line. He's gonna take away heat race number 2. He is your winner. Over Dutch Westbrook, who comes across the line and finished second. And Hudson Howard gonna come home in third.
Slate Harrell's gonna round out P4, and Marcelo Flores will round out our top 5. Camila Canache in P6, and Aiden Go will finish 7th after going up 15 spots in this heat. Those are 2 good heat races after not getting a single lap in qualifying. He'll be starting up front for the pre-final.
Yeah, and he'll be happy to see that as well, right? It'll be much easier to try and make moves when you're starting further up the field than plumb last, race after race. George Zeminski finishes right behind him in 8th. Bernardo Tavares and Ishan Jivadipin, your top 10. Jackson Reynolds, Spencer Height, Austin Taylor, Thomas Bertelt, Kyle Cameron, your top 15 to close out this race. The driver who did struggle, unfortunately, was Samuel Chavarri, who finished 16th. But 2 KA Stars heat races are coming up after the break.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
KA Stars Heat 2B gets ready to go green with Isaac Malquit leading this field to green once again. Daniel Perez crossed the line in first when it was all said and done. Colin Lloyd's going to share that front row with Malquit. Chris Harrower on row number 2. Aiden Lorenko, Anthony Rivera, Ian Quinn, Jared Clark, Landon Boer, and Andrew Hamill.
Quinn Angeli and Drew James on row number 6, Blade Fountain and Teddy Blum on row 7 with Ryan Mort and Maggie Webster on row number 8, Matt Landers and Ryan Ekholm on row number 9.
Joseph Nastasi, Cole Wilson on row number 10, Nick Mercer, Spencer Danke, and Ethan Gonzalez, your 12 rows, your 23 starters. And at the end of the first heat race, there was a penalty assessed to Daniel Perez, which ultimately gave the win to Chris Harrower. He took the 50 points for the first heat race of the day. He's getting ready to go green from row number 2. But here we go, Isaac Malquit gets another shot at it. The same for Colin Lloyd, the same for Daniel Perez, looking to recover here. The rain slowing just that little bit, but you just can't get too comfortable. KA Stars Heat 2B is green.
And Malquit with a good start, moved up to the high side, got right in front of Colin Lloyd on the start, slotted into first, Daniel Perez into second, and Colin Lloyd into third.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd already in a third with a lot of drivers going through, one of them off and into the wall.
Ian Quinn.
One of them off and into the wall there, and it looked like Ian Quinn potentially, they're going off, and I think you're right, different helmet for him to start off the day here. Always catches me by surprise, and Ian Quinn, unfortunately, caught by surprise. Now Slickett was in a turn number 4, sends it in a little too deep. He's going to be out of this one early. Landon Boer going by on Anthony Rivera, who's off and into the mud, looking to rejoin. He will, but man, unfortunate there for Rivera. Nowhere to go for him, really.
No, Landon just got in there, got a little bit sideways, and Rivera had nowhere to go, just kind of got potted just a little bit in the middle of the corner and just dropped the tire on exit, and it took him a while to get back on track with how deep that rut and mud is.
Yeah, that's definitely a way to get things kicked off here in KA Stars, and there's a look at what we have coming our way still in the middle of this cell. So no rain kind of going away now as off the racetrack. There went Ryan Moore. And now Anthony Rivera's right behind him as Teddy Blum there working his way through this field. He's right behind Matt Landers on the Prodigy, and Blum goes around. Teddy Blum spun the wrong way. Unfortunate there for Teddy, who's running in 10th.
Now what you want to see running, having a good heat race so far. Granted, we are only a lap in, but being inside the top 10 at a Stars race is still really good, especially for someone of his category. Going up the hill now, following along with Rivera and Drew James as we go back up towards the front with Hamhill.
Yeah, we work our way through here. A lot of action already continues here. This is, again, a wild way to kind of kick off KA Stars. A couple of drivers who are excited to see. Ian Quinn, one of those. Teddy Blum, he was running inside of the top 10 as well back in Amarillo. That's when I last saw him. He was running over at the Texas Racing Series on the edge of the top 10, into the top 10 as well. And that FDM Pantano machine just spun the wrong way around, getting himself inside of the top 10 here in Heat 2B. That being said, Isaac Malquit still your leader. Over Daniel Perez, Colin Lloyd, Aiden Lorenko, and Chris Harrower. As now Boer, he's going to start to go back and forth here with Matt Landers on the Prodigy machine.
Now we go back up front with Chris Harrower and Aiden Lorenko, the two drivers in 4th and 5th. And now back up with Isaac Malquit and Daniel Perez. Isaac Malquit, big size difference if you look at the guys around him. everyone is much taller than Isaac, which really helps them in the rain compared to Isaac with how small he is. And Isaac Malquit has the fastest lap of the race so far.
I mean, showing it, right? It's the dog of the fight, or the fight. I don't know what they say, the fight and the dog, and Isaac Malquit showing what he can do out here over Daniel Perez and the rest of this field. And it's a lot like what we saw at the Queen City Gambit, right? He returns to a Stars competition here this weekend, and like he never left, up at the front. But Perez still applying the pressure. But again, Perez able to take the fastest lap of the race. A lap ago here, Hunter. Here's a breakdown.
You know, it's opening stage of the lap, lap 1, just trying to get through traffic, make a clear lap, and then you start pushing. Each lap, you should be steadily getting faster and faster and faster.
You see lap 3 was a number there for Daniel Perez to get through. Granted, he did have a little moment in the seat where he found himself uncomfortably working his way through turn number 11 here a couple of moments ago, and allowed Isaac Malquit to open up another car length on the X-Prix. Now Colin Lloyd, see what he can do as he's sitting in third. And there's a look at the progression for Colin Lloyd throughout this race. A 1:14.802 on that first lap, and just continuously improving lap after lap, right? Just a matter of comfortability for these drivers. You see it at the start of the race, lap 2, lap 3, and then the big jump in lap number 4 when you're starting to kind of find your footing, right? Able to push a little more, able to hit the gas a little bit more comfortably. Knowing when to hit the brakes, trying to brake a little bit deeper, and Jared Clark, he's gonna have a go at his teammate and Chris Harrower. He's gonna get clear.
Talking about being consistent with your lap times, one driver's been really consistent, Isaac Malquit. Every single time I've looked over, he's been at like a 1:12.7 or a 1:12.8 the last 3 laps, staying really consistent compared to someone like Daniel Perez, who did the 1:13 or 1:12.3, and then he just backed it up with a 1:12.8. Isaac, 1:12.7, then 8s this whole time.
Yeah, it's just a matter of minimizing those little mistakes, right? And Perez had one in a turn 11. Now he's starting to pick it back up a little more, but the outlook on this race, you have 3 BJRs chasing down 3 different other colored OTKs, other teams' OTKs that are ahead of them. Isaac Malquit for Mike Doty Racing, Daniel Perez with DPC, and Colin Lloyd his debut weekend with the host driver development in the rain. Again, it seems like it slows down for a little bit, picks right up, and not surprised we are right in the middle of it all, right in the middle of this storm that is passing above us here in Batavia, Ohio at MCC. But this is as close as the leaders have been here, Hunter. Perez starting to have a thought about where he can try and go on Isaac Malquit here.
He's looking, but the one thing I'm really noticing is Isaac Malquit's exits are much better than Daniel Perez's. Isaac's backing the corners up a little bit more, where Daniel is charging the corners a little bit harder and then having a little bit slower of an exit compared to Malquit.
Yeah, that's again, very good point. You see it there. The gap closes in on entry, and then it opens up between those two, and it was really, really evident in turn number 13. Malquit brakes a little bit sooner. Perez brakes a little bit later, but on the exit, Malquit's just able to get on the gas that little bit earlier to pull away. 2 laps to go, 2.6 in the air. Malquit just looking to hold on here.
Malquit's doing great, doing as best he probably can in this rain conditions right now. He knows Daniel's there, but he's not blocking. He's just staying a little bit. He's not going up to the high side as early. He's just waiting that little bit longer and then going up and setting up for his corner. And that's been the key for to not let Daniel get by him.
And again, especially no point in blocking, especially in conditions like this, right? Whenever it's so easy to cross each other up. Malquit would only be doing himself a disservice here by putting it at the bottom. And these guys are putting on a great display. They've been better than the rest of the field already, putting a gap on Aiden Lorenko, Jared Clark, Chris Harrower. Hamill's there further back. Landers, Boer, and Rivera. That's the edge of your top 10. This has been a quiet one for the 3 drivers up front. We did have those incidents, those moments. Ian Quinn, we lost him at the start. And we lost a couple more as well in the process. White flag flies, and the gap between the top 3 shows you it's at over a second between Aiden Lorenko and Colin Lloyd. Lorenko's company hasn't had an answer, and there you see it grow even more. Another second added.
You know, Jared Clark's got the fastest lap of this race, reeling in the group of 2 of Hauer and Lorenko, but as soon as he did that lap, he just kind of fell off. He doesn't have the same pace he did to get the purple lap in this race compared to the front 3 right now.
Yeah, it wasn't there, unfortunately, for Jared Clark. He was ahead of Chris Harrower, and then the 2 of them went back and forth a lap ago, which reshuffled it. The 2 teammates going back and forth, and now coming on the backstretch, up and over the hill for Isaac Malquit. 3 corners to go. Just looking to hold on to the lead, and again, another driver who really needed this result. He was taken out at the start. And in heat race number 2, Isaac Malquit onto the front stretch is gonna take the checkered flag to win it. Isaac Malquit gonna have a lot of work to do in the pre-final to put himself up here, but it's definitely doable for the 970. He's gonna take the win here in K Stars. Heat 2B, Daniel Perez in second, Colin Lloyd third, Lorenko and Chris Harrower round up your top 5.
Jared Clark in P6 position with Andrew Hamill in P7, Matt Landers in 8th, Landon Brewer in P9, and Anthony Rivera rounds out your top 10.
As a look, again, just a little bit further back, right, Cole Wilson, Ryan Moore, Joseph Nastasi, and Drew James coming across the line in 15th. That was all said and done. Maggie Webster on the McAleer Racing OTK. She came across the line and finished 16th. Ethan Gonzalez, a couple of spots gained for him. 17th, Yankee, Mercer, and Jelly, Teddy Blum, Wade Fountain, and Ian Quinn. Unfortunately not able to close this one out. But that's it. Still another half of KA Stars to hit the racetrack.
Isaac Malkiewicz, a much better heat for you rather than that first one. A lot of improvement there. I'll wait for you to take your helmet off here. And thank you for the Stars employees here for letting us be under the scale house for this, because it's starting to rain pretty hard out there. But tell me about that race for you. It seemed like the first heat, the start kind of messed you up a little bit, but here it really benefited you. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, the race was pretty good. I think we nailed the setup really good for the wet. I feel like we have a pretty good piece going into the pre-final. I know we won't have the best starting spot in the pre-final, but I think we still, have a great shot going into the final tomorrow. We just got to focus on this pre-final. And this second heat was pretty good for us. We were just able to, set the gap and just stay the same with the guy in second. But unfortunately, in the first heat, we were defending going into turn 4, and the guy behind us just drove it into us, and we spun out. So it's just unfortunate with that bad heat race right there. But like I said, I still think we have a amazing piece going into tomorrow and for the pre-final. Thank you.
Let's see what you can do then. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go for Isaac Malcolm, and he said it right. It's going to be a tough pre-final to try and get to where he ended heat race number 2. But we're ready to do it again here, Hunter. Heat 2A, and your starting grid stays the same with James Overbeck, Heat 1 winner in the dry. is getting ready to go green alongside Henry Wheeler. Isambard, championship points leader, alongside the king of the castle, Austin Olds on row number 2. We got the green. KA Stars, Heat 2A is underway. And we're 3 wide at the start there, Hunter. Both of us as surprised as one another. And Alan Isambard is going to take it.
And Finnegan Bailiff drops the tire and spins out into the mud.
Finnegan Bailiff on the edge of the racetrack drops the left front, spins around. 3 wide for the lead, turn number 2. So good, we had to say it twice. They're the two of us, but yeah, Henry Wheeler through for second. Alan Isambard, James Overbeck. If you look closely through the spray, he's currently sitting in 4th. But this one already changing hands, and it belongs to Alan Isambard as they work their way through turn number 12.
And Austin Olds is going to go to the bottom, going into turn number 12. No move made, just trying different lines compared to everybody else. Everybody else was on the high side. He wanted to try the bottom, get down low, and then slide up. But it didn't really work out in his favor. It kind of brought James Overbeck right back to him.
Yeah, James Overbeck now starting to close in on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic with 5.5 minutes to go left in this race. We're just getting started, only 1 lap in. And already a lot has changed. One driver off, that's Lucas Zabo. Off on the exit of turn number 2.
And Edgar Rodriguez is slowing in the background. Him and Sam Teller made a little bit of contact, and him and Chris McKeith are going to go 2 wide through forward.
Yeah, there you see the 2 of them, and Edgar Rodriguez, as you mentioned, in the grass, dropped the right-hand side tires into the mud. He's still able to get going, but he's right behind the 924 there of Sam Mavrutsky. Rough go there in turn number 4 for Rodriguez. And here's a look at the replay, Hunter.
Yeah, good slow start. And Isambard just goes to the bottom, and then Henry tries to over under James, and they just go 3 wide. James kind of stuck in nowhere and just kind of dropped the tire into the dirt.
Yeah, the fact that he held on to that. And there's Finnegan Bailiff coming across turn number 3. You see him sliding, drops the left front in the mud, and that just loops it around.
And there was no saving that once he dropped that tire in that mud. The waters kind of took that wheel and wasn't going to let that car go back up.
It's as well. It's a significant drop off through there as well, right? In turn number 3, which again you have the cart kind of pointed downhill left. You see it, you know, it kind of drops off a little bit there on the outside of turn number 3, which again puts him off as Alan Isambard is going to drop the right-hand side tires into the mud. Isambard is going to pay the price there. Henry Wheeler is going to go by for the lead of the race.
Small mistake out of Alan Isambard to give Henry Wheeler the lead of this race. But you know, after all the rain we've seen this year, Caleb, you think drivers would start to remember the rain suits. I don't know how Henry and Alan are doing this. I'd be cold and miserable right now.
Yeah, I would be too, honestly. But these guys, again, they know what they're doing, right? It's whatever I guess they're more comfortable in. If they didn't bring them, I guess they didn't check the forecast for the weekend. You should have, because it's looking to be wet for the rest of the day. Nonetheless, though, Austin Olds, Alan Isambard, they go back and forth. Austin Olds is going to take the spot from Isambard to get himself clear for second. And now Overbeck looking to pick one up himself. It's not going to happen. Isambard is clear, and he's going to go wide. Olds going to the bottom to get by, and he will. And Isambard looking to cross him up. Olds down low. Isambard now going to have the outside going into 4, and you see the 2 of them just kind of talking to each other, and they're going to continue to fight here, Hunter.
You know, Isambard's trying to point forward, but Isambard's the guy that went right back on Austin Olds. He's not the one working with him. He wants to lead. Just because he saw James Overbeck opening up and going into turn 1, he knew he had to try to make a move or he's going to lose another spot.
Yeah, I really think at this point of the race, it's too late to want to sit in line. Henry Wheeler's gone. You got to hope for a mistake out of him, or you got to hope that you're almost half a second clear, because time is running out here. 2.5 seconds, or sorry, 2.5 minutes is what you have left. And here's the live standings as to who could win the pool for the pre-final later on today, and it currently goes the way of Henry Wheeler. But James Overbeck continuing to make up some spots He goes by on the inside of Alan Isambard, so that moves James Overbeck through for third.
And now we have our two championship contenders right in a line between Alan Isambard and Christopher McKeithen. And Alan Isambard looked back and saw him, and then you saw him kind of fade to the bottom, trying to make a move on James because he knows Christopher McKeithen's the one in P2.
Yeah, these drivers are definitely cautious of where they sit in the championship point standings, and that kind of almost determines how you're going to go about this race. But there's a look. The gap also closes down here as it gets updated. James Overbeck less than a point back here in comparison to Henry Wheeler for the pole position. If he's able to get another spot on Austin Olds, that could take it back the way here of Overbeck. But he's going to need to get it. Wheeler does have the fastest lap here in the second heat race, and one of them is off, one of the Pantanos off that looks to be in turn 7. And there's just no getting it out of there.
Not with that. That turn is kind of banked, so if you go over the top of that, you're pushing the cart uphill. In this rain, you ain't going to make it up top.
Yeah, definitely not. And there's a look at the live standings pre-drop. Alan Isambard would extend his lead over McKeithen just a little bit more. Rodriguez in third. This is definitely not the way he would have wanted this race to happen. Lloyd and Tutwiler are the drivers inside of the top 5, and it's a very, very different look to this KA Senior Championship than in years past. A lot of new faces. McKeithen, one of them. Rodriguez coming into his own this year. Colin Lloyd, again, not surprised to see him, but Sam Tutwiler, another one of the rookies, as Austin Olds. 2 tires in the mud. You see it splash. Goodness gracious for Austin Olds. He keeps it right there. And Overbeck, a car length back, looking to close on in.
Yeah, Overbeck's starting to close in. But one thing, no, Austin Olds is really starting to push his chassis to the max. He did a 1:12.9 last time, and the fastest lap on the track right now is none other than Sam Tutwiler with a 1:12.7.
Yeah, a good lap there out of Sam. He's all the way down in 10th. It shows you, right? The differences in the parity in the senior division, it's all kind of gone the way of Henry Wheeler with the amount of fighting that we've seen up at the front in between Isambard and, or that we saw, I should say, in between Isambard and Austin Olds, which has given Wheeler the cap of a lifetime, if you will, here in heat race number 2. Almost a gift for Henry. Just has to keep it on the asphalt.
Yeah, that's all Henry has to do. He's got a big enough gap as we have another driver off. That's a 9:89.
Yeah, there goes Zach Uzilo, unfortunately, on the Kart Republic, going off the racetrack. On the exit of turn 14, he's getting some help, getting pushed out. But the separation is going to start here a little bit. The pole position will, if it stays like this, go the way of Henry Wheeler with a first and a second place finish. Overbeck's third, unfortunately, will hurt him.
I feel like, honestly, even if Overbeck does get the second here, he should get the pole position going to the pre-final with the P1 in qualifying.
Yeah, that could be the difference for James Overbeck. And he's able to get by on Austin Olds, but it hasn't been easy, and you see the gap isn't as close as he would have liked it to be. As we look at the driver who's currently second in the championship, looking to close on in on Alan Isambard. White flag flies. And McKeithen again, just a heat race. Not the time to really force the issue. The main event, that's the one that pays the most as far as points go.
You do want those 200 points when it comes time to that final. That's the biggest difference. These heat races, it's only 50 points for a heat win. And with where they're battling, they're only going to be like 2-3 points difference between the 2 spots.
Yeah, and as well, another kind of point to point out, McKeithen really struggled to get through the top 10. He was in 10th at the end of it in that first heat race in the dry conditions. But in the wet, he's been able to make some moves and get himself up to 5th. So that's been one of the things to note here. McKeithen's going to want to see conditions like this. They haven't yet figured out the issue or just that breakthrough moment in the dry. That being said, though, Henry Wheeler, he found a way to go a little bit better than James, and it was a little bit of battling behind him. That gave him the win in heat race number 2. in KA Stars. Henry Wheeler's going to get it done, and that will punch his ticket to the pole position inside line for the pre-final. Austin Olds comes across the line in second. James Overbeck, Alan Isambard, and Christopher McKeithen, your top 5.
Connor Ferris, Victor D. Alan Carr, Tyler Cornthorne, and Sam Tutwiler, and Mason Sturgeon rounds out your top 10.
Finnegan Bailiff, a good recovery for him to come across the line in 11th when it's all said and done. Sam Abrutsky, Jordan Klein, Edgar Rodriguez across the line in 14th after having a little bit of an off-track excursion. Oliver Nybert, 15th. But that is exactly what Henry Wheeler wanted after the first heat race. He's going to have the best seat in the house when they go into the pre-final at the end of the day. That concludes the Heat 2 action. Moto 2 for the Pro. For the Pro Show, I should say, is coming up here in a couple of moments. OKNJ, OKN Stars, and Pro Stars. The last time we'll see them here on the Saturday, 11 minutes plus 2 laps. But the next time we'll see these KA Stars is at the end of the run order. 9 minutes plus 2 laps for the pre-finals. So a lot of action to go. 9 more races is what we're expecting to see here, as Henry Wheeler brings it on home. That'll be the number 1 for Wheeler at the end of it all, and you see it there in the suit. It was, I'm sure, not as enjoyable as you would have wanted, but Grace, I see she's standing by with the king of the castle. Austin Olds just finished second. Grace?
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. And Austin, I first got to ask, is the hair, is that helping with your aerodynamics or anything? Because you've been really fast this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it might be, but, I don't think aerodynamics matters too much in the wet, but it for sure helps me in the dry. So.
And I want to ask about that start. I mean, when everyone's all bunched up together, can you really see anything? What's the mindset there?
No, not really. That's like at the first couple of laps whenever I was behind people, I had to kind of go down to the middle lane in the straightaway just so I could get some clear vision in front. It was hard to see some braking zones, but once I got around James and Alan, it was much easier to drive with my head down and not worry about it too much.
Provisionally, you're starting in P4 for the pre-final. What's your strategy there?
I don't know. I mean, kind of just done it in both heats, so just going to try and rip the lip again because I don't really have much other choices. So we'll see how that goes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you guys have it from Austin Olds, fresh new cup for him. Looking to rip the high side. We'll see how it goes. But Henry Wheeler, through it all, punches his ticket to the pole in the pre-final later on today.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Final moto for OKNJ, moments away from going green, with Nico Katowski and Tristan Murphy getting ready to lead them out. Parker Ives and Achilles Sapurko on row number 2, Maxwell Macha, Grayson Wolcott on row number 3 with Cam Johnson and William Veeder. This time, we do have them all, by the looks of it. And at the end of first one, it did, in fact, go the way of Parker Ives, with penalties for the commitment cone on Tristan Murphy and Nico Katowski. So Parker Ives awarded the first moto. Now everybody else looking to recover. Katowski still on the inside, a good result for him in K Jr. Murphy needing a little bit more in the wet. We're about to find out. OKNJ is green.
And not a good start for Tristan Murphy this time. He fell back to P3. Parker Ives and Nico Katowski with a great jump to slot in the first and second. And Maxwell Macha, we didn't get to see what he could do in the first race. He's already making a move on Tristan Murphy up for P3.
Yeah, there you go. Maxwell Macha looking to get clear in turn number 4, and he does so. It would go by on the Ryan Perry Motorsports 111 of Murphy, and Macha's gonna drop it off the racetrack. 2 tires off, 4 tires off, into the grass. It would have put it back on, but the rest of the field has left him. Macha, turn 7, off.
I guess I just spoke a little bit too soon on Maxwell Macha being able to see what he could do in this race. Dropped a tire early on, and he is fallen way back now, as Tristan Murphy has a bit of catching up to Parker Ives to do with, I believe that is Wolcott right on the tail of Tristan Murphy right now.
Yeah, they're working their way through, and there is indeed Grayson Wolcott. Cameron Johnson, the other National Motorsports machine, is now getting pressured by William Veeder, who's looking on the inside. Johnson looking to rip it around the outside. You heard it from Austin Olds. He said to rip the lip. Get all the way to the rim of the racetrack. Johnson tried it, couldn't quite get it. As Katowski works his way through, look at how busy Katowski was. Headed in turn number 4, Hunter. Just had to hold on to it there.
Yeah, it looks like he just got a little bit sideways on entry, probably under braking, and just had to really try to get busy with the hands to control the car. And he was getting, his hands are all over the place in the middle of these corners right now, Caleb.
Yeah, you saw Katowski there. He, again, deep on the brakes, had to hold on to it, and he did so. That was the first really opportunity that presented itself for Parker Ives, who was having a good, really opening 2 laps to this second moto, and it opened up. Now it's back on with some work to do for 148 of Ives to try and close that gap right on down.
Yeah, Parker's kind of made a small mistake going through the S's, which allowed Nico to get that gap he has, even after making the mistake he did in turn 4, as we go back and look at Maxwell Macha after making the mistake of dropping all 4 tires off on lap 1.
Yeah, definitely not great. It's Katowski again, deep into turn 4. He's gonna drive off this time. Parker Ives to the lead of the race. Katowski just a little too deep. And Ives didn't think about it twice this time around. He went through. He's your new leader.
And Tristan Murphy is closing the gap down to his teammate Parker Ives. He was closing it down before Katowski made a mistake, and now if he can get up to the lead, this could be the race he wins after having the penalty after Moto 1.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Again, he's got to take it from his teammate in Ives. And then Katowski now going to get some pressure from Grayson Wolcott as they work their way onto the front stretch. Grayson wanting to close in. William Veeder as well, wanting to get by on Wolcott. He hasn't found a way by just yet. They're going to work their way into turn number 2. And the new fastest lap for Parker Ives. And Veeder looking for it into turn 3. He's not going to get it just yet. But a 1:10.565.
Veeder's really trying to find a way around Wolcott right now, because the spray is getting to the point where it's hard to see being the guy behind someone, and you can see he's been moving down the straightaway trying to get to the side of Walcott so he can see where he's going and see what's in front of him.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, right, with how much spray is coming off the rear of these karts. You see it there out of Ives as he exits 11. You see it there, the rain's still coming down, but here's a look back to a little moment there. Parker Ives, goodness gracious, Parker. Just held on there, Hunter.
Barely held on to that one. He got super sideways, just got a little bit too far over that curb and hit the mud patch and kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here, Caleb? Hydroplaned a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. It was exactly that there. It's again a drop off that has started to form now as drivers continue to go through there on the exit of turn number 4, which is quote unquote turn number 5. There's a drop off there that Ives just took a little bit too much of, and that brought Tristan Murphy into play. It's right here where that moment occurred for Parker Ives, and Nico Katowski gets bit by it. Everybody looking to go through. Katowski, we were just talking about that same corner a lap ago for Parker Ives. It hurt him. Katowski gets struck by it. Again, 2 corners that have not treated him well. It was turn number 4 and it was turn number 5. That section of the racetrack unfortunately bites back on Nico Katowski, who's out of this race early.
I think it's just because they're trying to push a little bit too hard. See, look, Nico went purple the lap before. Right before Parker did his, he went purple a lap before. I think they're just trying to push a little bit too hard on these exits and using as much track as they can, and they're getting a little bit too far over that exit curve they have there and just dropping a tire and hydroplaning off.
And look, as a driver as well, it's super easy to find yourself maybe pushing a little bit too much whenever you're trying to make up for a mistake. There's a look at the exact same carbon copy, right, as to what happened to Parker Ives, but this time Katowski just went way too far over the curb there in turn number 5. That kink put 2 tires, just trying to cut the corner too short there. 2 tires off, and it just spun him right around there, Hunter.
Spun him right around, and he got extremely lucky. Everybody was able to avoid him being right in the middle of the racetrack right there.
Yeah, no, heads up driving by all of his competitors to work their way through. And that's a huge kudos to William Veeder, Grayson Walcott to get by, Sapirko as well, who slowed on down, Johnson, Macha, all able to go by unscathed. But the driver was struggling, Maxwell Macha, again, we spoke about it a little bit earlier on in this race. He had an incident of his own passing up front in this field. But now both of the Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony karts are going to try and decide who and which one of them is going to finish up in front. This is as close as Murphy's pinning. You see him just a little squirrely on that front stretch. It has to be patient behind Ives.
And William Vitor is starting to find some pace. He just set purple as Tristan Murphy was thinking about trying to go for a gap that was closing really fast in the exit in the middle of 3.
Yeah, no, Parker Ives looked down at something in the middle of turn 3, which gave Tristan Murphy a thought about it. And I don't know if the airbox cover is loose, but he's going to let his teammate by. Parker Ives lets his teammate go. And I don't know if that airbox cover is loose, but Parker Ives is holding on to something. I think it is the airbox cover. Yeah, it's coming off. It's loose. Man, this could be an early exit for Parker Ives after winning heat race number 1 after post-race penalties. I don't know if it's the whole airbox or if it's just the cover, but if it's the cover, that's going to have water going right into the airbox, right into the carburetor. We'll see what I think he's going to bring it in.
He's bringing
Parker
it in.
Ives is going to bring it into the pits.
He's playing it smart. He doesn't want to destroy the engine early on in the weekend. He knows he has the speed to work through the field. No really risk in trying to blow a motor up just for moto.
Yeah, that would completely flood it, and that's not what you'd want. And this one, that's going to put an early end to Parker Ives' Saturday here at MCC. The same for Nico Katowski. Luckily, we'll see Katowski later on today in Kalen Hunter Jr. for his pre-final. Parker Ives, you won't see him until tomorrow morning when he goes out for his warm-up, and then the main event, they will be the first one on the list. But Tristan Murphy This time he, again, kept his nose clean after having to recover with that commitment cone violation that added on 10 seconds. That was a penalty for him. This time it should be good enough for it to stick. But Tristan Murphy works his way out of turn 14, coming onto the front stretch. A minute and a half to go, plus 2 laps for Murphy to take the win. And William Veeder as well. This is a great result for Veeder after yesterday not even able to put in a lap in qualifying, Hunter. Today to come across the finish second. And then for Grayson Walcott as well, this is a great points haul in Moto number 2 for Grayson, if he's able to hold on a third over Achilles Sapurko.
If they finish how they are on track right now, William Vitor is going to be our pole sitter for tomorrow's final.
That's, again, a huge kudos to William after not even able to go out in that first race. He did finish second, gained 6 spots at the end of the first moto. So William Veeder looking to punch his ticket to the pole position.
As we were just talking right there, Caleb, I just saw Cameron Johnson do a 360, I'm pretty sure, in the background. He has lost a lot of ground to these two, and when I looked up, he was sideways as we go back and look at the replay.
Same corner, turn number 5, and you were right. Just a little bit too, you want to call it overzealous to that corner, going over the curb there, and turn number 5 found himself with a full 360. Able to hold on to it though.
And with that replay, I did see Macha standing by the side of Nico Katowski. He is also out of this race.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Maxwell Macha. He won't be crossing the timing loop this time by. Not going to register, so we only have 5 of them out there. And the fastest lap of the race, so William Veeder, who is now 2.5 laps away from starting the day tomorrow on the pole position in the main event here at the Country Club.
If Tristan Murphy makes a small mistake, William Vitor could get there by the end of this race. This last lap by, he was 6/10 faster than our race leader of Tristan Murphy. He is absolutely flying right now, as we're still watching Grayson Walcott back in the back, and now we're back up to the front where Tristan Murphy and William Vitor are.
Yeah, the MPG Motorsports J. Howard liveried Kart Republic of William Veeder really coming to life, really picking up the pace. And again, another driver who the Friday, almost a Friday to forget in the wet conditions, both in K Junior. Impressive run out of William, an impressive run so far in LKNJ for William to put himself right here in second. Tomorrow looking to have the best seat in the house when the lights go out for their main event. But 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Tristan Murphy still leads this one.
If William Vitor can keep the car on track and Tristan Murphy stay at the same pace he's at right now, we're going to have a last lap battle between these two. William Vitor closed down another 6/10 last time by. He is now within a second of our race leader of Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, he's within a second of Tristan Murphy there before this one comes to a close. White flag will fly next time by, and you said it best. Veeder is closing in. You see it on your screen, and we see it here on the timing charts. Williams making up some time, that 1:13, wanting to end the Saturday in the first spot. He wants to be the first one across the line here. White flag flies this time by. Tristan Murphy looking to hold on over William Veeder. Will he, can he? The last time around it was an improvement, but still 2/10 better for Veeder over Tristan Murphy here, Hunter.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. It's going to be coming down to the final section of 12, 13, and 14 if William can get there to make a move. He's just a little bit too far back starting this lap, and Murphy kind of noticed he was starting to catch up, and you see him look back. He knows he's coming.
Yeah, he had a look over the shoulder there as they were working their way into turn number 4. Tristan Murphy just looked back, wanting to know exactly where William Veeder was, whether he had to, just trying to know what to expect, especially in turn number 4, one of the biggest passing opportunities, especially in the rain. You see Murphy there. This gap, I think, might have been just a little bit too much for William Veeder. Murphy drove this last lap perfectly, and he's managed it to the tee to stay ahead. Murphy with 2 corners to go. Just has to hold on to it here as Veeder Still closes down the gap. Not going to be enough for William. But a drive he could be proud of when it's all said and done. Another second place finish for Vitor is going to give him the pole. But for Tristan Murphy, it's going to be the win in Moto 2 in OKNJ.
William Vitor in the P2 position. Grayson Walcott rounds out your top 3. And then you have Achilles Spirocco in P4 and Cameron Johnson in P5.
And 3 drivers who weren't able to close this one out: Maxwell Macha, Parker Ives, and Nico Katowski. The 3 of them, unfortunately, not going to see the checkered. They're going to have to get picked up later on today. But William Vitor punches his ticket to the pole position tomorrow in the main event in OKNJ. OKN Stars coming up next.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm here with Tristan Murphy. And Tristan, tell me about that race out there. Was it pretty challenging for you?
It was pretty challenging. I'm not the best in the rain. I've done my best in the rain this weekend. Kind of got lucky that race with people flying off the track and Parker Ives' motor having an issue. So yeah.
And you finished that race in first place. Provisionally, you'll be starting the final in first place. How does that feel?
Feels great. I'm happy. Tomorrow is supposed to be sunny and hot, not rainy. So I should be faster tomorrow.
Awesome. Congrats.
Thank you.
Here we go. Moto number 2 for OKN Stars. He's getting ready to go underway with one driver with issues. And that is the 17 of Sebastian Luna, unfortunately. It was very close. We were almost out of the William Beater and Tristan Murphy. It is going to give the pole to Tristan Murphy, the tiebreaker being the qualifying. They were completely even with a first and a fourth for Murphy and a second for William Beater. That being said, Eric Doan looking to rejoin here as they work their way into the tram lines, but green flag flies. OKN Stars is underway, and Paulie Massimino already looking to waste no time on Blake Nash for the lead.
Blake Nash is going to stay out front for now, and Davin Roberts right on the back of Paulie Massimino. And that was an MPG I just saw of Antonino trying to find a way around Davin Roberts, but Diego Ramos up the inside of Davin Roberts here, and they're going to go side by side. Diego's going to take that third spot away.
Yeah, there you go. Diego Ramos through for third, so it's Paulie Massimino who leads now over Blake Nash and Davin Roberts. Max Christia, both of them hands in the air. And Chase Cassioli catches both of them catches one of them by surprise. Roberts able to get a good enough run around the outside to get clear. Now Nash in second. Much better start to this moto in comparison to the first one. And Ramos trying that bottom again so that he felt that Paulie was a little bit better throughout the full wet conditions in comparison to when the track started to dry off a little bit. But here's a look at the track temperature. It's 76 degrees, rising up a little bit. The wind, 7 miles an hour. Sebastian Luna is going to get the black flag here.
And Davin Roberts up the inside of Antonino. Not enough room to make the move on this lap. And Diego Ramos right on the heels of Blake Nash right now. We both know Blake Nash isn't the biggest fan of racing in the rain. He's never really showed that great of a pace racing in the rain, especially here. And Diego goes up the inside, and he's clear for P2.
Yeah, not without a fight, though. Nash wanted to go back on him. He couldn't get it. Yeah, Blake's talked about his discomfort in rain conditions. Talked about it here at the SCUSA Pro Tour a month ago, but this is as best as we've seen him. This is good for Blake. Starting to push the limit, push that boundary a little bit more, and he's closing on in with Diego Ramos. Little adjustment for Blake. So they work their way onto the backstretch. Now Buddy Antonino is the one who sits in fourth with one of them around. There's a 19 of Theo Corelli. And Austin Driggers and Pazer having to work their way through. But Corelli spun around before turn 11. It's going to put an early end to his day.
And we have a good battle going back on for the P4 spot between Antonino, Gassioli, and Davin Roberts right now.
Yeah, Davin Roberts there, Chase Gassioli, 2 sophomores in the senior ranks. Going back and forth with another rookie right in the middle of it. Oh, John Antonino on the inside of turn number 2 on Gassioli, who's going to go right back into turn number 3. He's off the racetrack, spun around. Chase Gassioli. I'm not sure if he's going to make it out of that one. And he will. Chase Gassioli held the throttle down, and you see all the steam, all the smoke coming off the exhaust. He forced that one out of the mud to rejoin this race here, Hunter.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to get back on track after going through that much mud and grass and all the rain we've had. I wasn't expecting that because we've seen people struggle to get out of this grass with no rain on the track, and he just made that look like it was the easiest thing. And here's a quick little replay of it. Just dropped the tire, just similar to how Finnegan did, and there's no getting back on track after dropping a tire right there.
Yeah, and it was just the left front again. The left front, the left rear, both of them going off at the same time, and it just pulls you directly to the left. And there's nowhere to go. You're a passenger at that point. The same for Finnegan Bailiff. Carbon copy of what happened with Finnegan Bailiff. He was also able to make it out of the mud in his final KA Senior heat race to salvage a 15th place finish. But again, he's going to start further back in the main event later on today, in the pre-final later on today. As now Diego Ramos is going to start to apply the pressure here on Paulie Massimino. And in Moto 1, it was roles reversed. Diego Ramos was the driver who was in the lead, and Paulie Massimino was the driver in second, hunting down Ramos, looking for a way by. He didn't find it. Found himself going around, looking for a move. Now Ramos, is it going to be in turn number 12? He's going to put it to the bottom. He's going to slide up.
And he's going to slide up ahead of the number 8 of Paulie Massimino. Diego Ramos to the lead. And Paulie looking on the inside now in a 13. He's not going to get it.
And we got a battle going on for P3 as well. Davin Roberts has caught Blake Nash, and they're in their own battle as well as catching the leaders.
Yeah, Blake Nash is able to hold on to it over Davin, who's going to look for it at turn number 1. You see him just a little squirrely on the brakes there for Davin in the number 5. Davin's just going to have to be patient with Blake here.
Davin's got to be patient, but at the same time, Davin's a really tall driver, and he's really good in the rain. He shows every single time it rains, he shows great pace in the rain, and he showed that in Heat 1, trying to make a move on Paulie. Just didn't quite work, as we see Paulie go through that dirt puddle that we saw Katowski spin out in earlier, and same with Cameron Johnson.
Yeah, 2 drivers who were kind of bit by just going a little bit too deep, right? Washing out a little bit too wide on the exit of turn number 4 over the curb in turn number 5. And you see it right there again with Paulie just still taking that same line. This time by, Diego said, Paulie looked a little bit better in the raining, full wet conditions. Now it's Diego the one who looks that little bit better here in Moto number 2 under these full wet conditions. Consideration to Paulie. And here's a look back at that replay. Paulie Massimino, turn number 5 here, Hunter.
Just drops it, gets a little bit sideways, able to save it after hydroplaning across. Both front and rear gets a little bit sideways. Great save out of Paulie.
Yeah, great save. And all that happens really fast, right? It almost looked like Cameron Johnson and Igor Katowski, they went almost half of their car was up over that curb and in the wet spot there on the mud, which gave him almost no time to react. Paulie, it was just a little bit more. It was about, you know, if you want to call it a fourth of the cart up into the mud, which maybe didn't cause as big of a snap in comparison to those 2 junior drivers, but again, who knows, right? But moral of the story, Paulie's still out there, still running in second, still looking to chase down Diego Ramos, who has been just that little bit better in comparison to the number 8. 1:10.7, only driver in the field outside of Blake Nash to get himself into the 110s out here.
And the spot I really see Diego gaining is in this back section right here. If we watch him go through their next lap, he is really straight going over the curb of turn number 13, going towards 14. He is getting the straightest shot out of that corner, and that's where he's gaining the most time, I feel like.
And you saw it a lap ago as well. That wasn't the case for Paulie, who just washed out a little bit wide on the exit of 13. Just those little bit of differences are making a big difference at the end of it. And again, it's the same thing that we talked about in Moto number 1, right? There's still time at hand for Paulie to see what is Diego doing in comparison to me? Where is he going that little bit narrower? And that's really the only section where you can see a visible difference in between the number 3 and the number 8. That time by, Paulie picked it up himself, a 1:10.6. He was only 2 tenths back. 2 tenths was the difference in lap time in between both Diego Ramos and Paulie Massimino. And I feel like more often than not, when it's dry racing, we don't find ourselves talking a lot about the lap time and those little bit of differences. But when it's rain and wet weather conditions like this, those lap times make that much more of a difference, Hunter.
And that tiny little bit difference of line can make a big difference in that lap time.
There you see it. That looks a lot smoother out of the number 8 of Paulie Massimino, right? In comparison to what we saw 2 laps ago, it looks a lot better for Paulie. Here's a quick update as to how the championship fight currently looks as they run, and it's very, very close inside of the top 5. John Antonino, live standings do have him as the championship points leader, headed into the main event tomorrow, the penultimate round of the championship, with his teammate Max Christia right behind him. It is going to be a DNF, unfortunately, for Christia here in this one. He's not going to finish. Blake Nash would find himself in 3rd with Paulie Massimino and Chase Gassi at lead. That's your top 5. Tomorrow's an opportunity for any of these drivers to try and make a big impact, to have a big impact. As Blake Nash, that pass out of John Antonino is going to have an impact on the number 1 and where he runs, really. It's only going to help Antonino. Eric Doan as well, late to the grid again, and he's already up halfway through this field, up to 6 for Eric Doan.
It's good to finally see him at least get, let's say, the full race, and we're going to call it earlier. He's going to get the full race in this time.
It's good to see him putting in laps. I mean, you talk about the last practice session. It was a loose exhaust pipe that put him out of contention. He was plagued with issues all day yesterday on the Friday.
the qualifying session to end off the day. Turn number 1, that chain popped clean off. And then to start things off, wet conditions in Moto 1, loops it around just on the exit of turn number 4, right at turn number 5, and can't even get going. This is the first time that he's put together a full session outside of the warm-up.
Yeah, it's good to see him finally putting together something. That way he can start a little bit further forward in the moto, or in the final tomorrow. And he's running pretty solid lap times. He's running 1:10.5s. Pauly just set purple with a 1:10.460. He's less than a tenth off Pauly's best time.
That's another driver who gets bit by turn number 5, just going on a little too deep. You saw the heat points, the moto points pop up there for the OKN Stars. Diego Ramos, I mean, quite easy to do the math, right? A first and a first, that equals another first for tomorrow in the main event. Diego Ramos should be good to start tomorrow's main event. And it doesn't matter what Pauly Massimino does, if he passes for the lead or not, it is still good enough for Diego Ramos to hold on to the pole position going into the main event tomorrow. But it will be 3 laps to go this time by, as Pauly Massimino goes even better that lap. A 1:10.165, he was 2/10 up on Diego Ramos 3 laps to go. Still a big opportunity for a fight at hand here, Hunter.
I feel like we're watching the same race we watched in Moto 1. Diego kind of had the upper hand in the beginning, and now Pauly is starting to come back to life and reeling Diego back in. And we're going to see a battle in the end of this race, just like we saw the race before. Hopefully it doesn't end the same way.
Yeah, and again, even hearing from Diego, right, he wanted to make it a fight in between himself and Pauly Massimino. He wanted to have, again, a little bit of display in between the two of them to try and fight for the win here. As Eric Doan gets another spot, he's up to 5th over Blake Nash, who unfortunately continues to fall backwards. The driver who was fastest in the dry yesterday at the end of the qualifying session now finds himself falling down the order. He's in 6th. But 0.6 of a second last time when Diego Ramos and Pauly Massimino crossed the line. We'll see what it looks like this time.
Blake Nash is just a little bit sideways, and this is what we were talking about earlier. He just doesn't look as comfortable in the go-kart in the rain as he does in the dry. And he's staying conservative. He's still going to have a good starting spot in the final. As the moment right now, he'd be starting 5th in the final.
Yeah, tomorrow, the main event, that's the one that matters for Blake Nash to make another charge forward in this championship to try and hold on to that number 1 plate for another year. Davin Roberts off in turn number 4. Davin Roberts is out. That's going to promote John Antonino. Eric Doan again, turn number 5. All over the curb. A little moment, another snap. Eric Doan is pushing with everything that he's got. He's not holding anything back here. He's looking to close in on a fellow rookie and John Antonino here. And the two of them are going to want to fight for the 3rd spot. And Eric Doan again up and on the rumble strips.
He's letting it hang out there. He's pushing as hard as he can to try to get one more spot, because he knows now if he gets around Antonino, that's P3.
Oh, and Eric Doan's off the racetrack. Eric Doan drives off. Pushing just a little bit too hard, a little bit over the limit. Turn number 13, Eric Doan drives off the racetrack. And Antonino gets released. Nash is through. Weiland goes by. Eric Doan slots in a line in 6th there. And as it stands, we have, again, lost a good amount of drivers in this field. We've lost Davin Roberts, we've lost Luna, we've lost Christia, we've lost Driggers, Pazer, and Corelli in this second moto.
Another repeat of the same thing, losing almost half the field once again. And it looks like Diego and Pauly, they're just kind of going back and forth on lap times. They're really close. Just wasn't enough for Pauly to close in and get close enough to try to make a move like he was in Moto 1. It looks like it's going to be Diego's race to win.
Yeah, Diego Ramos, Moto 1, you can check that off the list. Moto 2, he's a corner away from checking it off the list as well. Main event victory, we'll find out tomorrow. But in Moto number 2, Diego Ramos is going to take the win over Pauly Massimino.
And coming up to 3rd is going to be John Antonino over Blake Nash. And Max Weiland didn't get on the track last race. he will end out our top 5 with Eric Doan in P6.
And there you go, Latitude across the line, Chase Cassiet Lee and Wrigley Keys. There's a look at it. The unofficial results at the end of Moto number 2. As Diego Ramos on top. He will start on the pole position tomorrow in the main event here, Hunter. That is exactly what you want to see if you're the PSO karting crew. It was a 3rd place in qualifying. He didn't have an answer for Nash or Pauly in the drive, but in the wet, that did the trick. He's able to get it done, looking to charge and make an argument for himself in the championship. Could tomorrow be the day? We're gonna find out when it's all said and done. Ramos currently sits 9th in the championship.
That was a good heat race for your points leader basically now. Max Christian and John Antonino were tied coming into this race. And with that race right there, John Antonino will start outside pole with Diego Ramos.
Yeah, and that's going to hand the championship points lead to John Antonino as well. But Diego Ramos, 2 for 2 on the day. Pauly Massimino finishes in 2nd.
Eric Doan, very spirited after pulling in for that race. Up 7 positions. I mean, what a turn of luck for you so far this weekend. Can you tell me about it? I'll let you take your helmet off first. I'm sorry. A little too excited. So yeah, tell me about it.
It's been a really up and down weekend. Had some mechanicals in practice. I had some bad luck in qualifying. And then in the heat there, heat 1, I just made a dumb mistake on the outlap. I got on the curb and it looped me around, so that kind of sucks. But yeah, that was a good race, I'd say. Started from the back. It was just about making it through the start, keeping it on the racetrack, and for the most part, yeah, I'd say it was pretty good.
And how do you plan to continue this pressure and pace that you're putting on the other drivers into tomorrow?
Just don't change anything. I think the driving's good. I think the chassis is good. I don't want to touch much. It's all in a pretty good spot. I just gotta stop making stupid mistakes, and we're gonna keep going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you guys have it from Eric Doan, 2nd moto with a lot of promise for sure. And again, he feels happy about the equipment under him. And again, he said it right, just has to minimize those little mistakes, pushing with everything he's got. But coming up next, Pro Stars hits the racetrack. Marion Kremers and Jay Irwin go head to head once again.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Well, here we go. Time to go racing once again. Pro Stars getting ready to kick off their second moto of the day. Jay Irwin getting ready to take this field to the green flag with Pro Stars. Martin Kremers getting ready to start alongside him on row number 1. Vincenzo Saraceno, David Carmody on row number 2. Matteo Pappas and Ashton Henkel on row number 3.
Annie Rule and Sebastian Rist on row number 4. Mitchell Lowry and Osley Check the third on row number 5.
You have it. Osley Cheek is the only driver opting to go on the new set of wet tires. And we'll be expecting to see what he can do from the back of the field. Jay Irwin, Martin Kremers. It was about 2 laps where they went back and forth, and unfortunately Jay Irwin, a mistake, pretty much gave it to Martin Kremers, who put 14 seconds on the field before the end of the race. We'll see how this one ends up. But Jay Irwin going to start on the inside and the outside. Conditions like this, Hunter, it's been favored more often than not. Jay Irwin, Martin Kremers going to have another go at it. They're going to fight for the pole position in the main event tomorrow. Well, here we go. Rusty Ferguson, make him the sign and on to the flag. Pro Stars, green flag flies, we're underway.
And Jay Irwin almost got the whole shot from the inside, but they're gonna go side by side down into turn 2.
And there you go, Jay Irwin with a wider arc into turn number 2. It's still not gonna be enough to deny Martin Kremers from taking the lead of the race here. Irwin wasted no time in going to the outside, looking to block off and again cut off Martin Kremers from ripping the high side. And a little moment under braking just allowed Martin Kremers to cross him up into turn number 2, able to get through. This time by Vincenzo Saraceno. Not the start that he would have wanted after finishing second at the end of the first moto. He's stuck there with Annie Rule right behind him, Mitchell Lowry, Ashton Henkel. All of them working their way through turn number 11.
And David Carmody, once again with a good start up to P3 on lap 1. He has had probably the best starts out of anybody on the grid so far this weekend, being able to get to the 3rd spot on lap 1 in both races. As we go back up to the front stretch now with Marian Kremers with a decent-sized gap back to Jay Irwin, back to David Carmody, and then you see the next group of karts coming through with Matteo Pappas and Saraceno, and then you have Annie Rule.
Yeah, everybody, again, able to get this one started. Osley Cheek, the only one that hasn't, or I should say just now, crossed the timing pylon. So we do still have everybody rolling. Everybody has completed the opening lap. With that being said, up at the front, it's still Martin Kremers over Jay Irwin. To get things started off, it's a second and then a little bit more on the time whenever they cross the loop. There's a midfield battle here. Annie Rule has teammate Mitchell Lowry right behind her. Continue to work their way out of turn number 11. Lowry up and onto the gears. Good exit for him. As Vincenzo, you see the moment out of him there in turn number 12. He's going to go off. That continued. I thought he was able to go through, Hunter. That definitely wasn't the case. Annie Rule is going to go off as well. She's able to get back on the racetrack and looking to make a pass in the process. Annie's going to go through in the grass, but still able to stay ahead of Sebastian Rist.
2 moments right back to back. And now Sebastian Rist looking at the inside of turn 1 on Annie Rule, just not quite there yet.
And Vincenzo off again into turn number 2. He was off in turn 12. He was off in turn number 2. And now Annie looking to close on in to the 210.
And you can tell Saraceno's kart has seen the moto already. That front end, that white, it ain't really white no more. It's more of a tan.
That's for sure there, Hunter. And you see him just still on the gas really early on the exit of these corners. You see the rear kind of kick out a little bit under brakes. As well, he's pushing into turn 12. We just went a little bit over the limit. Now we'll see if Annie can take advantage
of Vincenzo Saracino here, as this one is a little bit more than halfway through. But here's a look at the radar here, Hunter.
Yeah, we're out of this one, but we have another one coming in. So, honestly, I think we're going to be stuck wet the rest of the day.
Yeah, there might be a little point where the track might be thinking, or it might be looking like it's going to dry off, and it might just revert back to this when that next cell hits us. Pretty much, it looked like it might be in an hour, maybe even a little less than that. Not sure if we're going to get through all the scheduled racing that we do have on for the day. It's going to take us about an hour and a half to get through all of it. So we'll wait and see as this day stays dry. But you see, it was very overcast whenever the clouds were right above us. Now they've gotten past us. And you can see a little bit of sunshine starting to peek through the clouds here, Hunter.
It's trying to peek through at least. And we're back up to Matteo Pappas into the 4th spot. This is the best running he has had all weekend long so far. And just gotta talk about Kremers real quick. Kremers is flying right now. He has opened the gap up to 2.5 seconds over Jay Irwin in only 4 laps.
And you see it there, both of them actually just crossed the timing loop. And you saw it was under 2 seconds, now at 3 seconds for Marian Kremers and Jay Irwin. The 294 flexing his muscle halfway through this race. Another one to note here, David Carmody. What a way to start off this race. The 202 has gained a spot to go up from 4th up and into 3rd. And Matteo Pappas, you see him in turn number 4. Just lacking the traction to get out of that corner there. He's going to lose a little bit of time.
And he's closing in to David Carmody right now, but Matteo is also getting closed in on by Mitchell Lowry. But Mitchell Lowry, he's been close to the edge a couple times when he's going in these corners. He's getting really close to the edge, and it looks like he's about to go off, and he just like saves it right at the end.
And you see them all just kind of pushing the limits, right? Seeing where they can go, seeing where they can't go. At the moment it's working for Mitchell Lowry. He's definitely closing on into Matteo Pappas here. He's looking a little bit closer. Last time around for Lowry, he was half a second better. This time around, 0.3 better than Pappas. And then further back, Annie Rule able to go by on Vincenzo Saracino. That's going to move Annie up another spot. She's going to get herself up and into 6th. Vincenzo down to 7th. And as well, further back in the field, Osley Cheek up to 9th, able to get by on Ashton Henkel last time around here, Hunter. And now it's getting closer. Mitchell Lowry now going to have a thought about going on Matteo Pappas, both of them deep into the infield. We'll head down to Grace. A little bit more information after the conclusion of OKN Stars. Grace?
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. Thinking back to that moment where we saw Blake Nash during OKN Stars, he kind of fell back a little bit on the field. And at first we kind of thought, as we were watching, that it was going to be a mechanical error. But after talking to him, he just told me that he got pretty up close to Pauly, and the spray coming off of Pauly's kart just kind of got in his eyes a little bit, and he dropped a tire. So it just goes to show just how difficult it can be racing in the rain here because of the spray and how much it can affect your ability to really drive and fight other drivers out there. In other positive terms, the sun is really starting to come out here out on the track, and hopefully that'll be the conclusion of all the rain that we get today. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Grace. And again, we're just seeing it on our screens here, right? Sun's starting to peek through, but a good point, and we even mentioned it a little bit. A lot of drivers kind of getting out of the way from the spray, looking to just catch a view as to what was coming up for them. It was pretty gnarly throughout that race, and again, if you follow as closely as Blake was following Pauly throughout that race, you can find yourself just putting a foot wrong. And that's what happened there to the reigning champion. But here's a look at the standings before we go into the main event tomorrow. Marian Kremers leads Jay Irwin, who's going to start off pole, so they're going to pretty much swap places on the first row. Vincenzo had put him in 3rd with David Carmody and Matteo Pappas. They would be your top 5 going into the race tomorrow, into the main event. But Mateo still has to focus on finishing this one in fourth. Mitchell Lowry all over him here, Hunter.
Yeah, Mitchell Lowry's just trying to find a way around him. He's been trying to find a way around him for like the last 2 to 3 laps now and just can't quite get there. Mateo's just putting the kart right in the perfect spot on the exit, and Mitchell has nowhere to go.
Yeah, Mateo's, again, holding him off quite perfectly, and Mitchell Lowry's going to loop it around. Mitchell Lowry goes around in the infield when it looked like he was finally going to have an opportunity to make a move. It all comes undone for Mitchell Lowry, and Mateo Pappas gets released. And there's a look at the live standings. Jay Irwin would take control of the championship after today. Sebastian Riss would move up to second. AJ Myers would drop back to third. Vincenzo Ceracino and Ashton Henkel would move up and into the top 5 here. That being said, the Maureen Kremers, hard to beat in the wedge, just wanted some dry racing to try and improve the package they had at hand. But here's a look at the replay here, Hunter.
Yeah, he's just sending it a little bit too deep, and that's where I was noticing the most. He drives in really hard and then just locks the brakes up, and just nothing he could do there.
Yeah, at that point, you're kind of just a passenger. A little too deep into the corner. And here's a look at Maureen Kremers throughout this race here, Hunter. 8 laps in, about to complete lap number 9, and he's been better than everybody else.
Yeah, Maureen hasn't put a foot wrong in this race. There's a small little mistake he made on lap 6, but nothing major. He's just had he's had the number on Jay Irwin in this race.
And if it's again, it could also be the fact that he's up and down, right? Learning things while he's out there. But you see the consistency, right? That's something that as a racing coach or as a driver coach like Maureen Kremers, that's something that you'd want to teach your drivers, right? If you look at lap 4 and lap 5, they're both 107.6s. Lap 7, he went a little bit faster. Lap 8, all right, granted it was a 108.3, but 107.9. The consistency out of Kremers in conditions like this shows you, right, why he's regarded as one of the best out there.
And in conditions like this is where it's hard to be consistent. The track's changing every single lap, especially with the sun shining now. This track is getting different every lap, and the line is changing every lap.
Yeah, this racetrack, we learned it's pretty quick to dry off whenever the sun does to start to peek through the clouds in the sky. So wait and see what it gives us as the day continues. But Maureen Kremers gets the 2.6 in the air 2 laps ago. Himself and Jay Irwin have put 15 seconds, more than 15 seconds over the field. Kremers is 3 seconds up on Jay, and then Carmody 20 seconds back. And here's a comparison to Jay Irwin's lap time. Still, again, maybe not as good as Maureen Kremers, but the consistency right there, 108.2, 108.0, 1.912. It shows you, right, why these two have been able to put the gap they've put on the rest of the field.
Yeah, Jay Irwin's super consistent. And that's one thing I was mentioning about Isaac Malquit when we were watching KA Senior earlier. Isaac Malquit was really consistent. He was staying within 2/10 the whole entire race, and that's what Jay's doing. He just doesn't quite have the pace that Kremers has.
Yeah, it's just a difference in really 2/10, 3/10 what Kremers has been able to be, how much better Kremers has been able to be lap by lap. And that's a breakdown. Tomorrow, we're projected to have a dry day of racing. That's when we will expect the two to really go head to head. And as well for David Carmody, this has, again, been a day of motos that have benefited him to jump up a couple of spots in the championship. White flag flies, David Carmody still sitting in the 3rd spot here.
David Carmody's having a great weekend so far. This would be another good result for David Carmody. He should start, I believe, P3 or P4 for tomorrow's final. P4 for tomorrow's final if they end like this, as we go back up to Maureen Kremers on the last lap.
Maureen Kremers 2 corners away from going 2 for 2 and from sweeping the day on Saturday. Moto 1, Jay Irwin made a mistake, but Moto number 2, Maureen Kremers, has just simply been better. Checkered flag flies. Maureen Kremers is your winner in Moto number 2.
He will get it over Jay Irwin and over David Carmi as David Carmi goes through the last 2 corners of this track, just trying to keep it nice and still, make no mistakes. He's got plenty of time to get to the checker before Mateo Pappas.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's going to close the chapter here and close the day out for the Pro Stars. Tomorrow, the sunshine should peek through. And it'll give us a completely different day of racing. Across the line, there goes Sebastian Rist and Andy Rule. And unfortunately for Osley Cheek and Mitchell Lowry, neither of them will close this one out. Ashton Henkel, the last one to receive the checkered flag. But Maureen Kremers punches his ticket to the pole. Tomorrow in the main event, he's going to go green from the inside. Jay Irwin's going to be on the outside. And row number 2 will consist of Vincenzo Saracino and David Carmody. Mateo Pappas will start in 5th and he rolls 6th. So some work to do nonetheless. Worked their way into the pits, and again, all results unofficial until all of these drivers do end up weighing. But I'm sure it's going to be a Maureen Kremers in high spirits after the Saturday that he's had.
David Carmody, now correct me if I'm wrong, but this might be a career best for you in the Pro Stars class. It is? I mean, just tell me, how does that feel?
Great. I love it. Yeah. I wasn't expecting the rain today, and man, just feels good. And Kremer's been helping me every session, so thanks to him. Carlos, too, he's giving me mad power. I love it. It's great. Yeah, it's a good feeling.
And you're starting tomorrow in P4, I believe. So how are you going to plan on getting a podium, at least, for you tomorrow?
Well, hopefully it's dry, but I think we have good dry pace. So just hitting my marks, you know, just making sure I do everything right, and it'll fall into place, hopefully.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you guys have it from David Carmody, who wins, or who finishes on the podium in Moto number 2, finishing 3rd, but Maureen Kremers will start on the pole tomorrow in the main event. Well, it's time to go racing in pre-final action, and the starting grid is going to look different. All of them really are going to look different for the first time today. Anthony Stifler, Paul LaFonte are going to share row number 1. Brian Estes And Chris Kutcher on row number 2 with John Bonanno and Andy Kutcher on row number 3.
Scott Falcone and my apologies. John Bonanno and Andy Kutcher on row number 3 with Scott Falcone and Miguel Mir on row number 4. Chris McKinley and Bo Amato on row number 5.
There we go. We'll see how they all stack up. One of them looking to rejoin. There's already been penalties assessed for passing after the commitment cone. And I think we might have just seen another one. Nonetheless, though, green flag will fly. And KA Masters pre-final racing action is underway.
And John Bonanno with a good start up to P3 early on in this race, as we see Scott Falcone almost drop a tire on the exit of turn 3. And Stifler's around on the exit in the middle of turn 4.
Anthony Stifler going around in turn number 4, the pole sitter, championship points leader, facing the wrong way around on the opening lap as the rest of the pack, everybody's gonna go through, and John Bonanno is gonna put himself through for second. Elefante there in third. Then you have Chris Kutcher, who sits in fourth with Scott Falcone right behind him in fifth. But it's gonna be Brent Estes in the lead of this race after lap number 1.
Yeah, similar track conditions to what we had earlier for the Heat 2 for these KA Master drivers. And John Bonanno, he seems to found the pace that he needs in order to get some more points over Anthony Stifler, because he's been losing points to Anthony Stifler all day so far this weekend, and this is the results he needs, especially with the mistake out of Anthony Stifler on lap 1.
Yeah, it's gonna help out Bonanno for sure. As we work our way through, another one off, that's Brent Estes. Brent Estes in the leader on the Eyes Up machine. The 212 from the lead is gonna go off, and here goes Meach looking for something, and he's not gonna find it on Brent. As now Falcone goes by on Miguel Mir, who points forward, try and close down the gap to the top 3. That's gonna promote them all. 2 spots really from where they started this lap. Mir's up to 4th, Falcone up to 5th, Brant's in 6th at the moment, and then Matt Meach sits in 7th here. Or sorry, he will stay in 8th after Estes kind of slotted in line right ahead of him.
And Chris Kutcher up to P3, but the driver we have to look out for is Miguel Mir. He was purple in Heat 2 as Paul Metopoli spins and going into turn 12 with another one, and that's the 220. Ken
Simonellic facing the wrong way around into turn number 12. Both of them up and out of their carts. Might put an early end to their day here. As we work our way through, Byron Daly on the best cart for Prodigy Motorsports. For the fastest lap of the race, Byron finds himself down in 11th here, Hunter.
And we have a bit of blocking going on. Chris Kutcher's blocking from Miguel Mir. Miguel Mir's gonna send the high side up to P3 for Miguel Mir.
Yeah, good pass there by Miguel Mir to get through, and they're also running the high side. And you're starting to see it here a little bit, right? Dry line starting to kind of take shape. Not dry just yet, but again, with the amount of, with 29 Masters drivers out here, they're definitely, again, gonna do enough. They still have 5.5 minutes to go. You're starting to see it just kind of take shape here a little bit. Starting to lighten up a little bit, but you still have the damp spots on both sides, on the inside of the track and on the outside.
Yeah, it's basically what we saw earlier today going into the heat racing action as Scott Falcone spins it in the final turn.
Scott Falcone, turn 14, loops it around, and he's stuck at the moment, looking to get it unstuck, and he will. Continues, but Falcone from inside of the top 5 to ending up out of the top 10. I think maybe even out of the top 20 for Scott Falcone. Nonetheless, the rest of the field works its way through. Miguel Mir up to 3rd already. Paul Lafante in 2nd. And Bonanno with a mistake. Got on the gas a little bit too early on the exit of turn number 1 as Byron Daly looking to make some moves there. Like Chris Horan, the driver ahead of him. And indeed, that's a 224. Chris Horan that sits in 9th.
The driver that you saw get to the tram lines late. That was Matthew Meach sitting right here as Kocher getting sideways, going down into turn 11. He's able to save it. Brant Estes trying to make a run back up to the front after the mistake he made early on in this race.
Yeah, there you go. Brant looking to make up some moves here. And there's a look at how everybody's moved. McKinley's dropped down to 19th. Stifler has dropped 17 spots back to 18th. And then everybody else, Miguel Muir's up 5, Bonanno's up 4. Matt Meach is up 6, but he was one of the drivers that was late. So we'll see what they decide. Here's a look at Miguel Muir throughout this race and the speed that he's had.
Miguel Muir, fastest lap was on lap 2. He caught up to this group of 3 to 4, and he has slowed down ever since. He's just trying to find a way around Elefante, and it might be right here as Elefante drops the tire on the outside.
Yeah, dropped the tire on the outside of turn number 4. Paul Elefante, again, got lucky. There wasn't much room for Miguel Muir to get through. But the yellow flags, or the yellow lights are being displayed as they work their way into turn number 11 and out of the S's for all these drivers. I know passing through here looked like there were still flashing yellows through turn number 12 as well. Probably due to the amount of cars, and this is again one of the reasons why. That's Anna Kozak. Anna Kozak is going to rejoin here, but she was off. She's down in 21st. There might be even, I think, a little more than that, as some of the drivers might have passed her. But that being said, a look up at the front, Bonanno really, has had a couple of moments. We saw it in the exit of turn 4, got on the gas a little bit too early. But from there, really nothing much. He's been quiet up front, putting down lap times. Not the fastest in the race, but faster than the two guys behind him.
Yeah, he's not the fastest on track. The fastest on track goes to Scott Falcone, going back through the field after making the mistake he did on the exit of turn 14 a couple of laps ago. He currently has the purple lap at a 1:13.4, and the fastest in our top 5 is John Bonanno at a 1:13.9. Scott Falcone's got 5/10 on the rest of this field right now. And Elefante throwing a little bit of block from Miguel Muir. He knows Miguel Muir's faster because he can see them losing time to John Bonanno, and he can feel the pressure coming from Miguel Muir.
Yeah, Miguel's not going to want to sit around and wait for all too long. And you see him asking and tapping the back of his helmet, kind of letting Chris Kutcher know that he's wanting to go by on Paul Elefante as soon as the opportunity presents itself. When that will be, I don't know. This time by in turn number 2, looking a little bit closer. And this track already evolving. And now Muir looking to set something up a little bit narrower going into turn 4. Elefante is going to have the inside. He's going to go around. He's going to collect Muir in the process. Elefante's not happy. Muir was alongside him, and another one goes off. That was Evan Kozak in the 223 going off the racetrack there.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see from Paul Elefante, who's been having a good race so far. Just try to hold it on the inside and just couldn't make it stick. Just washed out wide straight into Miguel Muir. Obviously, Miguel Muir isn't really that happy with that. He's lost a lot of time to your front runners now.
Yeah, just Paul Elefante wanted to outbrake Miguel Muir there in turn number 4. And that just looped it around, and he collected Miguel Muir in the process. Have another look at it here, Hunter.
Yeah, he's got that wet patch on the inside, hit the brake, locked it up, went straight into the side of Miguel Muir. Nowhere for Miguel to go.
You see Elefante's frustrated. I mean, nothing Miguel Muir could have done there, really.
Miguel honestly had the preferred line in this condition. That's on Paul for not braking a little bit earlier and knowing the track conditions to be able to make the corner.
Yeah, nonetheless, though, Miguel Muir continues in 3rd. The driver behind him is Andy Kutcher in the 296. Matt Meach is inside of the top 5, but that little moment there has opened up this race. 2.5 laps to go. They got the 3 to go last time around. Time expired right about when they went into turn number 2. And there's a look at Evan Kozak. who went around there and got on the side of Paul Elefante. But yeah, Kozak saw it a little late, hit the brakes, and found himself looping in around as well. Unfortunate there for Evan Kozak.
Yeah, really unfortunate circumstances that happened right there for Evan Kozak, but it's racing, things happen. You don't always have control of what happens during your race, and for Paul Elefante, he had no control over what happened right there.
Yeah, who knows? Here we go, 2-6 in the air. 2 laps to go left in the pre-final here. And a lot has changed. Let's talk about the points leader, Anthony Stifler, who's going to have to start buried in this field hunter tomorrow in the main event. Brent Estes led a couple laps, and he's locked in a battle of his own with Byron Daly, who's made up a couple of spots himself. Galonia as well. He's up to 13th.
And Daly dropped the tire.
Yeah, Daly dropped the tire there, Hunter.
Yeah, as you were talking, Daly and Estes went side by side, and Daly just dropped the tire on the outside and slowed down a little bit and lost 1 position due to that.
Yeah, not ideal there for Byron Daly, who, again, was making up a couple of spots throughout this race. The Prodigy Motorsports machine was up 6. It's now going to be 5. This has been shuffled back. Galonia's up 13, it looks like, so far in this one.
I just saw Andy Kutcher, or my apology, Chris Kutcher, off to the side. That's going to promote Miguel Mir up to P2, I believe. It was one of the Kutcher brothers. Now, whether it was 4th or was it Andy or Chris, you don't know.
Yeah, we don't know which one exactly it was. They were all ahead of him.
It was Andy.
It was Andy Kutcher, the driver running in 4th, who's off the racetrack and out of this race early. Miguel Mir won't be a promotion for him, but it will be for Matt Meach, for Brent Estes, and everybody else who was pretty much running 4th on back. But they're still fighting here. Estes, Galonia going side by side with Byron Daly right there looking on the inside. Turn number 4, Byron gets up on the curb, looking to make it. Galonia around the outside is going to hold on. So David Galonia is going to have 5th. Not without a fight from Daly or Brandt. But up front, through it all, John Bonanno, one way or another, the reigning champ finds a way to put himself in this position right here. He's going to punch his ticket to the pole position tomorrow in the main event. What a way to close things off. What a way to regain some points in the championship. And looking for another win on the year. John Bonanno to the line is going to take the pre-final victory. He's going to take the pole in KA Masters.
Chris Kutcher comes to the line in P2. Miguel Mir with a great run up to P3. Matthew Meach in P4. And David Galoni in P5 over Daly.
David Galoni able to hold on there. Byron Daly, Estes, Kutcher, Amato, Heinig. So Kutcher did rejoin. One of them off is Paul Montopoli. Montopoli's running down in 21st. So that put an early end to his day. Jeff Clyde going to cross now. But John Bonanno, pole sitter on Sunday, winner on Saturday in the pre-final. We'll see them later on today. More pre-final action getting set to come your way. The Micro Swifts are coming up next. Well, there you go. This race has concluded. And again, our boots on the ground, Grace Overbeck's been walking around, tell us about the weather and catching up as well with drivers and a little bit more as well. Grace, we'll send it on down to you.
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. And you know, we really want to support all of our viewers that we have out here that come to the track almost every weekend to watch their favorite drivers out on the field. And I gotta be biased. There is one viewer that I love very much, and it is my dog. Her name is Lily. Can you sit? Can you sit, girl? Thank you. Okay, Lily, I just wanted to know, what is it about the track that you just love so much? Okay, very insightful. Thank you. Okay, and I really am going to need your help with this one, okay, girl? Everyone wants to know, is it going to rain later today? She's at a loss for words. I guess we're never going to know. Back to you guys.
Well, there you guys have it. My hair is a little messed up right now. Guys in production didn't give me enough time to put my hat on here as we're hanging out. But there you guys have it from Lily. Little insight from her there, Hunter. Is it going to rain? We don't know. I don't think Lily knows either.
I don't think so.
I don't think she knows how to speak either. That being said, Grace sitting there talking to herself. But, yeah, great to see our fans coming out here. I know she watches her older sister, Grace, and older brother, James, as well, when he takes part in some of the racing action. Thank you very much there for Lily. Insightful information. Is it going to rain? She doesn't know, and I don't think we know either.
No, I don't think we do.
That being said, Microswift continues the day of action here. 9 minutes plus 2 laps for their pre-final to look to decide who's going to start off the main event tomorrow on the pole position. Francisco will lead them to the green flag. This is all coming up in a couple of moments. Here we go. The Microswifts work their way out onto the racetrack, led by Tristan Francisco, who's getting ready to lead this field to the green flag, as well as Jack Katowski is going to join him on that front row. And here's a look at the starting grid for the pre-final. Trey Sanders on row number 2 with Liam Compatiello. Kip Knaus with a little spin. He's getting ready to start just outside of the top 10. Braxton Shiflett, Franco Schiavo, Bo Wyatt, Dusty Schrader. Kip Knaus was actually slated to start 9th. And he's looking to rejoin here. Bryson Barnett down in 10th. And whether or not they went on slick tires, who knows, but that could be a gamble someone want to make. Hartford Ellis there. He's looking to get himself into his grid spot. It looked like the majority of them still opted to go on wet tires here. We'll get another look at it here, but they're all checking up. Kip Knaus gets back into his starting spot. They're all getting in the line here. But this one is to set up the starting grid order for the main event tomorrow. And just off of eyesight here, it does look like the majority of this field is on wet tires. Yeah, I think maybe still a little too soon to to make the gamble for slicks. I think by the time we get into Pro Masters and Pro Supermasters, we might see some of those drivers wanting to go on the slick tires here, Hunter. Nonetheless, this one getting ready to go green. Nitro Kart on the inside, TKG Barrel Art on the outside. 9 minutes plus 2 laps in Micro Swift are coming your way here. Francisco has them out of crawl. They wait for the green flag, and they got it. Micro Swift pre-final racing action is underway.
And it was a pretty clean start through the front of the field. No big offs yet, and it stays clean with Tristan Francisco out in the front, followed by Katowski. But you do see Dusty Strayer a little bit slower on the exit of turn 4.
Yeah, Dusty Strayer looking to make up a couple of spots here. He, again, won that second heat race, and unfortunately, he wasn't able to close out the first one with an incident for him, with an incident that kind of put him out of contention. But Wyatt, another one of those drivers looking to recover here. A couple of them misplaced as Strayer off the racetrack there, still going. Knaus in it as well, but it looked like his bumper is completely pushed in. And I think that might have been when they were gridding up. A lot of them were kind of pushing and shoving, but a pass for the lead from Katowski into the final corner, not gonna work. Francisco's gonna cross him up and out through, looking to go by is the 46 there. Or sorry, the 48 of Liam Compatiello, who gets by, and now Katowski looking to go a little bit lower. And with the track starting to dry a little bit, that might just work for Katowski, and it won't. Compatiello around the outside, into the grass. It will work out for Katowski, but they're 3 wide, headed to turn 4. Bo Wyatt on the bottom. He's gonna wash out wide. Sanders, they're having a check up, and Wyatt is in the grass. He's gonna lose a handful of spots in the process, trying to pass for second.
A hectic start to lap number 2 as Dusty Strayer up the inside of Trey Sanders to get up another spot. Now he's got to chase down Shiflett and Katowski.
There they go, they're working their way through. Franco Schiavo there, a little out of line as they work their way into turn number 10. The rest of the field works through, and Katowski's off. Compatiello, it looked like, was one of the ones that was off as well. Schiavo having to maneuver his way through. Those 2 drivers are rejoining the racetrack, but through for second now is going to be one of the Paralins. And I was just able to get through, and that's Braxton Shiflett, it looks like. That was able to work his way through, and indeed, Shiflett started that lap in 6th. And like you said, a hectic start to it. Allowed Shiflett to cross them all up and go and get himself clear for second here.
And Dusty Strayer up to P3 already, right behind Shiflett. Trey Sanders starting to make ground back up after the incident with Bo Wyatt through this corner right here. The lap before, they were 3 wide on exit, and Trey Sanders got the worst out of it.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Trey, just had to check up as everybody's going through, but he's still running in 4th. Katowski was the one with the big off there on the exit of 11. That really sent him down the order. He finds himself in 9th. Bo Wyatt is in 11th. After his little incident, another one off. There goes Schiavo. A little too deep into turn 11. He's gonna go off the racetrack. Rejoins as they're fighting for second. Dusty Strayer looking to go by on Shiflett. Not gonna happen, but he's gonna be all over his rear bumper as they work their way onto the front stretch. Here goes Katowski looking to make up a spot on Schiavo. They're gonna go side by side as they come into frame now. Banging tires. Going into turn 1, Schiavo down low. And he's gonna hold on if Katowski can't set up the crossover into turn number 2. Katowski to the bottom. Schiavo, he had to check up himself as Katowski closed off the option on the inside of turn number 3.
And there's Bo Wyatt. He has caught back up to this group, and he's right next to his championship rival, of Katowski. Now, they do have a lot of work to do to catch back up to the other person in this championship hunt of Tristan Francisco. Tristan is out front by a second right now.
Yeah, Tristan Francisco with the first 2 heat races, a second place, or 2 second place finishes in heat race number 1 and heat race number 2. That gave him the pole position here today, and this is, again, a championship coming into the weekend. They were separated by 2 points. Katowski came in with 701. Schiavo again, little contact for him. He's still going. Didn't lose a spot, but Katowski 701. Bo Wyatt came in with 700, and Francisco with 699. That should better his total to take away the championship points lead. Heading into the main event tomorrow, as they stand, of course. And even headed into this heat race, that did change the outlook on this championship here, Hunter. But this race, far from over, as Shiflett closes in on Francisco with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Shiflett's having a great pre-final right here. He's caught up to Tristan Francisco, and it's just the 2 of them now. They have dropped Dusty Strayer and Trey Sanders, and the 2 of them are trying to pull away from those 2 now as they're working together.
Yeah, 1 pass, all that Dusty Strayer needs to try and close down this gap. I think he might get it. Shiflett is being patient here with Francisco. Trey Sanders there in 4th. He's another one to keep an eye on here with Kip Knaus running in 5th as they run. But this is, again, as close as it gets in the championship, right? Every heat matters. Every point matters before we head into the night fight at Trackhouse Motorplex to close off the year, to close off the championship here at the Stars Championship Series.
And you can really start to see the dry line starting to form, coming onto the front straight and going down into turn 2. You can see where their tires have been as Shiflett is trying to go to the low side of Tristan Francisco.
And you see the groove starting to widen here. More of this racetrack continues to dry, giving drivers different options as to where they can pass, as to where they can try and maneuver any form of move, any form of pass. And it's a matter of Shiflett, right? Just trying something. Where can you try and go? Where can you find the traction? Where can you put the foot down and get yourself through? Still a lot of time left, and the 47's playing this race perfectly at the moment, just biding his time, being really patient there in 2nd here, allowing Francisco to, again, stay out in front, but also allowing the 2 of them to pull away as Francisco a little wide there in turn number 12. Hit the wet patches on the outside of that dry groove. Shiflett thought about it on the inside, but again, just being patient here with the 20.
Yeah, he's being really patient. Also, this is a great learning time for Shiflett just to see where Tristan Francisco is the better part of it as we go back and look at the replay of Katowski.
Yeah, and this is, again, the 2nd time that we saw him go off. Bo Wyatt, Schiavo were both able to go through. So this was just a lap ago here for Katowski. That's why you see him now coming across the timing loop in 8th, Wyatt in 7th, and Schiavo in 6th. But a pass for the lead, and it's now the 47 that leads. Shiflett has control of this race over Tristan Francisco. When they cross the line next time around, it's going to be 3 laps to go. Shiflett looking to come away with a win, or head into tomorrow with a pole position.
And right now, Shiflett looks like he has the kart to beat. He's starting to put a gap on Tristan Francisco after making the move on this lap. He just looks like he's got the tiny bit of an edge over Francisco, and he's just got that tiny little bit to pull the gap.
Yeah, Shiflett has looked really good right behind Tristan Francisco, and now really able to stretch his legs out in the lead of this race. But the fastest lap last time around goes to Dusty Strayer, the driver in 3rd, and it now changes hands again to Bo Wyatt, who's back in 6th. This one can go many ways, especially tomorrow, when we are expected to race in dry conditions. We'll wait and see what the day gives us.
There's a little look at the day thus far. But Shiflett, just, you see it there in the times here, Hunter. It seemed like he was holding a little bit back. And after making the move for the lead, really starting to come into his own.
Yeah, he's really coming into his own right now. He set the fastest lap, his personal best, last time by. And honestly, he's still pulling that tiny bit of more gap over Francisco. It's even bigger than it was last time by. Francisco's coming back to the pair of Strayer and Sanders now.
Yeah, Francisco definitely losing a little bit of time here. And again, these teams change a lot, right? With 2 laps to go, they change gear, and it could just be that the changes that the Paralympic team made on the 47 were just that little bit better than what the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart crew did on the 20, where Shiflett just really able to come into his own in clean air. And here's a look at the gap to the line at 0.7 of a second. And here's a look at the live standings before drops. The championship lead heads the way to the young Canadian, the number 20, Francisco, with 17 points, the gap. This is as big as it's been in comparison to 2, how they came into the weekend. Katowski puts himself in second. Bo Wyatt, Compatiello, and Trey Sanders gets himself into the top 5. Well, I should say stays in the top 5, but it's the same as they came into the weekend. It just shuffles around a little bit with Francisco taking over. Sanders losing a spot on the championship, back to 5th. Katowski and Wyatt, both of them dropping down under Francisco. This is something to keep an eye on here.
And the points, they're about to change as Francisco is under fire from Dusty Strayer.
Now, they won't change all too much. Should still be good enough with a better finish than Bo Wyatt. Francisco just has to keep it on the racetrack, and he's all sideways into turn number 2. Saves it, Francisco. A moment there for the number 20, but Dusty Strayer is able to go by for second. Dusty's showing a lot of pace so far today. And you see it during the lap time breakdown. Fastest lap of the race last time around, Hunter.
And now Tristan Francisco is going to be under fire from his teammate of Trey Sanders. That move, or that mistake out of Francisco, getting to that wet side, sliding up, that caused him to lose time, and now Trey Sanders is right there as well.
Yeah, we'll see if Trey has enough time to close down the gap before this one's over. But up front, Shiflett showing the pace on a drying racetrack with mixed conditions. Dusty Strayer as well recovering to gain 6 spots to start on row number 1. In the main event tomorrow, checkered flag flies. Braxton Shiflett takes the win in the pre-final in Micro Swift.
He gets the win over Dusty Strayer and Tristan Francisco. Trey Sanders in 4th, and Kip Knaus rounds out your top 5.
Good end today there for Kip to put himself into the top 5. Bo Wyatt in 6th. Schiavo 7th. Katowski, Chase Zolman. So as it stands, it should still be enough for Tristan Francisco to hold on to the championship points lead headed into the main event tomorrow. But it all can change. The day that pays the most is Sunday. And there's a look at how they ended. Braxton Shiflett going to have the best seat in the house tomorrow. He put a 2nd on Strayer, and even more so on Francisco. More when we return.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K
Pro Masters and Pro Super Masters getting ready to kick off the day here. And an opportunity at hand for Jordan Musser to clinch the Pro Masters Championship here in this pre-final. He just has to finish 7th or better. And he hasn't finished anywhere else all year rather than first. He swept both of the weekends at the Queen City Gambit and at the King of the Castle, and this weekend so far, he's won out, qualified on the pole. Heat 1, he won. Took the win as well in heat race number 2, and now, if he finishes 7th or better in the pre-final, the number 1 plate stays on that barrel art for another year. Different look for him, sporting the helmet of the team's data analyst in Lucas Noguera. For the first time, we're going to see different conditions, and I can already see one driver taking a gamble here. Renee Martinelli on slick tires. Could that be the right gamble? We're about to find out. Pro Masters, Pro Supermasters. We look at the flag. We got it. Pro Masters is underway.
And the whole shot goes to Matt Machiko on the outside, and Scott Pressey's gonna send it even wider. Almost got side by side with Jordan Musser. He slots into P3 over Cole Matthewson, but Cole Matthewson up the inside. He's gonna take that P3 spot right back.
Yeah, Cole Matthewson did not wait, and there was a big, really bobble out of somebody in the back of the pack, it looked like, just in the midfield. That slowed everybody right on down. Martinelli's the one that's losing a little bit of time here to his competitors, but a long race, 9 minutes plus 2 laps, and he's the driver that opted to go on slicks here in this pre-final.
And you see all the front runners trying to find a little bit of a damp track, just not to overheat those wet tires they have on right now. Matt Machiko taking the racing line now compared to everybody else on the outside.
Yeah, Matt Machiko, again, a great opening lap by him. Got the whole shot. He's been able to get clear on Jordan Musser. And there's another look at the radar as to what we're expecting to see here later on today. But Martinelli already making moves, and you see how much better he is on those slick tires in comparison to everybody else. Crossed up Esteban Unigaro like it was nothing, and he's starting to close in here on another one of the VTM machines that's right ahead of him. That's the 673. So now that's Esteban Unigaro. I think that might have been, again, Tim Hannon, the driver that he got by. That was one of the Supermasters drivers in the 533. But Rene Martinelli gambled. He just has to keep it on the dry bit of the racetrack. You heard it from Jay Irwin. It was hard to pass when the track was like this. So there, while he is so much faster on the exit of the corner, he can't afford to put those 4 tires on the damp side of the racetrack there, Hunter.
Yeah, and that's where he's gonna be. That's where it's gonna be difficult for him to make moves. You see all the other guys going down the race line, and he has to take the outside, and he's able to make a move on Scott Pressey as he made a mistake on the exit.
He's so much faster. They're so much faster already, up to 4th for Rene Martinelli on the slicks. The gamble's working out here. Matthewson now looking by. He's gonna go to the inside. Martinelli looking to go around the outside on the dry bit of the racetrack. Now they're gonna work their way into turn number 4, and Martinelli again keeps it on the dry groove. He's gonna cross up Matthewson. Martinelli already up to 3rd.
He was a 1.5 seconds faster, making 3 moves on lap number 2 on these slick tires. He made the right call.
And it looks like it's almost a different engine package on it. It looks like he's in a different class here pretty much, running on those slick tires. Now Jordan Musser, next one on the list for Rene Martinelli. Again, Musser just has to finish 7th or better to clinch the Pro Masters Championship. I doubt we'll see Musser drop that far back, but again, he's gonna see that TB kart just leave him in the distance. Martinelli is clear. Just, I'd say I'm impressed, but I'm really not. The fact that he was the only one that went on slicks is kind of surprising to me here, Hunter.
It's honestly shocked me too. I figured we would have seen more people on those tires, and when we were looking at them gridding up, I was shocked to only see him on the slick tires.
And already, for the lead of the race, Rene Martinelli gets by on Matt Machiko. And he made the right choice when it mattered, and it's going to be a pole position for tomorrow if he just keeps it on the racetrack these next 5 minutes. But even then, this is, again, a gamble that has worked out perfectly for the 610.
Now Jordan Musser is coming under fire from Cole Matthewson. Jordan Musser doesn't quite have the pace as Matt Machiko on these wet tires. So it's going to be a battle for the P. Yeah, here comes Scott Pressey as well. Jordan Musser's under fire, but he only has to finish P7 to get the championship.
Yeah, look at the lap times here from Rene Martinelli. Lap 1, obviously a struggle when you're out there on slicks, kind of, not knowing which way to go. Lap 2, lap 3, he was still a 2nd clear and better than everybody else. And now finally, when he puts himself in clean air, he is 3 seconds better than the rest of the field with a 1 minute flat coming down. Do have to note though, there was weather imminent on the map, and Martinelli's gonna find himself off the racetrack. Those tires, while it was a right choice, mistakes like that is something that the 610 cannot afford here, Hunter.
And where he was at on track, I almost think he kind of went a little bit wide on exit of turn 4 and hit that water patch on the inside of the exit curb where we saw multiple people hit and spin out.
Again, the speed difference is clearly there for Rene Martinelli, but you just really need to tiptoe your way around, right? As fast as it is, you don't want to throw it away by making a mistake, by pushing the limit maybe a little bit too much. You're really going to beat him. You just got to keep it on the black stuff here.
Even with that mistake, he's still wearing a 103 flat, which is basically the same time as Jordan Musser.
There's another driver that seems to be on slicks here. Hernando Sanchez is currently running 8th overall. He just ran the fastest lap of the race with a 58.770. So that might be another one. And he's right here. I think he struggled just a little bit more to make moves, and indeed he has. It's like another one of the VTMs as well on slicks from what we can see. But there's the 577. That's Osley Cheek. He's on slicks. And as well as Hernando Sanchez there on the 632. The two of them on slicks as well. But they were just buried a little bit further back in this field where they weren't able to make moves as quickly as Rene Martinelli were able to. 12 spots gained for Osley Cheek. That's why we're just now seeing him, because he was buried in this pack. 8 spots gained, actually 9 spots gained for Hernando. It's going to be 10 and 14 for the two of them at the end of this lap. So another two drivers that opted to go on slicks, and they're just working together, shaking and baking through this field. You see it there on your screen. 10 spots gained for Sanchez, 10 spots gained for Caruso as well. Although I believe Caruso is on wets. He's gained 10 spots, given the fact that, again, with the class difference. That being said, what a race thus far. Martinelli leads overall.
And it looks like Jordan Musser kind of picked up the pace a little bit. He has pulled away from Cole Matthewson. He's going to stay in the P3 spot as we got battling for the slick tires compared to the wet tires now.
And here we go, Osley Cheek. The third is going to go by on Scott Presti. Sanchez now going to go by as well. And here's a look down on the grid. If you didn't know before, you do now. There's only one option before you head out there, and it's to put slick tires, because the difference is massive here. 4 seconds and counting. This track continues to improve, and the option for slicks continues to improve here as well. But the groove, a lot like what we saw earlier on today in heat race number 1, right? There's only really one line, only really one car that can fit side by side, you know, especially here at turn number 4. Wouldn't want to do that, as now more moves here. Matthewson's going to get passed by Osley Cheek and Hernando Sanchez. And now Cheek is closing in on Jordan Musser. Luckily, it's only 2 more drivers on slicks for Jordan. Should still be good enough to clinch the title. But this will be the worst finish on the year for Jordan Musser as it stands. In third, and really, when the 2 drivers on slicks pass him, it's going to be 5th at the end of it if he can't get around Matt Machiko before the end of it, Hunter.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but lucky for Musser, not a lot of people gamble on the slicks. That's his saving grace right now, because the slick tires, they're on a roll right now. There's no one that could stand a chance against those slick tires.
Yeah, no, and the difference is very, very visible here. You're seeing it as now Matt Machiko is going to get passed by Osley Cheek. And now this could help Musser, depending on when Sanchez wants to go. It's going to be now. And that move could have helped Jordan here just a little bit. Fed Machiko right into him. So we could have a battle here for 4th.
It's going to be close. Musser was reeling in Machiko before the 2 guys on slick tires came through, and Jordan Musser right on the rear bumper of Machiko now.
Yeah, you see it there, just gets into him just a little bit. They're working their way now onto the front stretch. Jordan Musser pushing 2 laps to go this time by as Rene Martinelli continues to extend his gap up at the front of this field. And Musser continues to apply the pressure on the number 3. A little bit of a wider arc for Jordan. And a little narrower for Machiko to the bottom of the racetrack. Looking to get a better exit. He's not going to get it. And the 2 drivers on slicks, Osley Cheek and Sanchez.
The two of them going to continue to fight here for the second spot overall.
And here comes Jordan Musser with almost an over-under on Matt Machiko out of the exit of turn 7. Just wasn't quite enough. And going back up the hill with those two once again. Jordan Musser a little bit further back after trying to make that move. Didn't quite get a good run through the S's and down the hill, back up. He's got a little bit of work to do now.
Yeah, he hit a wet patch there on the inside of turn number 12 as they were getting out of it. And now on the gears a little bit sooner. Jordan Musser, Matt Machiko are going to drag race onto the front stretch side by side. The Magic Kart on the inside, Musser on the outside. As they go around turn number 1, Machiko holds on for now with 1 lap to go. And again, for Jordan Musser, just has to finish right here to be the champion in 2026, as now he's going to get the inside up on the gears a little sooner than Machiko. Jordan Musser is clear for 4th.
What a move out of Jordan Musser. Even though he doesn't need the spot, he still wants to get as many spots as he can on track. He's a racer at heart. That's what racers are going to do.
And that's the difference in rows. Look how far ahead Rene Martinelli is coming to the line. The TB kart on slicks set the tone. He's going to punch his ticket to the pole tomorrow. Martinelli wins the pre-final. As they continue to fight here for 4th, Jordan Musser is just going to hold on across the line. In 2nd is Osley Cheek, the highest running Supermasters driver. He's going to take the win in the pre-final for the Supermasters. Hernando Sanchez in 3rd. Musser across the line in 4th. 3rd in his class. And your champion in 2026 in Pro Masters competition is the number 1. And this is the quickest championship in Stars Championship Series history. He's the quickest driver to clinch the number 1 plate for another year. It's going to stay with Jordan Musser. Big congrats to PSL. Big congrats to Jordan Musser, who is your champion in 2026 here, Hunter.
Yeah, great year out of Jordan Musser. He has swept the weekend so far, or swept the year so far in Stars Championship this year. The only race he didn't win or continue the sweep was this one.
This was his worst finish, and it was a 4th overall, 3rd in class for Jordan Musser. What a drive, what a way to close off the championship, and for Rene Martinelli as well, what a way to take the pole position for tomorrow. Put slicks on, and he didn't look back. They charged through the field like nothing. Martinelli is going to start on the inside, and that pass for Jordan Musser, it was the difference of 1 row, whether you start on the inside on row number 3 or whether you start on the outside on row number 2, and I would have also opted to go for the move to improve your starting spot. But here we go, time to go back to slicks, K100 Junior after the break. Well, here we go. Pre-final action continues. Nico Katowski and Tristan Murphy get ready to lead this field to the green flag, with Marco Samet
Starting back on row number 2, and everybody going on slick tires here. But they're just gonna have to tiptoe their way around. The shifters did a lot of work at clearing this racetrack out. This could be the weekend that Nico Katowski, and I correct myself, this is where Nico Katowski takes over the championship points lead over Travis Pettit. Again, this will be Travis Pettit's drop round with a no-show. But the best scenario possible for Katowski, who leads the championship points. Headed into this pre-final. Murphy gonna start on his outside. This class has been one to watch here, Hunter. We'll wait and see what it gives us. Into the tram lines to kick things off. Still very damp. Something to note for Nico Katowski and company. 9 minutes plus 2 laps is underway in KA Junior.
And one driver way off on the exit of turn 1, and Holden Myers through the water on the outside of turn 3.
Couple of drivers already just having a tiptoe. Holden still with damp tires is going to face the wrong way around, and they're all piling up in a turn number 4. A lot of them got collected there. They had to check up to avoid one another, and that was Holden Myers dropping 2 tires off the racetrack, hit the puddles, and that again left him with no traction into turn number 4. He's facing the wrong way around, but up at the front, Nico Katowski leads Marco Samet and Tristan Murphy as Samet puts a foot wrong, drops a tire into the mud there on the exit of turn 14.
And here comes Tristan Murphy with that mistake out of Samet. Tristan Murphy up into P2. Good move out of him. He saw a mistake. He knew he had to go with the dirt on the tires of Marco Samet.
Now they work their way by out of turn number 3. Working their way through here. And a couple of moves here. Isaac Payne looking to go on Ben Gleberman. They're side by side. Gleberman's going to hold on. He will continue.
And you can look in the background. You can see Darren Kidd and William Vitor closing in. Darren Kidd obviously had a better heat 2 compared to heat 1. Heat 1 didn't even make it a lap before he was out of this race. So he's coming back through the field. Same with William Vitor.
Yeah, there you go. They're having to work their way through. There's William Vitor. Again, first heat race didn't go their way. Second heat race, they were really able to break through. And again, a lot of drivers displaced. Like we mentioned, having to charge their way through this field. Biggest mover thus far is Cooper Attore. At the moment already up to 16th. Sorry, call that 17th. He's up 12 spots to start off this race. Valentino Santillan, another driver who's making up moves. But again, this is where they finish, is where they will start the day tomorrow, as Salazar in the middle of it all, making moves on of his own on the Rocket Racing Company machine. Salazar up 4 spots, make it 5 to get himself in the picture of the top 10, with Darren Kidd right behind him after a DNF in heat race number 1. A much better result in heat race number 2. He's still got a lot of work at hand. The same for Benja Fernandez. You saw the frustration out of him in this corner right here. And he's already working his way through this field, looking to join this group right ahead of him. He's leading that second pack, right behind Homer Heeman.
You were talking about Santillan moving up through the field just a little bit. One thing to note is, as the drivers were getting the green flag, he was just coming around into our screen. He was late coming to the tram lines, so he's had to make more passes than he actually should have.
Yeah, it's a lot of work there for Valentino, considering where he should have started. He should have started, again, just a little bit further back than where he did. He started last, but he's already up a good number of spots. I should say halfway into this race. Gleberman's going to get passed there by Darren Kidd into turn number 7. That's going to promote Kidd up to 6th. But you're already starting to see, right, a lot of these drivers getting creative as to where they're going to make moves. And with only 2 races left on the day, I think we might, and I don't want to speak too soon,
Might beat the late showers that we're expecting to have at the end of the day. If I jinx it there, everybody can blame it on me, my fault. But
it's just
we'll see. I think if I'm doing the math correctly here, we should just get through it. But again, they'll keep monitoring the radar here.
If it comes, it's going to be a repeat of Pro Tour with you, Caleb.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Here's moves. Homer Heeman able to get through on Salazar that time by. And move Greggy up to 9th in the 8:43. Looking to chase down William Veter.
Our leaders have kind of pulled away a little bit. Katowski's got a half a second on Murphy and Samet, and then we have about 3 seconds back to this group of 3 you see right here of Isaac Payne, Darren Kidd, and Ben Gleberman.
Yeah, Katowski, heat race number 1, he was able to show really good pace in dry conditions. Heat race number 2, he backed it up with another win. And then here in heat race number 3, as the track continues to come back his way, he shows he's not slowing down here, Hunter.
No.
Not at all. He's the only driver, I should say, he was the only driver in the 59s. That time by Tristan Murphy matched him and even went a little bit better than him. And their gap has closed down to a 10th. So they're now nose to tail on the racetrack, and you see it there. Just a little bit of daylight in between the two of them. And Marco Samet sits patient there in 3rd. What Samet needs at the moment is a move out of Murphy to close on in. This is exactly what it could have been. It's not going to be just yet for the 811.
And that's what Moskalenko needs too. He's just kind of sitting back and forth right now. He's not losing times to the leaders. He's just sitting back at like 1.5 seconds back, and here goes Tristan Murphy on the inside of Nico Katowski.
Yeah, good move there out of Tristan Murphy into turn number 12. He's going to take over the lead of this race. And like I said there, Marco Samet, that's all he needed. Moskalenko's going to need a little bit more. He was a second back from Samet. But 2.5 minutes to go. That's a good sign for the 888 of Moskalenko if he wants to get himself in the mix here for a pre-final victory, for a pole position headed into tomorrow. Now for Katowski, usually you see a lot of drivers, right, when they lose a position and when there's a guy right behind them, they usually feel forced to go right back to kind of limit the damage. But Samet sat patient, Katowski sat patient as well, knowing there's still a lot of time at hand for all of them.
You see that little wet patch they're all hitting on the exit of turn number 7. It's just on the rear tires. So going through turn number 10, setting up for 11, that tire that they're hitting the water with is the outside tire. So they could be losing just, or scrubbing that a little bit of speed if they hit that water patch a little bit too much.
Yeah, and you saw throughout of all the Moskalenko's up on the wheel looking to chase him down. He's gonna need a little help from these 3 on your screen. Just under 2 minutes to go. A lot of time at hand. And here's a look at the 811 throughout this race, resetting the fastest lap here.
He reset the fastest lap. He did a 59.8, and then he did a 1:02, but that was with a pass on Nico Katowski, which is expected. You lose a little bit of time when you try to make a pass, and then he goes right back down and sets purple again.
And you can see it there just as he was chasing down Nico, really able to reel him back in. And that water that's on the outside, it wasn't there before. Somebody must have gone off there, Hunter, and brought that back on, because there's really not many puddles out there on the racetrack, only if they're brought onto it. And I think that's exactly what occurred there on the exit of turn number 7, that infield hairpin. As to why that puddle now stands, they're just on the exit.
There's only 2 other drivers that have hit the 59s besides these 3, and that is a driver of William Vitor and Darren Kidd.
Well, here's a look at the championship. We talked about how before drops, it had all changed. Travis Pettit obviously not here with us this weekend. This will be his drop, but it would drop him down a 3rd. Tristan Murphy will move up to 2nd, with Nico Katowski taking control of this championship, and he has had consistent results. It was a 2nd place finish in the main event at the Queen City Gambit, and a 3rd place at the King of the Castle at Newcastle Motorsports Park. And this weekend, he's already put together, he's maxed out pretty much in Heat 1 and Heat 2 as one driver goes off, and that's the 818 there that finds himself, Elon Dwyer, off the racetrack into turn number 2 in the barriers. Stars officials going to get him removed as the leaders get ready to come around. This time time has expired. 2 laps to go. And Marco Samet had just started to lose a little bit touch with the leaders. This is going to help him as Murphy deep into the brakes. And you see it in his hands. Katowski wanting to wait for another lap before they throw the gloves off here, Hunter.
Yeah, Katowski knows they're pulling away from Marco Samet, and he wants to try to keep it between the two of them. He doesn't want to make it a 3-kart battle, or even it could end up being a 4-kart battle if they battle too hard with 2 to go. So Katowski playing it smart here, going to sit back, push for one more lap, and then battle it out on the last and final lap.
Yeah, here we go, looking for a move. Katowski back in the line, he had to wait. Now it's going to look for the inside into turn 13. Murphy holds on. Samet brought right back into play. Tristan Murphy knows that Katowski wanted to go. He wanted to be in the lead going into the last lap. It's not going to be that way. Murphy's going to go to the bottom. Samet on the outside. Now Katowski opens up with a nose down low on the inside going into turn number 2. Nico Katowski to the lead of the race. Samet looks to go by as well for second. He can't find a door.
Tristan Murphy ripped the high side going through 2, and that saved him from getting past from Marco Samet. But now Katowski backing him up going through turn number 4. He's going to do the same thing right here, go on the low side.
There you go, Nico Katowski. He's going to get shoved. Murphy's onto the back of him, and Marco Samet crosses them both up. Darren Kidd now with an opportunity, but Marco Samet as Nico Katowski and Tristan Murphy climbed on top of each other. He goes through, sets up the crossover, and Murphy's going to block low from Darren Kidd onto the backstretch. Kidd looking to rip the high side. Not enough for him. A move further back for 5th. Vitor's going to get passed by Isaac Payne, but Marco Samet is going to win the pre-final, and he's going to punch his ticket to the pole position tomorrow in the main event. Marco Samet wins in KA Junior.
He gets the win over Nico Katowski and Tristan Murphy. But what a run out of Darren Kidd, up 10 spots in this pre-final to give him a good starting spot for the final tomorrow afternoon.
What a drive there out of Darren Kidd. What a drive out of Marco Samet as well. Seemed like he was missing just a little bit in comparison to Tristan Murphy and Nico Katowski, but that didn't matter in the end. They got all night to find that last 10th to close down the gap. What an end to that one, as well a couple of movers throughout this field. 13 spots gained for Homer Heeman to put himself up into 8th. Sorry, for Homer it was 9. 13 for Callan, and there's another look at the finish, Hunter.
Yeah, just Nico backed it up a little bit too much, and Tristan Murphy gets on the gas and just climbs up onto the rear with a little bit of help from Marco Samet with nowhere to go.
Yeah, Murphy just looking to set up a crossover, climbed onto the back of Nico Katowski there. And Marco Samet escaped from that one. Steals the win.
Standing by with Marco Samet. Marco, talk me through how you were able to take away that win here today.
I mean, I was 3rd, which is kind of the perfect spot on the last couple laps, and then Tristan kind of hit him, and I just over-undered both of them and got away with it.
And you kind of flew under the radar so far this weekend. Do you think it was the track kind of drying up a little bit? What do you think it was this race?
I don't know. I'm usually better in more slick conditions, and this is kind of what I'm talking about, so yeah.
Awesome. Well, let's see what you can do tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
There you guys have it from Marco Samet, victorious here, and again, he's missing just that little bit more when we return.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Pre-final action continues. The Swift Stars getting ready to go green with Dutch Westbrook and Brody Stoffel on row number 1. Marcelo Flores and Aiden Go on row number 2. Here's a look at the next couple of rows. Thomas Bertelt, Austin Taylor, Spencer Height, Camila Canache, and Francisco Reynolds, Blackwood, Jiva Deepin, Liam Astalis, Liet Simon Ellick. The back half of your top 10 rows, your top 20 starters. Aiden Go, less work to do for him this time out. The same for Marcelo Flores. We're starting just ahead of Slate Harrell. But here we go. The Swift Stars getting ready to go green for their pre-final. It's Dutch Westbrook on the inside on the Bennick. On the outside, it's Brody Stoffel on the RPM Nitro kart. Green flag flies. We're underway in pre-final action in Swift Stars.
And Aiden Go with a good start, getting into P4. Marcelo Flores up to P2 already as well.
Yeah, Marcelo able to get by on Brody Stoffel to start off this race. Brody looking to go right back on him into turn number 7. Stoffel gets clear. And now that's going to let Aiden go through, and Liam Astalis off the racetrack, turn number 3, out of this race early for the Kiddix USA driver.
Now what you want to see going into the final tomorrow, out of the pre-final, he's got a lot of work to do tomorrow in the final. Back with Marcelo Flores and Aiden Go on the inside of Brody Stoffel.
And there goes Slade Harrell looking to follow them through on Stoffel, who's now down to 4th. He's going to just hold on. But that's dropped him 2 spots back. Slade Harrell now working his way through, looking for the inside. He's going to get it. He's got to push from behind. Leonardo Tavares is going to push him. Samuel Chavry looking to go by as well. Had to get up and onto the curb in turn number 1. But no moves for Sam.
No moves made yet. As we have Hudson Howard blocking in the background from Liam Francisco.
Oh, like he was trying to make a pass there on Samuel Chavry. They're a little bit closer. But nonetheless, Hudson Howard has Liam Francisco right behind him. The two of them looking to work their way up and closer to these guys in front of them. It's Chavry to Stoffel, then to Tavares. And up at the front, Marcelo Flores and Aiden Go. Done a great job of working with one another earlier on today to carve through the field, and now to take the lead in the pre-final. Marcelo Flores is clear. Dutch Westbrook looks to stop the bleeding. Westbrook's off the racetrack. He's going to keep it on, and he's going to slot back in line. Aiden Go went through, and Westbrook just got stuck in the mud. Slade Harrell now goes by for second, but Marcelo Flores, the number 12, your new leader.
Slate Harrell able to slot into P2
with a clean pass going down the straightaway with the mistake between Dutch Westbrook and Aiden Go, just able to get through on the front straight, clean as can be. Drop back to the next group behind. Hudson Howard and Liam Francisco has caught up to that next group, and it's about a group of 4 to 5 now.
Yeah, the group has grown. More drivers starting to make up some time here. But Chavarri and company, they are now joined by Hudson Howard, who's looking to go on Brody Stoffel. And Howard able to go through. Hudson now up and into 5th. Stoffel back in 6th. Then a Liam Francisco, then a Leonardo Tavares. And where did Westbrook end up after that incident? He's down in 11th at the moment here, Hunter. Lost a good bit of time here in this one. He's right behind Austin Taylor and Thomas Pratel.
He fell back a good ways. One thing to note, Brody Stoffel doesn't seem to have the dry pace he did yesterday when he qualified on pole, as Slate Harrell with a big off.
Slate Harrell, turn number 4, went wide there on the exit. I don't know if he overcharged the corner or what. Slate Harrell drove off the racetrack there. Same with Chavarri now right behind him. But that's released. Marcelo Flores and Aiden Go at the front of this field. And Flores now, little look over the shoulder, sees that it's Aiden Go, and the two of them going to be content to push for a little bit as Chavarri and Slate Harrell are now going to fight. Slate's going to lose that spot. Here comes Hudson Howard and company as one of them off, one of the Mike Doty LN carts off there. We weren't quite able to get a number. I think that might have been Reagan Ford Barros there, the driver that went off there, Hunter.
As Slate Harrell got a big contact, as we have a pass for the lead between Aiden Go and Marcelo Flores, and Liam Francisco sets the fastest lap of the race.
And here's a look at the championship here. As they run, Dutch Westbrook would still hold on to the championship points lead over Brody Stoffel. Hudson Howard would put himself in 3rd, Aiden Go 4th, and Liam Francisco would put himself into the top 5 with Enzo Ramos not here with us this weekend. So that would promote Liam up another spot in this championship fight. But you see the margins still very, very close. Every weekend, every heat, every pre-final matters. Collecting points. Stoffel knows that. Goes back by on Liam Francisco. Howard now stuck behind Liam. But as you mentioned, Stoffel was fast yesterday in qualifying. He was fast in the wet. Always mentioned that's a great equalizer. He was defending in heat race number 1. Seemed like the pace really wasn't there in this race. He's just gone backwards since the start after starting off pole on the outside. And now a move. There goes Hudson Howard on Liam Francisco. Slate Harrell follows him through.
Now we got the 2 MPG Kart Republics lined up in a line. They're going to try to work together to catch back up to Brody Stoffel, because due to the battling between them and Liam Francisco, Brody was able to get away from this group of 4.
Just over 3 minutes left on the clock, plus 2 laps. That will leave him with approximately 5 laps to go left in this race. And there is a look at Dutch Westbrook, and he's still stuck behind Austin Taylor in 10th. So Westbrook, after going off, hasn't really recovered. And he's led laps in this pre-final, Hunter. But it's another weekend where you feel like the 133's got a lot of work to do before going into the main event. That's been the story of 2026 for Dutch, unfortunately, and that continues as Taylor has an issue of his own. Westbrook's gonna go by for 9th. That brings him up a spot.
Brody Stoffel has picked up the pace finally. It just feels like we haven't seen this pace out of him since he got the qualifying run done the other day. Well, he just did a 1:03 flat, a 10th faster than your leaders, and that was by himself. So he's finally got the pace back in his go-kart, and he's reeling in Samuel Chavarri.
Yeah, there you go. Brody finally able to put down a burner that last time around. You see him starting to reel in Samuel Chavarri as they work their way into turn number 12. And up front, still waiting for a fight that could bring these 2 drivers on your screen here. And Samuel Chavarri in the 106 Burl Art, the 129 of Brody Stoffel on the RPM Nitro kart. But Marcelo is also going to have to pick up the pace himself here with 1.5 minutes to go. Aiden Go was 0.2 better than Marcelo Flores a lap ago.
We were talking about it this morning after Aiden Go had the run through the field. He is always fast at this track, and he has proven it once again. He is 0.2 faster than his teammate by himself. So, you know, Aiden Go, he's a threat I would be looking out for tomorrow. You don't want to let him get away from the field as we go back to Dutch Westbrook. Finally getting through a little bit of the field. He's up to 7th now.
Yeah, he was able to go by on Leo Tavares and Liam Francisco to get himself up to 7th. So that's another 2 spots that you can mark off for the 133. And I think it might just end there because Slade Harrell is about 1.5 seconds up the road. Would need to be some personal best laps out of Westbrook to go through. And here's a look. Stoffel finally going to have a little bit of a draft on the 106 of Chavarri as they work their way on the front stretch. 30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be 3 laps to go this time by.
And Brody Stoffel's really closing in to the back of Samuel Chavarri and Marcelo Flores. We're gonna have a battle for P2. I don't think we're gonna have a battle for P1 with how far Aiden Go is out front, and we're getting the 2 to go next time by.
Yeah, it's now a 2nd and counting as now Stoffel goes by on Samuel Chavarri for 3rd with Marcelo Flores in sight as well. Stoffel was closing 11. He gained a whole lot. It might be turn number 12, and Marcelo Flores knows it. Puts it in the middle of the racetrack. Stoffel's looking on the inside, going into turn 13. Brody Stoffel looking inside. Not yet. Flores right there. And Stoffel's going to get crossed up. Chavarri is through on both of them. Hudson Howard goes by. And a fight on hand for 2nd. 2 laps to go.
And here comes the other MPG Kart Republic of Slate Harrell. He is going to be closing in on this group as they continue to battle, and we're going to have 5 go-karts battling for the P2 position.
Yeah, 2nd. Who's going to start on the front row with Aiden Go tomorrow? We're about to find out as Flores puts it to the low side once again. Not wanting to go backwards anymore, and you see him kind of looking over the shoulder. He's now going to set his sights forward on Samuel Chavarri. Will he have enough time to close down the gap? Who knows? But they still have 1.5 laps to go. They will see the white the next time they go around. But Flores again in the middle of the racetrack. Not wanting to give Hudson Howard away by. Howard now down low. Looking, turn 13. Hudson Howard's going to get clear for 3rd. And Stoffel is going to follow him through. Brody Stoffel now up to 3rd. Flores falls back to 4th. And still a chance at hand to try and close down the gap to Chavarri for 2nd. And Hudson Howard doesn't think they can make it there. Stoffel into the back of them. They're going wheel to wheel. Now for 2nd around the outside on all of them is Marcelo Flores to put himself back through.
Hudson Howard almost lost his position to his teammate in Slate Harrell, and now Brody Stoffel is blocking for the 4th position on track.
Yeah, and Aiden Go, oh wow, this is going on behind him by his fellow competitors. He has run away from this field here, Hunter. He's now side by side Slade Harrell and Hudson Howard. Go through. Howard inside turn 11. Slade Harrell didn't see him coming. He slots back to 5th, but up at the front, a day where he's had to work every single time that he's been out on the racetrack. It was last to 1st in Heat 1. Good recovery in heat race number 2. In the pre-final, he's gonna win it, and he's gonna start on the pole position after qualifying plumb last to close off the day yesterday on the Friday. Aiden Go, what a recovery for that young man. He's gonna start on the pole in Swift Stars tomorrow.
Samuel Chavarri in the 2nd position, and Marcelo Flores rounds out your top 3. Brody Stoffel in P4, and Hudson Howard will round out your top 5.
Well, there you go. That one's done. And Aiden Go stands on top. Over 3.5 seconds on the field over Samuel Chavarri, who's going to join Aiden Go on row number 1. Flores and Stoffel are going to be the drivers on row number 2 for tomorrow. But Aiden Go, what a day
for him on this Saturday. He's got the best seat in the house tomorrow.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Mozo equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Carter.
One race to go on Saturday. It's pre-final A in KA Stars competition. Henry Wheeler gets ready to start this one off on the pole position alongside Colin Lloyd. Austin Olds and Chris Harrower on row number 2. James Overbeck and Alan Isambard on row number 3.
Connor Ferris and Finnegan Bailiff on row number 6. Sam Tutwiler and Landon Boer on row number 7. Daniel Perez and Ryan Moore on row number 8. Edgar Rodriguez and Tyler Coleshorn on row number 9.
Keep an eye on Isaac Malquid getting ready to start off on row number 10. He's going green from 20th. We'll see how far up the field he can get. That being said, we got them all lined up, all under the tram lines. Green flag flies. KA Stars pre-final A is underway.
And a pretty clean start up front. Abe Marenko dropping a tire, and so is Alan Isambard, and Christopher McKeithen and Alan Isambard collide.
Isambard in front, around in front of the field, collects Connor Ferris. Lorenko gets collected. Perez gets collected. Tutwiler gets collected as well. Luckily for all of them, they will be safely into the main event tomorrow. But you saw them side by side, headed into turn number 4. It was almost 3 wide there, as there's Ferris
hand in the air, knowing he cut the racetrack. He's going to have to rejoin at the back of the pack, and here's another look at it, Hunter.
Aiden Lorenko drops the tire. He's trying to come back on track, and Alan Isbard is right next to him, side by side with Chris McKeithen. He has nowhere to go.
Yeah, you look at it there, just off the racetrack. Isambard, it looked like front bumper to rear bumper there, just got lodged together for the two of them as they roll their way by the front stretch. Got all of them still, one way or another. They were able to rejoin. Henry Wheeler still in the lead. Colin Lloyd, Austin Olds, Chris Harrower, now Overbeck, looking for fifth, it looked like there. Fifth indeed. He's going to get by on Jared Clark.
Good move out of Overbeck to get back up into the fifth position. Chris Harrower, what a run he is having this weekend. He is in P3 right now in front of Austin Olds and James Overbeck.
Yeah, Chris just looks, Harrower that is, looks very comfortable, and he's looked that way all weekend long. And you're kind of seeing it in the results that he's had so far throughout the day, right? Just putting together a good string of results to get himself up to third. And for Overbeck, it wasn't the start that he would have wanted. He fell back to seventh. Now finally regaining some positions. Malquit stuck in the mess, stuck in the midfield here.
He was slow on exit. He dropped the tire.
That was a big off there for Isaac Malquit. As Finnegan and Bailiff, racing in his backyard, is going to put down the fastest lap of the race. There's Connor Ferris. Looked like he just he decided to rejoin in the middle of the pack. And he's going to make the move there on another one of the DPC machines. That's in the middle. That's Andrew Hamill. And there's a look further back. It was Hamill. Hamill just kind of pushed Isaac Malquit off. Yeah, that one was pretty clear there, Hunter.
Yeah, not much Isaac Malquit could do there. He was just along for the ride at that point. As Overbeck's going to go up the inside of Chris Harrower going into turn number 13.
Yeah, good move there out of James Overbeck to go by and a fellow teammate. Looking to lead the charge up to Austin Olds. And again, the hectic start shuffled James Overbeck down the order. He's now just looking to make up for lost positions. The same for Finnegan Bailiff, who, crazy to think, he found himself in the mud, in the grass on the exit of turn number 3 in heat race number 2. And again, finishing that race, he's put himself 5 spots up in this race to go up to 7th. Good drive thus far for Finn. And for Christopher McKeithen, he's now sitting in 8th. And this is actually going to be a good points finish in comparison with Alan Isambard. When you look at the championship here, Isambard is down in the 20s. McKeithen is up in 8th. So that would swing the points in favor of McKeithen with a pre-final. As Overbeck on Austin Olds, turn 14, Overbeck is up to 3rd.
And now Austin's got a block from Chris Harrower. Chris not making a move, but Austin getting a little bit sideways in the middle of turn number 1. And now Chris is going to try to send it up the inside going into turn number 2.
Yeah, Harrower there just thought about going. He's got a Finnegan Bailiff now right behind him, who has consistently been the fastest driver on the racetrack.
Finnegan, he's in his backyard. He has gone purple every single lap. He has been the fastest kart, improving, going through the field, has not missed a beat at all this race, and he's up 6 spots right now.
And make it 7. There goes Finnegan Bailiff, turn 11, to get himself clear on Chris Harrower. So that's Finn Bailiff up to 4th, with now McKeithen looking on the inside of Jared Clark. He's going to go through. Christopher McKeithen goes by. Next one up, next one on the list for Finn Bailiff is Austin Olds. He's about 3 car lengths ahead of him. But since the start of this race, Henry Wheeler started on pole, took the lead of the race, or kept the lead of the race, I should say, hasn't looked back, and Colin Lloyd really hasn't put up a fight. And he just checked the shoulder, saw Overbeck was there, incoming. That's a big incident there for the 920 of Landon Boer, I believe, with a big incident. And 2 more collected. Jordan Klein is there as well in the wall.
And Ryan Mort.
Yeah, Ryan Mort, another one of the drivers collected. Man, big incident there as they were working their way through. Turn number 2 is now Overbeck. Gonna go by on Colin Lloyd, who really hasn't put up a fight against Henry Wheeler. And there's a look at the live standings as well in the championship. Isambard will still hold on. McKeithen would only gain a little bit of points in this pre-final. And Edgar Rodriguez, that would move him up to second. Where does Rodriguez find himself right now, Hunter? He hasn't really had the best pre-final. He's in 14th. He's gained spots, but 14th for Edgar.
James moving through the field like this is his backyard, which it basically is. He's out here probably just as much as Finnegan Bailiff and Gavin Bailiff, testing here, making sure he's dialed in, and he's out here for all the club races with his team coaching.
Yeah, he's got the James Overbeck Academy, a project that started for him here this year. It's a place that he's always been really comfortable at. When they, again, when any of the nationals come to town, and now he's got Henry Wheeler ahead of him. With Colin Lloyd starting to close in, Austin Olds brought right back in, and Finnegan Bailiff just waiting for one move to really close down the gap, to really be given an opportunity to make moves. This is going to help. Overbeck, turn number 1. Henry Wheeler's not going to fight it too much. He's going to let him by.
And Colin Lloyd's going to try to send it up on the inside. And here goes Austin Olds on the outside of turn number 3. Austin's going to back out and get back in line behind Henry Wheeler. One thing to note, Colin Lloyd going through this downhill section, going through turn number 11, he is using the inside curb more than anybody else. And you'll see it as we go back down there with a move from Austin Olds on Henry Wheeler. But the amount of curb he takes right here compared to everybody else, that was a little bit better this lap, but most laps, it's half his cart on the inside.
Yeah, he's, again, done that pretty much for the entirety of the day, going right up and over the curb in turn 11, is now it's going to send him a little bit wide here in turn number 12. Olds is on the inside. Finnegan Bailiff looking on Henry Wheeler. He's going to go by. And Colin Lloyd gets shuffled back, and 2 tires into the mud. Now Harrower looking on the inside as they fly by the front stretch on the timing loop.
And we saw Isaac Malkwood earlier slowing down. He fell back to 20, in the 20s. He's already up into 10th, and you can see him coming into the back of the screen right here, right now.
Yeah, he's right behind Jared Clark and company. There's Anthony Rivera, Christopher McKeithen, Chris Harrower. And then a Colin Lloyd, who we've seen in this front pack for the majority of this race. And there's Little Sizzle, the 970. All the fighting's brought him right back into play. But these front 10 look a lot closer today, or look a lot closer in this race than what it did earlier. They're finally getting able to show some of the driver and pace. And also, something to note, this is the first time that a lot of these drivers are meeting on the racetrack for the first time this week, and that they're all kind of intermixing for the first time. This time by should be, well, it's going to be 3 laps to go, I believe. 3 laps to go for James Overbeck, Austin Olds and company. And you see Olds points forward to James Overbeck, letting him know he wants to wait a little bit longer, not allow Wheeler and company to get back into the mix.
Yeah, that's smart driving out of Austin Olds to try to keep it just the 2 of them. The more karts you get into it, the more chance you have of falling back even further or getting into an accident on the last and final lap before you go to your final tomorrow. And Austin knows that, and he wants to keep going forward.
Yeah, as it stands, it would be James Overbeck and Austin Olds sharing row number 1. And that, again, would be really best case scenario for the 2 of them, right? You could go back if you fight, but you got to think about the risk versus reward at this stage of the race. Olds still points forward to James. To matter whether or not if James Overbeck wants to trust him, if Austin Olds is going to keep his word, I think he will. 2 laps to go. So a lot of time, and pretty sure the last lap, don't want to go for it. Just got to keep an eye on the 969 and the 981 of Wheeler and Bailiff respectively. Both of them still showing good pace late in this one. They've started to leave Colin Lloyd and Chris Harrower in the distance.
They closed down a 10th last time by of Wheeler and Bailiff did on the 2 leaders, and it's getting closer and closer as this lap goes on. If they start battling too early, it's going to happen right now. Austin Olds to the inside, to the lead.
Yeah, a little wide there, coming out of 12 for James Overbeck, has allowed Austin Olds to nose down low and pass for the lead. Now Austin Olds is going to block, and James Overbeck quickly tells him to keep going. Too early, doesn't want anybody else to displace them from the front row tomorrow. They work their way through. James still reassuring Austin, letting him know he doesn't want to go just yet. Just keep going, keep pushing forward, because Henry Wheeler is closing here, and you see it there, little sizzle. Where does he find himself at the moment? Just got reminded of him with the fastest lap of the race here on the top of our screens. He's up to 7th. He's able to go by on Rivera, Clark, and McKeithen. So Ike now up to 7th. A couple of corners to go. Austin Olds to the bottom. James Overbeck to the high side. They set up a crossover. Henry Wheeler's right there. 2 corners to go. Out of 13. In a 14. Now out of it. Onto the front stretch. Austin Olds with a good exit. James Overbeck has one as well. And to the line. It's going to be a drag race. It's going to be close. But it's going to be Austin Olds who wins the pre-final. He's going to get the pole position on Sunday in the main event in KA Stars. Overbeck's going to join him on row number 1. Henry Wheeler finishes 3rd. Bailiff, Lloyd, Harrower, Malquit recovers after being down outside of the top 15, up to 7th for Isaac Malquit here this weekend. But the king of the castle is out clashing everybody at the club. Austin Olds going to start on the inside on Sunday.
James Overbeck will start on the outside front row. Henry Wheeler gets it over Finnegan Bailiff. Colin Lloyd rounds out your top 5 with Chris Howard in 6th, Isaac Malquit in 7th, Christopher McKeithen up into 8th, Jared Clark in 9th, and Anthony Rivera rounds out your top 10.
Well, there you go. A couple of drivers that unfortunately did not have the best pre-finals. Daniel Perez is going to start 30th. Jordan Klein, Landon Boer are going to start buried in this field. A couple of other drivers weren't able to close this one out, and it was actually just the 3 of them. Alan Isambard, 1 to note. That did not have the pre-final he would have wanted. He finished 13th. But Austin Olds is going to win the pre-final to close off the day on Saturday.
Ben, you were up 8 positions during that pre-final. Talk to me about how it was dicing through the pack.
Yeah, it was good. The kart was really fast. I think we just had the pressures perfect, the setup perfect, the motor was running perfect. Just messed up a little bit on the last lap. Probably could have got top 3, but I just messed it up. But the car was beautiful and race was really good. So.
And what do you think it is that you're going to need tomorrow to keep up with these guys?
Just consistency. I like I said, I messed up. If I do that, I'm just going to lose every time. So just can't mess up.
Well, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you there to Finn and Grace. And again, Finnegan Bailiff showing some speed here at home. A good way to close off the day there for Finn. There's a look back at a day that has given us so much, Hunter. Closing thoughts on a day that's been up and down in weather.
It's been up and down. We've had a lot of mixed conditions. We've had a lot of great dry racing, and then we had some pretty good wet racing as well. There's some people that had the wet dialed in a little bit better than others, but great racing all around today.
Yeah, great racing. A huge kudos to the entire Stars officials, to our hard-working camera crew for putting up with the weather that's been up and down all day long for everybody that has, again, joining us as well, watching on. We all send our best wishes to Frank Runco after a scary incident in the Super Masters race. That being said, we had it all. We had Dog Chaser as well making a return here this weekend after Houston, where they went out on the racetrack. But what a day. We thank you guys for joining us here on the Saturday. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. It's time for main events. It's time to define the winners. The Clash at the Club. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent. This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.